Honorable Mr. Sharma, the State Minister, has also clearly mentioned that Zubin Garg
Right.
belongs to the people of Assam, and the state government in no way want to do any sort of or take any sort of decision which will hurt the fence.
Right.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Anirudh, for joining and giving those details. In fact, we are, of course, showing the live visuals from the funeral procession. The mortal remains of Zubin Garg will be now taken to his house, and from there, the people will be given tributes. They will be giving their tributes, and then he will be on his final journey. And viewers, we know that renowned Assamese singer Zubin Garg, who passed away at 52 following a scuba diving accident in Singapore. He was pulled out of the sea, given the CPR and rushed to the hospital, but the doctors could not save him. In fact, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma announced an investigation, while an FIR has also been lodged against the festival organizer and Garg's manager. His mortal remains will be kept at Guwahati's Arjun Bhogeshwar Barua Sports Complex. Take a look at this report.
The music industry is in shock, mourning the loss of one of its brightest stars. Celebrated Bollywood singer Zubin Garg died in a scuba diving accident in Singapore. The 52-year-old singer was in Singapore for the Northeast India Festival, where he was scheduled to perform on September 20th and 21st. He was pulled out of the sea and given CPR, but despite efforts, doctors at the hospital could not save him. After his death, a video has surfaced of him jumping into the sea wearing a life jacket. After 1.26 seconds, he returned to the yacht, and according to the reports, he jumped the second time. But after taking off the life jacket, saying it was uncomfortable swimming with the life jacket on. But after a few seconds, Zubin Garg was found floating with no movement. His mortal remains will reach Guwahati today. His mortal remains will be kept at Arjun Bhogeshwar Barua Sports Complex for the public for paying homage. The Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, has said a probe will be carried out into his death. An FIR has also been lodged against the Northeast India Festival organizers and the singer's manager at the police station. The Assam CID will probe the circumstances leading to the death of the singer. Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Players participating in the Junior Asia Pencaxil Championship 2025 gathered at the Ghantaghar and showcased their skills. The championship will be held from 25 to 30th September. Palli Club Durga Puja Committee has built a 3D architectural canvas pandal with theme of Sanskrit word Sapanam. The pandal features a 30-foot tall robot, an augmented reality section and laser light shows. Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta attended the inauguration of the MLA on Wheels Rekha Government at Your Doorstep mobile office at Old Pankha Road. The program is designed to give citizens direct access to the government services and address their grievances. Tripura Chief Minister Manik Shah attended the blood donation camp organized by Bharatiya Janata Party Tripura Pradesh OBC Morcha at Agartala Press Club under the Seva Pakhwada that began on occasion of Prime Minister Modi's birthday. Because Tamil Nadu's political battlefield is on the boil. AIADMK General Secretary Edappadi K. Palaniswamy hit back at the criticisms surrounding his recent visit to New Delhi, dismissing as baseless claims that he tried to hide his face after meeting Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Palaniswamy reminded that while Stalin now criticizes him when he was the opposition leader, he disrupted the assembly during a confidence motion and even had his shirt torn. Here is a report.
Tamil Nadu's political battlefield is heating up. AIADMK General Secretary Edappadi Palaniswamy has launched a sharp attack on Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. In Salem's Omalur, hundreds of workers from other parties joined the AIADMK in the presence of its General Secretary. Addressing the media, EPS countered Chief Minister Stalin's remark on his Delhi trip. EPS clarified that his meetings with the Vice President and Union Home Minister were official and that he had travelled in a government car. He lashed out at the release of a video showing him wiping his face outside the Home Minister's residence, calling it cheap politics.
16ஆம் தேதி இரவு மாண்பு உள்துறை அமைச்சர் அன்சா அவர்களை சந்திப்பதாக நான் சொன்ன செய்தி எல்லாம் வெளியிடப்பட்டது. அதன் அடிப்படையில் இரவு அவரை சந்திக்க சென்றேன். என்னோடு கட்சியுடைய மூத்த தலைமை கழக நிர்வாகிகள், எங்களுடைய மாநில உறுப்பினர்கள் எல்லாம் சென்று அவர்களை சந்தித்து விட்டு வந்தேன். காலம் நேரம் அதிகமான காரணத்தினால அப்பொழுது எங்கோடு இருந்தவர்கள் எல்லாம் 10 மணிக்கு நீங்கள் செல்லுங்கள், நான் பேசிவிட்டு வருகிறேன் என்று சொன்ன பிறகு அவர்களெல்லாம் சென்றார்கள். பிறகு சந்தித்து விட்டு அவர்கள் வெளியிலே சென்று விட்டார்கள். பிறகு நான் ஒரு 10-20 நிமிடம் அவர்களிடையே பேசிவிட்டு பிறகு அவர்கள் பல்வேறு பணி இருந்த காலத்தில் உள்துறை அமைச்சர் அந்த பணியை மேற்கொண்டு விட்டார். நான் வீட்டிலிருந்து வெளியில் ஒரு காரில் என் முகத்தை துடைக்கிறேன். அப்பொழுது அதை எடுத்து அரசியல் பண்ணுகிறேன். வெக்கமாகவும் வேதனையாகவும் இருக்கு. தமிழ்நாட்டிலே ஊடகம் பத்திரிகையும் இந்திய நாட்டில் ஒரு முன்னுதாரணமாக விளங்கக்கூடிய பத்திரிகை ஊடகம் இப்படி தரம் தாழ்ந்து இதை வெளியிடுவது எந்த விதத்தில் சரியாக?
The AIADMK leader said Stalin had no moral right to question him, reminding that Stalin had once torn his shirt in the assembly when EPS proved his majority. EPS also stressed that his Delhi visit was to submit a request for Bharat Ratna for a national leader and reiterated that BJP had assured non-interference in AIADMK's internal affairs. He claimed that the central government had helped the AIADMK deliver a full 5-year term and fund welfare schemes during his tenure as Chief Minister. With EPS sharpening his political attack, the Delhi visit controversy has now snowballed into another AIADMK-DMK war of words in Tamil Nadu's political battlefield. EPS versus Stalin. This battle only seems to be intensifying in the run-up to the Tamil Nadu 2026 polls.
Viewers, in a landmark naval milestone, the Indian and the Hellenic navies have concluded their first ever bilateral maritime exercise in the Mediterranean, and this historic collaboration showcased seamless operation synergy and tactical finesse. INS Trikant played a pivotal role, highlighting India's growing strategic presence. Watch this report.
The first ever bilateral maritime exercise between India and Greece wrapped up on 18th September in the Mediterranean Sea, marking a new chapter in defence partnership. The exercise was conducted in 2 phases, a harbour phase for operational familiarization and cultural exchange, followed by a sea phase involving complex tactical drills. Operations included joint anti-submarine warfare, replenishment at sea, coordinated gunfiring and helicopter cross-deck exercises. INS Trikant hosted dignitaries and exchanged cultural traditions with the Hellenic Navy, fostering strong maritime ties. This successful drill underscores the shared commitment of India and Greece to maritime security and freedom of navigation in global waters. After the exercise, INS Trikant set sail for the next stage of its Mediterranean deployment.
Here's Gujarat's Vadodara is on the edge. Well, just after Ganesh Chaturthi, stone pelting and violent protests have erupted days before the Navratri celebrations. In fact, a mob has attacked the city police station and blocked the major roads as tensions flare over a controversial social media post on Mecca Medina. Authorities are on high alert with heavy police deployment and legal action underway as the religious sentiments in the city remain dangerously strained.
Just a few days back, Ganesh procession was targeted. And last night, stone pelting was reported in the run-up to Navratri celebrations. Gujarat's Vadodara has erupted once again. Junigadi, a sensitive area, has become the latest flashpoint. Muslim protesters targeted Navratri Pandal. There was panic and a stampede-like situation. People abandoned their belongings while running for cover to save their lives.
ऐसे तो वडोदरा शहर को एक शांतिपूर्ण नगरी कहा जाता है, पर कल देर रात के लिए वडोदरा शहर का जूनीगढ़ इलाका एक समय के लिए यहाँ पे रहते लोग डर से गए थे, क्योंकि जिस तरीके की यहाँ पे घटना घटी, कुछ ही समय के अंदर इस तरीके से पथराव किया गया कि लोगों के अंदर एक डर सा बैठ गया था। पर उस डर को निकालने के लिए वडोदरा शहर पुलिस तुरंत एक्शन मोड में आई और एक्शन मोड में आते हुए ही लगभग 50 से ज़्यादा लोगों को इस मामले के अंदर उन्होंने डिटेन किया और अभी भी हाल उनसे पूछताछ जारी है। पर कहीं ना कहीं वडोदरा शहर की जो शांतिपूर्ण नगरी के नाम से वडोदरा शहर की एक पहचान है, उस पहचान को कहीं ना कहीं मिटाने का काम कुछ लोगों के द्वारा किया गया। पुलिस इस मामले में अभी भी जांच में जुटी हुई है कि इसके पीछे किसका हाथ है और किन किन लोगों ने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया और इसके पीछे की जो है मोटिव क्या थी। पुलिस इस मामले के अंदर अभी भी जुटी हुई है कि जल्द से जल्द आरोपियों को सलाखों के पीछे भेजा जाए।
Vadodara City Police Station comes under attack. A massive crowd had also gathered at Pani Gate, blocking roads and confronting the police.
वडोदरा शहर के अति संवेदनशील इलाकों में से एक यानी कि जूनीगढ़ का इलाका, कल देर रात यहाँ पे पत्थर मारा हुआ और पत्थर मारे में लगभग कई लोग भी जो हैं, लगभग 3 से 4 लोग जो हैं घायल भी हुए। काफ़ी बड़ी संख्या में इस वक्त भी देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे पुलिस बल मौजूद है। ये डीसीपी क्राइम का ऑफिस है और यहाँ से कुछ ही दूर आगे जो है पत्थर मारा जो है, कुछ ही दूर आगे यहाँ से पत्थरबाजी हुई और पत्थरबाजी में कई लोग जो हैं वो भी घायल हुए। लगभग 3 से 4 लोग जो हैं वो घायल हुए, पुलिसकर्मी भी घायल हुए। इस वक्त जो है भारी पुलिस बल यहाँ पे मौजूद है। अंदर की बात करें डीसीपी क्राइम की, तो जो लोग जो हैं जिनको पुलिस ने शक के दायरों में जो है यहाँ पे लेकर आए हैं, पुलिस की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पे समग्र टीम मौजूद है। डीसीपी क्राइम हो, एडिशनल सीपी लीना पाटिल, तमाम जो लोग हैं उच्च अधिकारी जो हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। अभी भी लोगों के साथ जो है पूछताछ चल रही है और लोगों से लगातार ये पूछताछ की जा रही है कि कल घटना के समय कौन किस समय कहाँ पर मौजूद था, किसका किस तरीके का इस घटना में हाथ है। पुलिस जो है 360 डिग्री से पूरा जांच करने में लगी हुई है।
All this over a controversial social media post on Mecca Medina. Tensions erupted after a Hindu youth's post went viral, sparking outrage. Police and Additional Commissioner rushed to the scene.
50 से ज़्यादा लोगों को डिटेन किया गया है, काफ़ी सारे लोगों को अरेस्ट भी किया गया है जिनके जो इसमें घटना में इन्वॉल्व थे, और पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है जिसमें आई विटनेसेस है, दूसरे शाहिद है, उनके स्टेटमेंट्स और कैमरा सीसीटीवी कैमरा की प्रोसीजर और सीसीटीवी कैमरा के एविडेंस और अदर टेक्निकल एविडेंस, सभी चीज़ों को मद्देनज़र रखते हुए पुलिस कार्यवाही कर रही है और इसमें जो भी लोग शामिल होंगे उन सबके ऊपर इस एफआईआर के अंतर्गत कड़ी कार्यवाही होगी।
The DCP confirmed that 2 separate FIRs have been filed, one against the person who posted the content and another against the people who indulged in the violence. The police are continuing to monitor the situation and have appealed to the public to disregard any rumors.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी, हर मोड़ पे नई यादें बनेंगी, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
When a company decides to go for something that is seen to be very big, right? Because what I find about the Bharti brothers is that they are thinking very big. They're always thinking of scaling up. They're going to the world, and they're constantly thinking of the next frontier. So, 1992, you got your first mobile license, okay? So it is a watershed moment for you. You get your first mobile license. You were the one, he was the one, by the way, who carried the Airtel bid to Sanchar Bhavan. He carried the Airtel contract, the bid to Sanchar Bhavan. And I'm told it was so big. It was so big that it needed a tempo full of boxes. So I want you to remember that moment. What was going on? Were you getting heebie-jeebies? Were you getting anxious? Were you thinking sometimes, are we doing something beyond our present capacity? वो सोच क्या होती है? I want you to remember the day, the moment, what led up to it, and when you won. Inside story. Rajan, on this stage, it's not going to be the business interview. We want the inside story of what happened. Yes. Will I get it? Yeah.
No, I'll give you the inside story. We were a tiny company. You have to remember 1992, we were a $5 million. And that time, probably dollar could be 50, 60 rupees. That's the revenue of the company. And there were 30 people who were making a bid. Just to kind of go back, we had tied up with Telstra. An MOU was signed, and I went to meet the team to sign the agreement. When I went there, they said, sorry, you're far too small for us.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने।
आज अगर देश में हम अपनी इकोनॉमी की बात करें तो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट लगभग $850 बिलियन पहुंचा है। $850 बिलियन आज हम एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। और आज डिफेंस सेक्टर के अंदर जो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट है वो 30 गुना बढ़ गया। आज ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल जो कि साउंड की गति से भी तेज चलने वाली है, उसको हम एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। INS विक्रांत हम बना रहे हैं। आज फाइटर जेट हम बना रहे हैं। आकाश मिसाइल हम बना रहे हैं। ये आपने अभी देखा, जब हम देश की सीमाओं की सुरक्षा की बात करते हैं तो 2008 में जब मुंबई में कराची से आए हुए आतंकवादियों ने हमला किया था तो उस समय की सरकार सिर्फ पेपर के ऊपर ट्रीटी कर रही थी और कोई एक्शन नहीं था।
लेकिन पुलवामा, उरी, इसका हिसाब किताब सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक से लिया और पाकिस्तान के अंदर 100 किलोमीटर दूर अंदर जाकर के जो आतंकवादी ठिकाने वहां फल फूल रहे थे उनको नेस्तो नाबूद किया। और अभी पहलगाम के आतंकवादी कायराना हमले के बाद अगर प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा था कि ना केवल आतंकवादी बल्कि उनके आकाओं को भी हम सबक देंगे और वैसा सबक देंगे जो वो जीवन भर याद रखेंगे, तो वो सबक ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से किया। और आप देखिए, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का नाम सिंदूर भी इसलिए रखा कि उस बहन को आतंकवादियों ने कहा था उसके पति को मारते हुए जाके अपने मोदी को कह देना। तो उस मां का, उस बहन का सम्मान करते हुए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से जो पाकिस्तान के अंदर घुस के बिना सेना को एंट्री किए वहां के 100 किलोमीटर दूर के जो आतंकवादी ठिकाने थे वो नेस्तो नाबूद किए। तो भारत की सेना, जिसको प्रधानमंत्री जी ने फ्री हैंड दिया, खुली छूट दी कि आप अपना प्लान बनाइए, आपको कोई रोक टोक नहीं है और अपने प्लान के अकॉर्डिंग एक्शन कीजिए। पूरे विश्व
In the top headlines, Karnataka government forms SIT to probe boat chori claim made by Rahul Gandhi. Delegation led by Union Minister Piyush Goyal to visit USA on 22nd September 2025 for discussions on the India-US trade deal. US officials' big clarification says Indians on H-1B visas need not rush back. Ministry of External Affairs warned that the measure is likely to have a humanitarian consequence by the way of disruption caused for families. ISIS's hideout has been busted in Ranchi after a raid was conducted by Delhi Police Special Cell. The Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has announced that Malayalam cinema star Mohanlal will be conferred with the Dada Saheb Phalke Award next week. Pay as a visa with a price tag. President Donald Trump has signed the controversial gold card order opening America's door to world's wealthiest and most talented, but only for millions of dollars. Supporters called it a bold immigration reform. Critics say it's putting US citizenship up for sale. In fact, the move reshapes the immigration debate with money and power at its core. Take a look.
President Donald Trump has officially unveiled his latest immigration reform, the Golden Card Visa. The new program creates an exclusive visa pathway. Individuals of extraordinary ability can apply by contributing $1 million to the United States Treasury, while the corporation hiring them must pay $2 million. Donald Trump has also announced a higher tier, the Platinum Card. It comes with a $5 million price tag and allows foreigners to spend up to 270 days in the United States without being taxed on the overseas income. The White House insisted that the program will boost the economy of the United States, attract innovators, and raise billions in government revenue. Commerce Secretary argued that the past Green Cards program admitted workers with modest earnings, whereas the Gold Card recipients will be elite contributors. Opposition is already looming. Immigration advocates have accused Donald Trump of selling pathways to citizenship while shutting doors on refugees and ordinary immigrants. Legal experts suggest Congress may challenge the move given sweeping changes to the visa system created 3 decades ago. For Donald Trump, however, the argument is simple. Wealth and extraordinary talent, he says, should open doors rather than walking across the border illegally. Trump administration likens the gold card system to a signing bonus designed to recruit top global performers. Whether this new bold visa survives legal battles or not, one thing is clear: the future of US immigration under Donald Trump is set to be rewritten not on humanitarian grounds but with checks worth millions of dollars.
Moving on, viewers, shifting our focus as Russia's aggression in the battlefield against Ukraine increases. Trump and Zelensky are slated to meet each other in New York next week. This is in order to discuss a solution. Well, take a look at this report to know more what exactly is going to be happening.
As the United Nations General Assembly meets for the 80th session from Monday, Ukrainian president meeting with the US President Donald Trump on the sidelines will be grabbing headlines. Zelensky has said that he will be meeting Donald Trump on the sidelines of UNGA to discuss Russia's renewed aggression towards Ukraine, with the First Lady of both the countries also set to meet and discuss humanitarian issues. Russia's latest offensive included a barrage of drones and missiles across 9 regions in Ukraine, killing at least 3 people and injuring several others. Russian aggression has not been limited to Ukraine, with the planes violating the airspace of NATO nations in the last few weeks. The latest of these incursions came when 3 Russian MiG-31s ventured into Estonian airspace without permission, with the foreign minister calling it a serious violation.
This was a very serious violation of the NATO airspace. We are talking about 12 minutes of violation. Last time we saw it just before Estonia joined NATO, it was 2003. But now this is, the global situation is totally different. The regional situation is different. Just a couple of days before, we saw a full-scale attack against Poland with 19 drones. And if you put it all in the pattern, so Russia is turning on the heat, Russia is testing more NATO.
Sanctions seem to be the weapon of choice for Zelensky as he cheered for the 19th sanction package on Russia by the European Commission.
In the last 2 weeks, Russian Shahid drones have violated our union's airspace, both in Poland and in Romania. These are not the actions of someone who wants peace. Again and again, President Putin has escalated, and in response, Europe is increasing its pressure. This is why today I'm presenting the 19th package of sanctions.
He maintained his conversation with Donald Trump would also be centered around further sanctions on Russia.
Moving on, viewers, Russia yesterday struck 9 regions across Ukraine with a barrage of drones and missiles, wounding several in some of the most populated oblasts in the country. Let's have a look at what exactly happened.
Ukraine's second most populated region was struck by Russian drones and missiles. At least 30 people have been wounded in these strikes, which targeted Ukrainian infrastructure, residential areas and commercial establishments. Residents were forced to flee their houses in panic as Russian ordnance rained down.
Мы пришли с прогулки с собакой, были в коридоре. Когда треск, шум, дом завибрировал, полетели стекла, все посыпалось, все полетело. Выскочили на улицу, соседний під'їзд полыхала квартира.
Після дронової атаки ми вже, чесно кажучи, вирішили, що вже все. Я не перевірила телефон, мені дуже хотілося спати, і я підійшла до ліжка, чоловік вже ліг, і раптом я почула вибух, і тільки я вхопила телефон, щоб зрозуміти, що сталося, мені в лице буквально принесло вибухову хвилю.
Russia's large-scale drone and missile attacks targeted 9 regions across Ukraine, killing at least 3 individuals. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in an ex-post said that Russia had launched 40 cruise and ballistic missiles and around 580 drones, calling the strikes a deliberate strategy by Russia to terrorize civilians and destroy infrastructure. Russia's continued large-scale attacks on Ukraine are proving to be a problem as world leaders try and negotiate peace between the two countries.
US flights were delayed in some European travel hubs, including the continent's busiest at the Heathrow airport near London on Saturday, after technical problems with the check-in systems that two airports attributed to a cyber attack on Friday evening. In fact, the delays had lingered through the day and had been widespread.
Airports across Europe came to a standstill, as Brussels, Heathrow and Berlin specifically reported instances over Friday and Saturday of a cyber attack that crippled the automated systems, rendering them inoperable. Flight schedules were largely impacted, some delayed and some cancelled.
Wel, door een technisch probleem bij de externe dienstverlener voor de check-in en boarding systemen kunnen we niet op de gebruikelijke manier de check-in van onze passagiers doen. Dat probleem is gisteravond ontstaan na een cyberaanval. En we doen er nu met de partners alles aan om die impact zoveel mogelijk te beperken. Maar het zorgt helaas wel voor vertragingen en geannuleerde vluchten.
Airports had to momentarily resort to manual check-ins as service providers scrambled to get a quicker solution in place. Airports affected released separate statements across X and their websites, informing passengers of the technical issues and disruption in flight operations. This large-scale technical failure came to be attributed to their shared technology provider Collins Aerospace. RTX, Collins' parent company, confirmed the cyber attack, while promoting manual check-ins and baggage handling as solution, which only slowed functioning and led to long queues and chaos.
Well, clearly from a passenger point of view, as you heard at Heathrow, the best thing is to check in as normal unless your airline tells you not to. So do look at the airline app for the airline you're travelling with and check in as normal. But there are clearly long delays looking at the departure and arrivals boards at Heathrow, for example. There are some significant delays in place there, and especially at Berlin and Brussels airports as well. So if you're flying through them, make sure you're aware what your airline is telling you. But from an airline perspective, they are wholly reliant on this Collins system. So it's not until Collins can sort this out, can get into its system and replenish it, that things are going to get any better. And I hope they're able to do that as soon as possible.
The Collins Aerospace commonality sparked concern. Here's an insight provided by aviation and travel expert Paul Charles.
This is not common at all. Collins Aerospace, who have been affected by this cyber attack, is one of the biggest aviation and defence companies in the world, employing over 80,000 people. And it's deeply worrying that a company of that stature, who normally have such resilient systems in place, have been affected. This is a very clever cyber attack indeed, because it's affected a number of airlines and airports at the same time. Not just one airport or one airline, but they've got into the core system that enables airlines to effectively check in many of their passengers at different desks at different airports around Europe. This is highly significant. IT departments, especially in the last couple of years, because of the increase of cyber attacks, have been obviously checking their systems more. But airlines use so many third-party systems that they are deeply reliant on those third parties, like Collins, making sure they've got the right barriers in place to stop such cyber attacks. And the aviation system as a whole, when you look at all the airports, all the airlines combined, use hundreds of suppliers. So they're having to go through each supplier, checking them, making sure they've got the right defences in place. And as we've seen this morning, it's clearly not always possible. But I think what's staggering this morning is somebody of the size of Collins has been affected. It really is a major player in the world's aviation system, and the fact that its own systems have been subject to a cyber attack will cause deep concern, not only among airlines and airports, but also among governments who use Collins Aerospace.
Investigations are currently underway. No group, individual or state actor has claimed responsibility for the cyber attack, and a motive is yet to be confirmed.
जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप इंडीज का जल जीरा सिप इंडीज का जल जीरा सिप
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
But then here, this is where I want to bring you to one aspect where, we remember as kids, in fact, Motorola was the phone that we all aspired to have. And then there was a phase wherein we, experienced the Apples coming in, and Nokia, for example, was there. Has there been a loss of market share in between, and how have you, overcome that challenging phase through your existence in India?
No, I think great question, and absolutely yes, right? I mean, for a lot of years, right, back in the day when we invented the mobile phone, and a lot of years after that, for many decades, in fact, after that, Motorola was the world's leading smartphone brand. Our share was #1 across all markets globally, and we were synonymous with the phone, right? At one point of time, it's buy a Motorola, like you say Colgate, right? So that was what we had. But then, yes, over a period of time, we faced challenges with competition coming in. We faced, newer technologies coming in, etc. There was a change in management also. We had to, we were acquired by Google first, and then later on by Lenovo. So change of ownership happened. But I think, there were gaps in which we lost market share. But I think the reason why we've now been able to come back is the fact that we've been committed to innovation. I think that has been at the core. Even though we faced a lot of challenges, the whole strategy and the reason why we are back today. In fact, this is an industry, by the way, this industry, the smartphone industry, is not a very forgiving industry. We all remember many iconic brands that have disappeared, right?
Absolutely.
BlackBerry is one.
Like Nokia.
Nokia is one, HTC is one. So for a brand to come back in this industry, that's a rare phenomena. But I would give a lot of credit to our global leadership. Mr. Sergio Buniac was our global president. Who's led this charge. But I think the core to our success was that we stuck to our roots. Okay. So we decided when we saw that our products were not competitive enough. Okay. I think the core was to listen to the consumers. When the consumers said your products are not competitive enough and we will not buy it, that was a moment when we decided to step back. Okay. So we decided to stop our marketing investments. We decided to reinvent our business models, right? We wanted to, reduce the costs, bring in efficiencies, optimize.
Let's just call our guest on stage, and for that, can we have a please huge round of applause for our next guest for the session, Mr. Nimrit. Can we please have you on stage, sir?
Republic team, thank you so much for having me here. I'm excited to be here to talk about how humans and AI are going to collaborate in future. So this week, the report came out, and when I was looking at the GDP report and everything, so the Niti Aayog report says that we are on track to hit the $6.6 trillion of GDP by 2035. Awesome. But the number that gave me goosebumps was that if human plus AI collab together, we will hit $8.3 trillion by 2035. That is staggering $1.7 trillion more. Just to put it into perspective, $1.7 trillion means half of current GDP of the country that will get added in the decade. And so what is this human plus AI? What is this collaboration they are talking about? So I wanted to talk about that. So folks, I run Apna, which is India's largest jobs portal, and we provide millions of talent and workers across small and medium businesses. At the same time, I also run Blue Machines, which is one of the biggest AI deployment platform, where we deploy millions of AI agents across India and also globally. So I have a front row seat to both the transformations which are happening. And as I stand on this intersection, right, between the dreams of a human and the capacity of the machine, I get this profound insight, if I may say, is that this is not human versus AI. This is humans and AI coming together, building a great future. This is about how AI augments the human capital for the country. And I wanted to talk a bit more on how this comes together. So what I will do is, I will start, maybe I will show you few places where we have seen humans and AI collaborating together on org charts across variety of industries. So two things to remember. First and foremost, the names of the organization I've changed the names to maintain confidentiality of the organizations and the business processes. At the same time, what you see today is not science fiction. What you see today is getting implemented live, present across India. And when you see this, you'll realize that, I know we talk about Silicon Valley, we talk about Beijing, but I think so we are moving very fast, accelerating at a faster pace, and we are going to overcome everyone. So Sushant, can we have the visuals here? So this is a BFSI company. This is the org chart of a BFSI company. And we are let's look at the org chart, where you see, along with humans, you are also seeing AI agents.
Hello, sir. This is Isha from Bank.
So,
may I ask a few quick questions to suggest the right investment approach?
हाँ, पूछ लो.
क्या आपने पहले म्यूचुअल फंड्स में इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है, या ये आपका फर्स्ट टाइम होगा?
नहीं, ये मेरा फर्स्ट टाइम.
This is an AI having conversation with a human.
कभी म्यूचुअल फंड्स में इन्वेस्ट नहीं किया है.
समझ गई. फर्स्ट टाइम हो तो हम सिंपल बिगिनर फ्रेंडली कैटेगरीज से शुरू करेंगे. आपकी इनकम रेंज क्या है? 10 लाख तक.
And this is happening at scale
25 लाख से 1 करोड़
across the
या 1
organization.
करोड़ से अधिक.
मेरी इनकम 10 लाख के अंदर आती है.
धन्यवाद. इससे आपका रिस्क कंफर्ट समझने में मदद मिलती है.
So if you see, when this conversation was happening, Isha also followed, that's our AI bot, also followed basically everything around.
Status of my flight. Got a message yesterday that my flight is delayed by 1 hour.
This is an airline industry.
Can you please confirm the timing?
Of course, I'd be happy to help with that. Can you please provide your flight number or PNR to get started?
Yes, my flight number is TA757.
Thank you for that. Now, could you please let me know the date of your flight?
It's today only.
Got it. Let me pull up the information for flight TS757 from Kolkata to Bangalore. Thank you for your patience. Your actual departure time is 9 p.m. today, and it's on time. I request you to arrive at the boarding gate 1 hour before your departure time, as the gate will be closed around 8:15 p.m.
So now from airlines, let's shift to, say, a healthcare company. And these are all live in action.
ओके, पर मुझे तो सिर्फ शुगर टेस्ट करवाना है.
बिल्कुल समझता हूँ आदित्य जी, लेकिन फैटीग या वीकनेस, कभी कभी थायराइड, विटामिन डेफिशिएंसी या लो हीमोग्लोबिन की वजह से भी हो सकती है. इसीलिए लोग ज्यादातर फुल बॉडी पैकेज प्रेफर करती है. और अभी एक स्पेशल ऑफर भी है, जिसमें अगर आप ये पैकेज करते हो तो आपको डॉक्टर कंसल्टेशन फ्री मिलेगा रिपोर्ट्स के साथ.
अच्छा, ठीक है. लेकिन अगर मैं सिर्फ शुगर टेस्ट करूं तो उसमें क्या प्रोसेस होगा?
बिल्कुल, आप शुगर टेस्ट जिसकी कॉस्ट 250 रुपए है बुक कर सकते हो. कंफर्म करने के बाद आपको व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेज आएगा, जिसमें डिटेल्स, पेमेंट लिंक और टाइम स्लॉट चूज करने का ऑप्शन मिलेगा.
ठीक है.
श्योर आदित्य जी, मैं दोनों ऑप्शंस की डिटेल भेज रहा हूँ. आप अकॉर्डिंगली लिंक पे क्लिक करके कंफर्म कर सकते हो और अपना टाइम स्लॉट चूज कर सकते हो.
So thank you so much for the visuals. So if you saw here, the AI is doing all the grunt work of the organizations. There's thousands of queries which don't get answered, like thousands of small questions which people have, which So no more waiting periods across variety of industries. And humans get a chance to define these workflows, get a chance to do what only we as humans can do: imagine, create, and build new things. And these organizations which I see transforming so fast, we call them internally as the frontier organizations. And I wanted to share a few learnings around what are these frontier organizations and how are they operating. So most of the time, like basic orthodox learning says that you find your organization, figure out what are the places where your bottlenecks, and you go and implement AI at those bottlenecks. But believe me, that will not work. What you need to do is flip the model. Think of your entire workflow completely AI first. You say that this is my workflow, and the whole workflow is going to be designed with AI. Now figure out in this workflow, what are the places where you will see this AI dropping, failing. This is the places you start injecting human capital. And this is the places which will also, so what that allows you to do is, that allows you to truly transform the business. AI will do the course, and at the same time, humans will own the relationship, which we are good at. The second interesting thing is we are seeing is the roles, the work itself is changing. So a lot of times we feel that, oh, AI is replacing jobs. No, the definition of work is changing across the world. Now, what happens is, say, think I'm a customer relationship manager at a bank. I will have 50 of such agents reporting into me, working with me day in, day out. My job will be evaluation. My job will be to evaluate if these agents are doing their job well. I need to be great at dashboarding. So a lot of upskilling, reskilling across the organization and across the world will be required. So as we talk about a bunch of this upskilling, reskilling, let's also address a couple of questions in the room. And first question that came to me, like, how are we going to retrain this workforce at scale? The second question is, again, coming back to the report of Niti Aayog, which says that $1.7 trillion of extra value that will be created. Now, so let's say an org with 100 people can do X, but now that org, because of this AI agents at the bottom, will start doing 2X. Now when this org does 2X, how does the returns of this X get distributed between shareholders is a major question, which we need to answer. The third question is safety and across AI. See, all of these models are in some shape and form black box models. So it is very important when organizations implement this, they also implement guardrails. And getting the guardrails right is going to be a challenge of its own. And of course, these are the challenges, but with these challenges, also there are going to be opportunities for all of us, for entrepreneurs, for policymakers, for business leaders to put this into place. And as I go deeper into this human and AI collaboration, few things I can think about. See, in the history of time, there have been variety of disruptions, and when these disruptions have come, we have been scared. For example, think about the industrial workers where machines first came in because they brought in the muscle, but we evolved. Think about when tractors came in, think about the farmers, but we evolved. Think about when computers came in, office workers were scared, but we evolved. So, and the quality and the type of work improved and keep changed on. So what we see is we will evolve, we will, and as we evolve, you will see a lot of interesting things happening across the globe. Firstly, you will see small companies, say a company out of Indore or a bank out of Kochi, going world scale and going global on day zero. Because it can afford to have AI agents which will work for them day in, day out to scale it. You will see a mechanic sitting in, say, Surat or say in Assam, and will be negotiating a contract with somewhere in Europe because AI is helping in assisting him in the translations and the negotiations. You will see a small town boy from a tier 3 college in a tier 3 city competing with a guy graduating out of an IIT because he to himself has the same tools which an IITian has at his own disposal. So this is a future which I am excited about. This is the future which India should be excited about, because we are a very young, ambitious country. And the scale at which I see this collaboration happening, because given I see this day in, day out as we implement this, I'm excited about the country, I'm excited about humanity. And guys, that was my time. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी, हर मोड़ पे नई यादें बनेंगी, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Riyanka Chaudhary, and it will be an important visit of Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal in the United States tomorrow, as he will lead a delegation and they will be talking about India-US trade deal. We will be keeping a very close eye on those updates and details, but first up, the top headlines. Karnataka government forms SIT to probe vote chori claim made by Rahul Gandhi. A delegation led by Union Minister Piyush Goyal to visit the United States on 22nd September for discussions on the India-US trade deal. US officials' big clarification says the Indians on H-1B visas need not rush back. Ministry of External Affairs warned that the measure is like to have a humanitarian consequence by the way of disruption caused by families. ISI's hideout has been busted in Ranchi after a raid was conducted by Delhi Police Special Cell. The Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has announced that Malayalam cinema star Mohanlal will be conferred with a Dadasaheb Phalke Award next week. India's bullet train dream just moved one step closer to reality. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw led the breakthrough of a 5-kilometer tunnel in Maharashtra's Thane, a key milestone in the ambitious Mumbai-Ahmedabad project. Here's a report.
In a major push for India's bullet train project, Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw oversaw the breakthrough of a 5-kilometer long tunnel in Thane near Mumbai. Part of ambitious Mumbai-Ahmedabad corridor. Standing at the tunnel opening, Vaishnav pressed the button to trigger a controlled blast, breaking through the final rock layer and completing the excavation. Calling it a landmark achievement, the minister said that the project will slash Mumbai-Ahmedabad travel time from 9 hours to just 2.
इस प्रोजेक्ट के बनने से मुंबई अहमदाबाद बुलेट ट्रेन में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो संकल्प है, उससे मुंबई से अहमदाबाद की यात्रा हम सब के लिए कंफर्टेबल 2 घंटे 7 मिनट की यात्रा हो जाएगी.
He also announced that the first 50-kilometer stretch between Surat and Bilimora will be ready by December 2027.
पहला सेक्शन 2027 में स्टार्ट हो जाएगा और फिर 2028 में ठाणे तक पहुंच जाएंगे और 2029 में बीकेसी तक पहुंच जाएंगे.
The minister assured that the fares will be reasonable and will be aimed at the middle class. By 2028, the line is expected to reach Thane with Japanese teams closely monitoring the construction quality.
ये मिडिल क्लास की सवारी होगी, बुलेट ट्रेन मिडिल क्लास की सवारी होगी. बहुत रीजनेबल फेयर होगा इसका, बहुत ही रीजनेबल फेयर होगा. अभी मैंने सुबह गूगल मैप पे देखा था मुंबई से अहमदाबाद का कितना टाइम लगता है. आज का गूगल मैप दिखाता है 9 घंटे. तो उसके बजाय 2 घंटे में पहुंचोगे मुंबई से अहमदाबाद, तो बहुत बड़ा एक लाइफ में चेंज आएगा. और जो इसका फेयर स्ट्रक्चर रहेगा वो मिडिल क्लास का फेयर स्ट्रक्चर रहेगा.
With the Thane breakthrough completed, India's bullet train project has picked up momentum, bringing the nation closer to its first high-speed rail revolution.
Viewers, Gujarat's Vadodara is on the edge, and this just after Ganesh Chaturthi. Stone pelting and violent protests have erupted. Days before the Navratri celebrations, a mob has attacked the city police station and blocked major roads as tensions flare over a controversial social media post on Mecca Medina. In fact, the authorities are on high alert with heavy police deployment and legal action underway as the religious sentiments in the city remain dangerously strained.
Just a few days back, Ganesh procession was targeted. And last night, stone pelting was reported in the run-up to Navratri celebrations. Gujarat's Vadodara has erupted once again. Junigadi, a sensitive area, has become the latest flashpoint. Muslim protesters targeted Navratri Pandal. There was panic and a stampede-like situation. People abandoned their belongings while running for cover to save their lives.
ऐसे तो वडोदरा शहर को एक शांतिपूर्ण नगरी कहा जाता है, पर कल देर रात के लिए वडोदरा शहर का जूनीगढ़ी इलाका एक समय के लिए यहाँ पे रहते लोग डर से गए थे, क्योंकि जिस तरीके की यहाँ पे घटना घटी, कुछ ही समय के अंदर इस तरीके से पथराव किया गया कि लोगों के अंदर एक डर सा बैठ गया था। पर उस डर को निकालने के लिए वडोदरा शहर पुलिस तुरंत एक्शन मोड में आई और एक्शन मोड में आते हुए ही लगभग 50 से ज़्यादा लोगों को इस मामले के अंदर उन्होंने डिटेन किया और अभी भी हाल उनसे पूछताछ जारी है। पर कहीं ना कहीं वडोदरा शहर की जो शांतिपूर्ण नगरी के नाम से वडोदरा शहर की एक पहचान है, उस पहचान को कहीं ना कहीं मिटाने का काम कुछ लोगों के द्वारा किया गया। पुलिस इस मामले में अभी भी जांच में जुटी हुई है कि इसके पीछे किसका हाथ है और किन किन लोगों ने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया और इसके पीछे की जो है मोटिव क्या थी। पुलिस इस मामले के अंदर अभी भी जुटी हुई है कि जल्द से जल्द आरोपियों को सलाखों के पीछे भेजा जाए।
Vadodara City Police Station comes under attack. A massive crowd had also gathered at Pani Gate, blocking roads and confronting the police.
वडोदरा शहर के अति संवेदनशील इलाकों में से एक यानी कि जूनीगढ़ी का इलाका, कल देर रात यहाँ पे पत्थर मारा हुआ और पत्थर मारे में लगभग कई लोग भी जो हैं, लगभग 3 से 4 लोग जो हैं घायल भी हुए। काफ़ी बड़ी संख्या में इस वक्त भी देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे पुलिस बल मौजूद है। ये डीसीपी क्राइम का ऑफिस है और यहाँ से कुछ ही दूर आगे जो है पत्थर हमारा जो है कुछ ही दूर आगे यहाँ से पत्थरबाजी हुई और पत्थरबाजी में कई लोग जो हैं वो भी घायल हुए। लगभग 3 से 4 लोग जो हैं वो घायल हुए, पुलिसकर्मी भी घायल हुए। इस वक्त जो है भारी पुलिस बल यहाँ पे मौजूद है। अंदर की बात करें डीसीपी क्राइम की तो जो लोग जो हैं जिनको पुलिस ने शक के दायरों में जो है यहाँ पे लेकर आए हैं, पुलिस की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पे समग्र टीम मौजूद है। डीसीपी क्राइम हो, एडिशनल सीपी लीना पाटिल, तमाम जो लोग हैं उच्च अधिकारी जो हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। अभी भी लोगों के साथ जो है पूछताछ चल रही है और लोगों से लगातार ये पूछताछ की जा रही है कि कल घटना के समय कौन किस समय कहाँ पर मौजूद था, किसका किस तरीके का इस घटना में हाथ है। पुलिस जो है 360 डिग्री से पूरा जांच करने में लगी हुई है।
All this over a controversial social media post on Mecca Medina. Tensions erupted after a Hindu youth's post went viral, sparking outrage. Police and Additional Commissioner rushed to the scene.
50 से ज़्यादा लोगों को डिटेन किया गया है, काफ़ी सारे लोगों को अरेस्ट भी किया गया है जिनके जो इसमें घटना में इन्वॉल्व थे, और पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है जिसमें आई विटनेसेस है, दूसरे शाहिद है, उनके स्टेटमेंट्स और कैमरा सीसीटीवी कैमरा की प्रोसीजर और सीसीटीवी कैमरा के एविडेंस और अदर टेक्निकल एविडेंस, सभी चीज़ों को मद्देनज़र रखते हुए पुलिस कार्यवाही कर रही है और इसमें जो भी लोग शामिल होंगे उन सबके ऊपर इस एफआईआर के अंतर्गत कड़ी कार्रवाई होगी।
The DCP confirmed that 2 separate FIRs have been filed, one against the person who posted the content and another against the people who indulged in the violence. The police are continuing to monitor the situation and have appealed to the public to disregard any rumors.
Breaking news coming in, viewers. Breaking developments as Jacqueline Fernandez has moved the Supreme Court against Enforcement Directorate seeking quashing of proceedings under the PMLA. The matter is likely to be taken up on September 22, that is tomorrow. The petition challenges the Delhi High Court order. In fact, Justice Anish Dayal rejected the plea in the Delhi High Court, observing that all aspects pleaded in the case put by petitioner are subjective issues which require to be established through trial. Already, the Delhi High Court has dismissed and rejected the plea of Jacqueline Fernandez, and now that she has knocked the doors of the Supreme Court against the Enforcement Directorate seeking quashing of proceedings against the PMLA. That's the breaking news coming in, viewers. The matter is likely to be taken up tomorrow in the top court, and we will be also tracking the developments that come in on that story. And shifting focus, Tamil Nadu's political battlefield is on the boil. AIADMK General Secretary Edappadi K. Palaniswamy hit back at criticism surrounding his recent Delhi visit, dismissing as baseless claims that he tried to hide his face after meeting Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Palaniswamy reminded that while Stalin now criticizes him, when he was the opposition leader, he disrupted the assembly during a confidence motion and even had his shirt torn. Here's the report.
Tamil Nadu's political battlefield is heating up. AIADMK General Secretary Edappadi Palaniswamy has launched a sharp attack on Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. In Salem's Omalur, hundreds of workers from other parties joined the AIADMK in the presence of its General Secretary. Addressing the media, EPS countered Chief Minister Stalin's remark on his Delhi trip. EPS clarified that his meetings with the Vice President and Union Home Minister were official and that he had travelled in a government car. He lashed out at the release of a video showing him wiping his face outside the Home Minister's residence, calling it cheap politics.
16ஆம் தேதி இரவு மாண்புமிகு உள்துறை அமைச்சர் அம்சா அவர்களை சந்திப்பதாக நான் சொன்ன செய்தி எல்லாம் வெளியிடப்பட்டது. அதன் அடிப்படையில் இரவு அவரை சந்திக்க சென்றேன். என்னோடு கட்சியுடைய மூத்த தலைமை கழக நிர்வாகிகள், எங்களுடைய மாநில உறுப்பினர்கள் எல்லாம் சென்று அவர்களை சந்தித்து விட்டு வந்தேன். கால நேரம் அதிகமான காரணத்தினால அப்பொழுது எங்கோடு இருந்தவர்கள் எல்லாம் 10 மணிக்கு நீங்கள் செல்லுங்கள், நான் பேசிவிட்டு வருகிறேன் என்று சொன்ன பிறகு அவர்களெல்லாம் சென்றார்கள். பிறகு சந்தித்து விட்டு அவர்கள் வெளியிலே சென்று விட்டார்கள். பிறகு நான் ஒரு 10-20 நிமிடம் அவர்களிடையே பேசிவிட்டு பிறகு அவர்கள் பல்வேறு பணி இருந்த காலத்தில் உள்துறை அமைச்சர் அந்த பணியை மேற்கொண்டு விட்டார். நான் வீட்டிலிருந்து வெளியில் ஒரு காரில் என் முகத்தை துடைக்கிறேன். அப்பொழுது அதை எடுத்து அரசியல் பண்ணுகிறேன். வெக்கமாகவும் வேதனையாகவும் இருக்கு. தமிழ்நாட்டிலே ஊடகம் பத்திரிகையும் இந்திய நாட்டுக்கு ஒரு முன்னுதாரணமாக விளங்கக்கூடிய பத்திரிகை ஊடகமும் இப்படி தரம் தாழ்ந்து இதை வெளியிடுவது எந்த விதத்தில் சரியாக?
The AIADMK leader said Stalin had no moral right to question him, reminding that Stalin had once torn his shirt in the assembly when EPS proved his majority. EPS also stressed that his Delhi visit was to submit a request for Bharat Ratna for a national leader, and reiterated that BJP had assured non-interference in AIADMK's internal affairs. He claimed that the central government had helped the AIADMK deliver a full 5-year term and fund welfare schemes during his tenure as chief minister. With EPS sharpening his political attack, the Delhi visit controversy has now snowballed into another AIADMK-DMK war of words in Tamil Nadu's political battlefield. EPS versus Stalin. This battle only seems to be intensifying in the run-up to the Tamil Nadu 2026 polls.
Breaking news coming in, viewers. The mortal remains of popular Assamese singer Zubin Garg were taken to his residence after being brought to the Guwahati airport from Delhi. The famous singer passed away in the scuba diving incident in Singapore on 19th of September, and the emotional fans across Assam paid tribute to the popular singer Zubin Garg, called him the king of humming following his untimely demise in Singapore. In fact, fans in Guwahati also lit candles in his memory, mourning the loss of the beloved artist. On the other hand, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and the Union Minister of State External Affairs Pavitra Margareta paid homage to the late singer at the IGI airport. In fact, earlier Chief Minister Sarma stated that the singer's remains will be kept at the Arjun Bhogeshwar Barua Sports Complex in Guwahati, and this will be done for the fans and the well-wishers to offer their last respects. Anirudh is joining me on the phone line. Anirudh, as far as the funeral procession of Zubin Garg is concerned, what is the latest development that you are gathering at the moment?
Yes, the mortal remains of Assam's hearts of Zubin Garg had reached a short while back at the LGB airport, and right from the airport in his residence, the mortal remains are being carried down. And here we are at Horoza Stadium, where the fans can pay tribute to Zubin Garg. And here you can see thousands and thousands. Thousands will actually be an underestimate. Lakhs and lakhs of people have already arrived here. Though the mortal remains are likely to reach the stadium, Horoza Stadium, where public can pay their tributes. Slides lately, people have been making queue to have the last glimpse of their beloved singer since last night, and they have been waiting here patiently, and now so you can see lakhs and lakhs of people are making their way inside the stadium, so that whenever the mortal remains arrive here, they can pay their last respects to the legend. Zubin Garg has been a figure larger than life when it comes to the state of Assam. He has lent his voice to more than 38,000 songs in a career spanning over 3 decades. And you get thanks for.
Right. Okay. Anirudh, appreciate you joining us and giving us those details. We will be tracking in all the developments come in. But viewers, it's time to shift into a short break. And coming up on the other side, we will be getting you details of the story coming in. Karnataka government forms SIT to probe the vote chori claim made by Rahul Gandhi. The US officials' big clarification is also coming. They said that Indians on H-1B visas need not rush back. We will be getting in more details. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
ये हमारे विजनरी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सोच है। न केवल इकोनॉमी, इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस, देश की सीमाओं की सुरक्षा, देश का जो युवा खेलो इंडिया के माध्यम से उनको प्रोत्साहन देना, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के ऊपर विशेष जोर देना, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस उनका सपना है। आज अगर 25 करोड़ देशवासी गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आए हैं तो ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विजन है, जिसके कारण से आज देश की इकोनॉमी भी विश्व में 4थे नंबर पर पहुंची है। आज हमने जिस इंग्लैंड ने हमारे देश पर, जिस ब्रिटेन ने हमारे देश पर 200 साल तक राज किया, आज हमने इकोनॉमिक स्फीयर में उसको भी पीछे छोड़ दिया है और आज हम विश्व की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती हुई इकोनॉमी है और विश्व में 4थे नंबर पर है। जो छोटे छोटे स्टेप्स हैं, आज अगर रेडी पटरी वाले की बात किसी ने सोची तो वो नरेंद्र मोदी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सोची कि ये बाजार से लोन लेता है, बड़ा ब्याज देना पड़ता है, जिसकी परसेंटेज का हिसाब भी नहीं लगाया जा सकता। अगर स्वनिधि योजना में किसी रेडी पटरी वाले को 10,000 20,000 का आसान किश्तों पे लोन मिल जाए और वो अपनी आजीविका कमा पाए, तो ये देश की इकोनॉमी में जो इजाफा है, ये हमारा छोटे से छोटा रेडी पटरी लगाने वाला भी देश की इकोनॉमी में इजाफा कर रहा है। अगर मैं एजुकेशन की बात करूं तो आज से 11 साल पहले देश के अंदर, अगर मैं MBBS की सीट्स की बात करूं तो 51,000 सीट थी, आज 1,18,000 सीट्स हैं। मेडिकल कॉलेज 387 थे, आज 780 मेडिकल कॉलेजेस हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी का यह सपना कि देश के हर जिले में एक सरकारी मेडिकल कॉलेज होना चाहिए। इसके साथ साथ अगर 2014 से पहले देश के अंदर यूनिवर्सिटी 723 थी, तो आज हर तीसरे चौथे दिन एक नई यूनिवर्सिटी खुल रही है और आज देश के अंदर लगभग 1350 यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं। कॉलेजेस की संख्या 52,000 से ऊपर पहुंची है। 2014 से पहले देश के अंदर अगर 7 एम्स थे तो आज उसकी संख्या 23 हुई है। एम्स केवल हॉस्पिटल नहीं है, ये हमारे मेडिकल रिसर्च के वो सेंटर्स हैं जिसमें हमने कोविड जैसी महामारी का भी सामना किया है। देश के अंदर इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट 13 थे तो आज 21 हैं, IIT 16 थे तो आज 23 हैं। ये जो एजुकेशन के अंदर इतना मूलचूल परिवर्तन है, ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी और उनकी टीम की विजन की देन है।
Shivam, it's lovely to have you with us.
Same here.
To begin with, I just, we just heard from a legendary entrepreneur talking about one of the most iconic brands in the country. And when we talk about Motorola, the Hello Moto tone, it's yet another, legendary tune that, rings in our ears. I want to ask you a bit about yourself. How did you land up in Motorola?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great beginning that you mentioned the ringtone, the Hello Moto. So before I talk about my journey, maybe I'll just give a glimpse of the brand itself, right? I mean, we spoke about an iconic brand from India, which is Airtel. But I think Motorola has been one of the most iconic brands. In fact, a lot of people might not know, but the famous words in 1969 when we landed on the moon, right?
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बटेंगी, हर मोड़ पे नई यादें बनेंगी, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
Motorola has been among the trendsetters, so to say. They were the first ones to introduce the Moto Razr, which was an iconic phone. Talking about making in India, because that's the buzzword right now, how is it for a global company like Motorola to manufacture from India? I mean, could you just tell us what exactly and how exactly is it that Motorola manufactures from India?
No, I think it's a great question, but right now I am very proud to say that almost 100% of what we sell in India is actually made in India. 100%, okay. Right? And thank you. So that is definitely happening, and it's not just that, right? We are not just making in India to sell in India, we're actually exporting to multiple countries as well from India. Okay. And that's thanks to the incentives, the policies that the government has given to promote manufacturing in India. I think PLI has been a very important factor in helping us grow our manufacturing capabilities. Also, the growth of indigenous manufacturers, contract manufacturers like Dixon, right, who've come up in India, set up shop, and really scaled up their skill sets and innovation capabilities so that we can partner with them and do local manufacturing in India. So it is, I think, very, very important for us as a global brand to continue to find different opportunities of creating manufacturing hubs. We don't want to be restricted in one particular country, one particular geo, because there are always geopolitical issues that might prop up and hence restrict your ability to
to export, to import, or to move around, right? So which is why we are actually a truly global organization that believes in creating multiple manufacturing hubs across the world. And India is one very prominent one of them.
But as a manufacturer who's then located out of different countries, what is so unique about manufacturing from India? What are the differences? What are the challenges or the advantages that India offers as a manufacturing hub?
Yeah, no, I think, like I said, from a manufacturing perspective, there are these policies, the government policies, the regulations which have encouraged manufacturing. There are the whole aspect of having this large base of young talent, right, at an employable age, right? I think that again gives us the opportunity to have this set of people who are able to learn, who are able to upskill, and who are able to deliver in terms of delivering best-in-class manufacturing capabilities, and also the tech-first mindset, the innovative mindset that the Indians have. I think all these are positives, but I think the contribution or the role of India is beyond just manufacturing, right? I think what we have seen is that the role of India to the brand globally is beyond manufacturing. It's actually across multiple sectors like product development, portfolio management, marketing, brand. Because if you look at the importance of India now in the overall scheme of the smartphone industry, India today is the second largest global smartphone market, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Harsh Malhotra, Minister of State, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and Ministry of Corporate Affairs.
भारत माता की। आज रिपब्लिक पे सबसे पहले मैं जो देश के प्रधानमंत्री और विश्व के वन ऑफ द टॉलेस्ट लीडर आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को उनके जन्मदिवस की आप सब की तरफ से भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बधाई इस बात की है कि वो शख्स जो अपने जीवन के बाल्यकाल के समय से जो भी विषमताएं उन्होंने देखी, एक चाय बेचने वाला बालक जब मुख्यमंत्री बनता है, जब प्रधानमंत्री बनता है, तो जो उनका बचपन है वो उनकी विजन में झलकता है। उनको ये समझ में आता है कि एक टूटे हुए कमरे में जब माँ चूल्हे पे लकड़ी जलाती है और खांसती है, भोजन बनाती है, उसके आंखें, उसके लंग्स खराब होते हैं, तो उनको ये ध्यान रहता है जब वो मुख्यमंत्री या प्रधानमंत्री बनते हैं कि देश की 10 करोड़ माताओं को उज्ज्वला योजना के माध्यम से फ्री सिलेंडर और फ्री चूल्हा देना है। उनको ये ध्यान रहता है कि जब वो बड़नगर में रहते थे तो वहां पे भी घर में शौचालय नहीं था। अगर जहां घर में शौचालय नहीं है और घर की मां बहन सूर्य उदय से पहले और अस्त के बाद जंगल में जाती है प्रसाधन के लिए, शौच के लिए, तो वो बात उस बच्चे के मन में प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद जो वो अपना पहला वक्तव्य, अपना पहला भाषण लाल किले के प्राचीर से देते हैं, जिसमें वो स्वच्छता की बात करते हैं। डिस्पाइट कि उस समय के अपोजिशन ने खूब मजाक उड़ाया कि प्रधानमंत्री लाल किले के प्राचीर से आधार कार्ड को बैंक के साथ जोड़ने की बात कर रहे हैं, स्वच्छता की बात कर रहे हैं। यहां पे तो इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस की बात होनी चाहिए, चाइना, पाकिस्तान, अमेरिका की बात होनी चाहिए, लेकिन उनके मन में ये बात थी कि उनकी मां बहन जो घर में शौचालय ना होने के कारण जंगल में जाती है, खेतों में जाती है, तो उनके सम्मान की रक्षा के लिए आज 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा घरों के अंदर शौचालय और सार्वजनिक शौचालय बनाने का काम उस बाल मन ने प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद किया है। यह उनकी विजन है। और जो बात उन्होंने अपने पहले प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में भाषण में लाल किले के प्राचीर पे कही कि आधार कार्ड को बैंक के साथ जोड़ना है, आप सोचिए इस छोटी सी बात ने कितना बड़ा परिवर्तन देश की इकोनॉमी में किया। और जनधन खातों के माध्यम से 50 करोड़ से ज्यादा जीरो बैलेंस के अकाउंट उन गरीब लोगों के अकाउंट और उसमें 60% मातृशक्ति के अकाउंट जिन्होंने कभी आज तक बैंक नहीं देखा था, उनके जीरो बैलेंस के अकाउंट खुलवाए, जिससे कि उनको जो सरकार से आने वाला बेनिफिट है, जो सब्सिडी है, जो आज से 11 साल पहले की सरकारें बीच में ब्यूरोक्रेट्स और नेता सरकार से चला हुआ 1 रुपया स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री राजीव गांधी ने संसद में कहा था कि केवल 13-14 पैसे पहुंचता है, आज डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट स्कीम के माध्यम से, डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर के माध्यम से गरीब व्यक्ति के अकाउंट में केवल एक बटन दबाने से सरकार का 1 रुपया चला हुआ 1 रुपया उस गरीब आदमी तक पहुंचता है। ये प्रधानमंत्री की विजन, और इससे लाखों करोड़ रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार खत्म हुआ। ये हमारे विजनरी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सोच है। न केवल इकोनॉमी, इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस, देश की सीमाओं की सुरक्षा, देश का जो युवा खेलो इंडिया के माध्यम से उनको प्रोत्साहन देना, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के ऊपर विशेष जोर देना, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस उनका सपना है। आज अगर 25 करोड़ देशवासी गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आए हैं तो ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विजन है, जिसके कारण से आज देश की इकोनॉमी भी विश्व में 4थे नंबर पर पहुंची है। आज हमने जिस इंग्लैंड ने हमारे देश पर, जिस ब्रिटेन ने हमारे देश पर 200 साल तक राज किया, आज हमने इकोनॉमिक स्फीयर में उसको भी पीछे छोड़ दिया है और आज हम विश्व की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती हुई इकोनॉमी है और विश्व में 4थे नंबर पर है। जो छोटे छोटे स्टेप्स हैं, आज अगर रेडी पटरी वाले की बात किसी ने सोची तो वो नरेंद्र मोदी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सोची कि ये बाजार से लोन लेता है, बड़ा ब्याज देना पड़ता है, जिसकी परसेंटेज का हिसाब भी नहीं लगाया जा सकता। अगर स्वनिधि योजना में किसी रेडी पटरी वाले को 10,000 20,000 का आसान किश्तों पे लोन मिल जाए और वो अपनी आजीविका कमा पाए, तो ये देश की इकोनॉमी में जो इजाफा है, ये हमारा छोटे से छोटा रेडी पटरी लगाने वाला भी देश की इकोनॉमी में इजाफा कर रहा है। अगर मैं एजुकेशन की बात करूं तो आज से 11 साल पहले देश के अंदर, अगर मैं एमबीबीएस की सीट्स की बात करूं तो 51,000 सीट थी, आज 1,18,000 सीट्स हैं। मेडिकल कॉलेज 387 थे, आज 780 मेडिकल कॉलेजेस हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी का यह सपना कि देश के हर जिले में एक सरकारी मेडिकल कॉलेज होना चाहिए। इसके साथ साथ अगर 2014 से पहले देश के अंदर यूनिवर्सिटी 723 थी, तो आज हर तीसरे चौथे दिन एक नई यूनिवर्सिटी खुल रही है और आज देश के अंदर लगभग 1350 यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं। कॉलेजेस की संख्या 52,000 से ऊपर पहुंची है। 2014 से पहले देश के अंदर अगर 7 एम्स थे तो आज उसकी संख्या 23 हुई है। एम्स केवल हॉस्पिटल नहीं है, ये हमारे मेडिकल रिसर्च के वो सेंटर्स हैं जिसमें हमने कोविड जैसी महामारी का भी सामना किया है। देश के अंदर इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट 13 थे तो आज 21 हैं, आईआईटी 16 थे तो आज 23 हैं। ये जो एजुकेशन के अंदर इतना मूलचूल परिवर्तन है, ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी और उनकी टीम की विजन की देन है। आज अगर देश में हम अपनी इकोनॉमी की बात करें तो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट लगभग $850 बिलियन पहुंचा है। $850 बिलियन आज हम एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं और आज डिफेंस सेक्टर के अंदर जो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट है वो 30 गुना बढ़ गया। आज ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल जो कि साउंड की गति से भी तेज चलने वाली है, उसको हम एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। INS विक्रांत हम बना रहे हैं। आज फाइटर जेट हम बना रहे हैं। आकाश मिसाइल हम बना रहे हैं। ये आपने अभी देखा, जब हम देश की सीमाओं की सुरक्षा की बात करते हैं तो 2008 में जब मुंबई में कराची से आए हुए आतंकवादियों ने हमला किया था तो उस समय की सरकार सिर्फ पेपर के ऊपर ट्रीटी कर रही थी और कोई एक्शन नहीं था। लेकिन पुलवामा, उरी, इसका हिसाब किताब सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक से लिया और पाकिस्तान के अंदर 100 किलोमीटर दूर अंदर जाकर के जो आतंकवादी ठिकाने वहां फल फूल रहे थे उनको नेस्तो नाबूद किया। और अभी पहलगांव के आतंकवादी कायराना हमले के बाद अगर प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा था कि ना केवल आतंकवादी बल्कि उनके आकाओं को भी हम सबक देंगे और वैसा सबक देंगे जो वो जीवन भर याद रखेंगे, तो वो सबक ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से किया। और आप देखिए, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का नाम सिंदूर भी इसलिए रखा कि उस बहन को आतंकवादियों ने कहा था उसके पति को मारते हुए जाके अपने मोदी को कह देना। तो उस मां का, उस बहन का सम्मान करते हुए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से जो पाकिस्तान के अंदर घुस के बिना सेना को एंट्री किए वहां के 100 किलोमीटर दूर के जो आतंकवादी ठिकाने थे वो नेस्तो नाबूद किए। तो भारत की सेना, जिसको प्रधानमंत्री जी ने फ्री हैंड दिया, खुली छूट दी कि आप अपना प्लान बनाइए, आपको कोई रोक टोक नहीं है और अपने प्लान के अकॉर्डिंग एक्शन कीजिए। पूरे विश्व ने देखा भारत की ताकत को। कितने भी ड्रोन्स अटैक हुए, कितने भी मिसाइल्स अटैक हुए, उस समय भारत के ऊपर एक भी अटैक भारत के अंदर घुस के कुछ नहीं कर पाया। तो ये भी हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमारे रक्षा मंत्री जी, उनकी सूझबूझ, हमारे टेक्नीशियंस, हमारे वो इंजीनियर्स जो दिन रात देश की सेवा में लगे हैं, ये सारा श्रेय प्रधानमंत्री जी की विजन के साथ साथ उन सबको भी जाता है, हमारी सेनाओं को जाता है। मेरे पास रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट का काम भी है। लगभग 1.25 साल से मैं इस काम को देखता हूं। 2014 से पहले देश के अंदर नेशनल हाईवेज लगभग 92,000 किलोमीटर थे। पर मुझे फक्र है इस बात को कहते हुए कि प्रधानमंत्री जी की विजन और आदरणीय नितिन गडकरी जी का टायरलेस एफर्ट, हमने 11 साल के अंदर 60,000 किलोमीटर का नेशनल हाईवे बना के दिया है। और वो नेशनल हाईवे सिर्फ कंक्रीट की रोड पर नहीं है, वो देश की इकोनॉमी की रोड है। वो देश की इकोनॉमी की रोड इस तरह से है, जब कंक्रीट की रोड बनती है तो उसके माध्यम से जो रोजगार पैदा हुआ, आपको जानकर के हैरानी होगी कि पिछले 5 साल में केवल 550 करोड़ मैन डेज का रोजगार हमने सिर्फ रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में काम करने से पैदा किया, चाहे वो डायरेक्ट था, इनडायरेक्ट था या इंड्यूस था। ये केवल 5 साल का आंकड़ा दे रहा हूं। और अभी पिछले जो रोजगार मेला लगातार प्रधानमंत्री जी की विजन से लगता है और उसके अंदर 10.5 लाख नए रोजगार पिछले 5 साल में मोदी जी की सरकार ने पैदा किए हैं। और उसके अंदर सबसे बड़ी बात इंटरव्यू को खत्म करना। और जब सरकार का एडवर्टाइजमेंट निकलता है, ये वैकेंसीज हैं, इसके लिए अप्लाई कीजिए, एग्जाम होगा, तो उसकी डेट शीट भी उसके साथ निकलती है और उस डेट शीट को एडहियर किया जाता है। पहले ऐसा नहीं था। पहले एग्जाम होने के बाद इंटरव्यू कॉल होता था और इंटरव्यू होने के बाद जो डेट ऑफ अपॉइंटमेंट थी वो 1 महीना 2 महीने एक्सटेंड की जाती थी। ये वेट किया जाता था कि जिसका इंटरव्यू हुआ है वो किसी तरह संपर्क करे। आज वो टाइम बाउंड हुआ है, जिसके कारण से आज सरकारी नौकरी भी बिना भ्रष्टाचार के मिल रही है। अगर 45 दिन के अंदर अंदर एडवर्टीजमेंट से लेकर के और अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर मिलना है तो वो 45वें दिन ही मिलेगा। ये व्यवस्था आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की विजन ने देश के युवाओं के लिए की है। आप आज रोजगार का पैमाना अगर हम चेक करें तो लगभग 11 करोड़ से ज्यादा प्रोविडेंट फंड में एंट्रीज हो चुकी हैं पिछले 5 साल में। मैं पिछले 5 साल का आंकड़ा दे रहा हूं अधिकांशतः। तो आप सोचिए 11 करोड़ से ज्यादा रोजगार नया पैदा हुआ है, हमारे युवाओं के लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज आई हैं। और जब हम बात करते हैं कि जो हमारा रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है इसने देश की इकोनॉमी में इजाफा किया है, तो खाली रोजगार से नहीं किया है। आज हमारे हाईवेज जब गांवों से कनेक्ट होते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री सड़क योजना की बात करूं तो प्रधानमंत्री सड़क योजना के अंतर्गत 2014 से पहले 3.5 लाख किलोमीटर की सड़कें थीं, जो आदरणीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण सड़क योजना को प्रारंभ किया था। आज वो बढ़ के 7.5 लाख किलोमीटर हुए हैं। कोई हाईवे से कोई भी गांव इतनी दूर नहीं है कि वो 70 किलोमीटर से दूर हो। मतलब किसी भी गांव से किसी भी हाईवे तक पहुंचना हो तो आज 1.5 या 2 घंटे में हमारा गांव ग्रामीण वासी किसी हाईवे तक पहुंच पाता है। मतलब उसका जो गांव का प्रोड्यूस है, दूध, दही, फल, सब्जी, अनाज, जो पेरिशेबल आइटम्स हैं, आज वो 2 घंटे में हाईवे से पहुंच के अपनी मार्केट में, अपनी सिटीज में जाके पहुंचाता है, जिसके कारण से देश की इकोनॉमी आज विश्व की 4थी बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनी है। और देश के 25 करोड़ गरीब लोग, पहले की सरकारों ने खूब नारा दिया गरीबी हटाओ का, गरीबी नहीं हटी, गरीब हटे, पर ये पहली बार देश के अंदर ये वो सरकार है जिसमें 25 करोड़ गरीब लोग गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आए। मित्रों, आज हम प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जन्मदिवस, चाहे वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी हो या भारतीय जनता पार्टी की 21 राज्यों में एनडीए की सरकारें हों, सेवा पखवाड़ा के रूप में मनाते हैं। सेवा पखवाड़ा इसलिए कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब 2014 में प्रधानमंत्री पद की शपथ ली थी तो उन्होंने ये कहा था कि मेरी ये सरकार गरीबों को समर्पित सरकार है। और केवल कहा नहीं, 250 से ज्यादा गरीब कल्याण की योजनाएं उस समय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने प्रारंभ की। न केवल योजनाएं प्रारंभ की बल्कि उनको मूर्त रूप दिया, उनको मॉनिटर किया। आप देखिए 2014 में देश के अंदर 18,000 गांव ऐसे थे जिनमें बिजली नहीं थी। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अगर यह संकल्प लिया कि 5 साल में 18,000 गांवों को इलेक्ट्रीफाई किया जाएगा तो 5 साल से पहले 4 साल में पूरे होते हैं। और उसके बाद का उनका संकल्प कि हर उस गांव के हर उस घर में बल्ब जलेगा, बिजली होगी। तो आज उस संकल्प को भी प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो सरकार है, नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार है, उसने पूरा किया है। आज 15 करोड़ घरों में नल से जल पहुंचाने का काम प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। मैं आपको वो बात बता रहा हूं जो आम जनता के लिए, एक गरीब आदमी के लिए मूलभूत सुविधाओं की बात है। बिजली की, पानी की, गैस के चूल्हे की, घर में बिजली की, नौकरी की, एक रेहड़ी पटरी वाले की। यह प्रधानमंत्री जी की विजन है। देश में 65 साल की आजादी के बाद आप सोचिए अगर 18,000 गांव में बिजली नहीं है तो एक बार 10 मिनट के लिए हमारे घरों में बिजली चली जाती है तो हम लोगों का क्या हाल होता है। हम डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाते हैं पूरे देश से, पूरे समाज से। यह प्रधानमंत्री जी की विजन है जिसके कारण से आज भारत विश्व में उन देशों की श्रेणी में खड़ा है, जिसकी तरफ पूरा विश्व शांति दूत के रूप में भी देखता है। आज रशिया यूक्रेन की लड़ाई होती है तो उसमें अगर रशिया और यूक्रेन दोनों और स्वयं अमेरिका भी यह देखता है कि अगर इनके बीच में कोई समझौता करा सकता है, युद्ध को शांति में बदल सकता है, तो वो केवल एक ही लीडर है, वो है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी। आज भारत का सम्मान पूरे विश्व में उस स्तर पे पहुंचा है कि एक समय था जब गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री को अमेरिका ने वीजा डिनाई किया था। आज वही अमेरिका है जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी उसी शख्स के लिए रेड कारपेट बिछाता है। आज भारत, एक बार मैं किसी कार्यक्रम में, मुझे किसी बुजुर्ग ने कहा कि मोदी जी को धन्यवाद दे दीजिएगा। मैं भी थोड़ा आश्चर्यचकित हुआ। मैंने कहा ठीक है, बहुत सी बातें हैं उनको धन्यवाद देने की, पर आप किस बात के लिए कह रहे हैं? तो उनका कहना था कि आज मैं अमेरिका में रहता हूं, मेरे बच्चे यहां रहते हैं, मैं साल में 2 बार वापस भारत आता हूं, दिल्ली आता हूं। एक वो समय था जब इंडियंस अमेरिकन्स में, अमेरिका में या किसी और देश में जाते थे तो उनकी स्क्रूटनी, उनकी सिक्योरिटी चेक इस तरह से होता था कि पता नहीं कोई चोर आ गया हो। आज भारत का सम्मान पूरे विश्व में आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कारण इस स्तर पे बढ़ा है कि वहां पर हमें आम जो नागरिकों का सिक्योरिटी होता है उससे भी बेहतर तरीके से ट्रीट किया जाता है, क्योंकि आप इंडियन हैं, आपका पासपोर्ट इंडियन है। यह सम्मान प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कारण आज भारतीयों का भी हुआ है। मैं एक बार पुनः आपके माध्यम से पूरे देश को और आप सबको भी इस बात के लिए भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि लगातार तीसरी बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी एनडीए की सरकार आप लोगों के आशीर्वाद से बनी है, और ये विश्वास मोदी जी की जो गारंटी है ये सिर्फ जुमला नहीं है। अगर मोदी जी कोई बात कहते हैं तो वो बात पूरी भी होती है। इसलिए मोदी की गारंटी का मतलब है स्वयं मोदी उसकी गारंटी है। मैं एक बार पुनः आप सबको मोदी जी के जन्मदिवस पर देश के अंदर जो सेवा पखवाड़ा प्रारंभ किया है उसकी और मोदी जी के जन्मदिन की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, और रिपब्लिक की टीम को भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं कि मुझे मौका दिया आप सबके बीच में बात करने का। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा, जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा, जीरा सिप।
Rajan, Sunil Mittal, what they did in 1992 was with a license. Greenfield sector, they got in and they worked hard. They've worked for the consumer. But it's said today, you know, it's Airtel is too big. Airtel, Bharti Airtel is too big. Reliance Jio is too big. No third player can come. They will eat up everyone. I'm just trying to provoke you, Rajan.
No.
Is there space for another? Is there space for a 25 to 30-year-old daring young man or woman from Ludhiana or Gandhinagar or Tiruchirappalli today to say, this is a sector, I will compete with Airtel, I will compete with Reliance. Is it possible in today's India?
I'll be honest here. Global practices today, you see, and that follows, India follows also that global practices. Globally, telecom is getting consolidated.
Consolidated.
Everywhere. You see, US, there were 4 players. Today, they're left with 3. UK, 3. Every, actually, country today is consolidating on telecom because if you do not have the heft and the consumer base, you can't survive. And I'll be honest here, India has 3 players and BSNL, which is the 4th player. It's absolutely saturated because we are already at the cusp of touching everybody. So I don't think so. And you need big bucks to roll out today networks to cover all India. You need huge amounts of money. And there are 3 established players and a government player. And as I said, the worldwide consolidation on telecom is happening between 2 to 3 players, depending on the size of the country. So I think in India, there are 3 strong players.
So what would someone with your drive and your ambition, and how old were you when you started in Ludhiana?
I started in college. I was 17 and a half.
What would now that's the question. What would a 17-and-a-half-year-old young man do today if he had your drive, your and Sunil's drive and passion and hunger? You know, your hunger, you know what it comes out from, that you didn't join politics.
No.
Because your father was a politician, you went out of it. What sector would a 17-and-a-half-year-old do today?
No, I'll tell you, world has, you know, within our generation, I have to say, as I was seeing a whole lot of things here, it amazes me sometimes that how much we have grown as a country and how much as individuals changes have come in. There is enough today. Look at the younger generation. What are they doing? Electric, fintech, crypto. I mean, there are discussions around here which for even a person like me who understands a lot does get...
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला। I wanted to start with an anecdote, Anupam. In my family, between me and my brother, we've owned 4 bikes. And all the 4 bikes have been from the same brand. Started with a Machismo 500, then moved to a Machismo, a 350. There was a Electra 350. And finally, my brother's still riding a Himalayan. But he bought that bike about 5 to 6 years back because a Java was not in the market. A YSD was not in the market. They were dead brands in the biking world, right? First of all, thank you for bringing them back, because I remember growing up seeing the rascals, as you call them, riding the YSD and the Java. Why did you bring these bikes back to life?
Can you guys hear me? So imagine he calls me on a stage and he tells me he has 4 bikes of my competitor, right? I don't know how to start with that. Right?
Had.
No, I think there is a very interesting story. I think it is in 2015. I was having lunch with Anand Mahindra. Some of you who know him will realize that he is a Taurian, right? And he prides himself that I'm very stubborn, right? So he's a stubborn Taurian. And he was just getting out of a 2-wheeler venture which was not doing so well. And both of us were sitting and we were strategizing what to do. And he asked me, if you were me, what would you do? So I said, listen, I got a few brands. If I were you, I'd be doing Yazdi and Java and nothing else, right? And it was just a casual comment I made from a more strategic and overall perspective. And I was also coming out of the reminiscences of, by the way, I was involved in Royal Enfield from 2005 when the turnaround happened. So I was also reminiscing the past of how to revive brands. And I didn't realize that Anand is not only stubborn, but he is obsessive and quick, right? We just realized that the Yazdi brand is owned by a guy called Baman Irani, who runs a company called Rustamji. He's a builder in Bombay. It's his father who had brought Java and Yazdi to India, and he owns the brand. So very quickly, it's all happening. We call it pronoia or serendipity. It's all happening there. He just picks up a phone and says, I was in Lavadil in Ooty, and I had this girl who was from the Yazdi family, Faribose. So he calls Faribose and says, Faribose, how do I get in touch with Baman? So we all knew Baman socially. Anyway, long story short, he fixes up a meeting. I was leaving I remember Varanasi that day, and I came back from Varanasi and I went from the airport to see Baman. And because I was there, I was wearing a kurti and a jeans, and you get that Rudraksh mala. So I was wearing that. I didn't even care. I just went to his office. And Baman, expecting me to come to buy his brand, for the first time probably he wore a suit and a tie and properly polished shoes, and he was waiting for me. But the long story short is that I went in there and we spoke about Yazdi, and like what happens with bikes, Niranjan.
Yes.
Baman teared up and he said, if my father would be sitting here and seeing there was a chance to revive a brand which he built, he would bless me from his grave. And
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The headlines coming in. Karnataka government forms SIT to probe vote chori claim made by Rahul Gandhi. A delegation led by Union Minister Piyush Goyal to visit the United States of America on 22nd September for discussions on the India-US trade deal. US officials' big clarification says Indians on H-1B visas need not rush back. Ministry of External Affairs warned that the measure is likely to have a humanitarian consequence by way of disruption caused for families. ISI's hideout has been busted in Ranchi after a raid was conducted by Delhi Police Special Cell. The Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has announced that Malayalam cinema star Mohan Lal will be conferred with the Dada Saheb Phalke Award next week. Singer Zubin Garg's model remains brought to Guwahati. Fans gather to pay their respects. Viewers, we begin with breaking news coming in. The US Chamber of Commerce released the following statement regarding the administration's H-1B executive order, and I read here the following. We are concerned about the impact on employees, their families. We are working with the administration and our members to understand the full implications and the best path forward. US Chamber of Commerce has expressed concerns about the development as far as the H-1B visa concern is. And the US Chamber of Commerce has released a statement regarding the administration's H-1B executive order. It has said that there are concerns about the impact on employees, their families, and that the chambers is working with the administration and the members to understand the full implication and the best path forward. We bring you these developments. The US Chamber of Commerce has reacted to a new H-1B rule. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor is joining me on the phone line. Abhishek, what do we make of this development coming in with the US Chamber of Commerce releasing a statement and expressing their concerns about the impact of the development on the employees and their families as well?
Well, you see, this executive order of President Trump is for sure very disruptive, specifically to the software industry and the IT sector, and even more specifically to India, because about 70%, 72% to be precise, of the entire H-1B visa cohort is held by Indian nationals, Indian IT talent, essentially working in the US. So obviously we are affected, and this is disruptive. And H-1B visa provided a sort of a semi-permanent residency in the United States for work, and with all the Indian nationals present there in the United States or traveling out but wanting to go back, there was in fact some element of confusion also, which has been clarified by the White House, that it does not affect the present H-1B holders. But then remember, it adds to costs. For every company that wants a talented Indian IT professional, they have to shell out almost 1 crore rupees extra to get an H-1B visa. So obviously that gets loaded into the company's costs, and so there is concern. And remember, these are American corporations that hire Indian nationals or outsource to Indian companies, but essentially use the services for their own economy and growth. So ultimately, it's the American corporations, American industry, and hence the United States that is going to put the bill. The aim, of course, is to discourage foreign nationals coming in the United States, and more jobs getting thus created for American nationals and citizens. But in the interim, of course, this is disruptive. And like in the case of India, we have had industry expressing concerns. We have had the Ministry of External Affairs come out with a statement saying that we are, while we are facilitating those who want to go back, who already hold H-1B visas, we are already studying the implications of this move by the Trump administration. Even the U.S. industry is concerned, and this statement really underscores that.
That's right. Abhishek, I appreciate you joining us and giving those details. We will be tracking those developments very, very closely. In fact, viewers, another set of breaking news coming in on the broadcast. What we are given to understand that US President Donald Trump has issued a warning to Afghanistan, stating that bad things would happen if Kabul doesn't return the control of the Bagram Air Base back to America, while declining to rule out sending in the military to retake the air base from the Taliban-led Afghanistan. Donald Trump has warned Afghanistan over the Bagram Air Base, and he has also gone ahead and issued a warning and has said that there will be action if the air base is not returned to America. And all right, Eric Lemkiel is joining us, and we'll go ahead and speak with him. Eric, what do we, understand about these developments coming in? Because Donald Trump has very clearly issued a warning to Afghanistan, and he said that there could be bad things that happen if Kabul doesn't return the control of the Bagram Air Base back to America.
Yeah, I think President Trump is definitely drawing a line in the sand with this. The Bagram Air Force Base is a very strategic stronghold that the Biden administration should never have let go. What this does is it gives us air superiority in that region. We're going to be able to use it as a special operations hub to get surveillance between mainly China, Russia, and in other countries in the Middle East. So getting this Air Force Base back is going to be a huge move for the United States. From what I see, is it looks like Afghanistan is going to be more inclined to allow that to happen, as opposed to any Taliban resistance that may come into play with that. the goal is going to be to keep Russia and China at bay and under surveillance, and Bagram Air Force Base will allow that to happen. And I think President Trump is in dire need to reclaim that base.
That's right. And also when it comes to Donald Trump issuing threats and warning to the Taliban-led Afghanistan, there could be a possible response also coming in if that's something that we are expecting. How do we see, in terms of what could be the response from Afghanistan at this point in time?
Well, as we know, there's several different ways to look at Afghanistan. They have the Afghan government, and then there's also the Taliban, who has a big influence there. We do know that from President Trump's first term that he is aware of who the Taliban leadership is. He has spoken with them, so I do think that the Taliban is probably going to be inclined to have discussions with President Trump as they did before he left office the first time. So I think this isn't going to be as big of a deal as what it sounds, but I think President Trump just wants to come across and say, hey, I'm serious. I need this base. We are gonna get this base. We built it, and I think that's how it's gonna go.
That's right. In fact, we continue to track this particular story, given that Donald Trump has issued a very, very stringent warning to Afghanistan. Eric, we would like you to give us a brief about this particular air base for our viewers, and what importance does it hold for America?
So Bagram has one of the largest runways in that region. So it's going to allow the United States to be able to get their bombers in and out, drones, surveillance aircraft, cargo aircraft, just about anything that we're going to need in that region to give aid or to help our allies in the region. We're going to be able to do it from there. It's a very huge strategic base that we're going to need for all the stability in that region. It's in proximity to our rivals. We're going to be able to pay attention to everybody in that region: Iran, China, Russia. Those countries are less likely to do more nefarious things with our influence at Bagram. We didn't really see a lot out of Russia or China or Iran when we were still stationed at Bagram. Since we've left, you're seeing an increase in activity in that region. So I think this strategically is going to help stabilize that region and allow the tensions to die down.
That's right. Eric, stay on with us as we listen in to this soundbite of Donald Trump, what exactly he said in this issue.
Rule out just boots on the ground to get Bagram back.
We won't talk about that, but we're talking now to Afghanistan, and we want it back, and we want it back soon, right away. Okay. And if they don't do it, if they don't do it, you're going to find out what I'm going to do.
Eric, before I let you go, let's once again, try and understand the fact that what could happen if, when Donald Trump says that there will be bad things if Kabul doesn't, return this particular airbase to America. What is he likely hinting at? What does he mean by bad things?
I would like to think that it's not going to get to that point, but the way President Trump is talking, that there may be a retaking of that by force. I don't know what that's going to look like, whether he's just going to send a unit in there to just basically recapture that base. But I don't think it's going to get to that. I think this is a lot of saber rattling on behalf of President Trump, which I hope so anyway. But I think this is going to come down to a really solid conversation. And the Afghanistan government needs us there anyway to help keep them in power, to prevent, of other factions to come in and overthrow their government. So I think at the end of the day, President Trump is just letting everyone know he's serious, and Afghanistan is going to give up Bagram Air Force Base at some point.
That's right. This particular air base is, of course, one of the most strategic outposts. It was once rather one of the most strategic outposts for America. And given that this has now been taken over by the, Afghanistani Talibani government, I would like you to explain a little bit on how this transition happened.
So when President Trump when he was leaving office, and this goes before his first term ended, President Trump had developed this very complex plan to eventually pull American troops out of Afghanistan to end the 21-year war. In theory, that was a fantastic idea. However, President Trump did not win the election. So all the deadlines to get all of this done were already set in place. So President Trump had briefed President Biden, the incoming president, on what was going on and how it should be done. However, President Biden, as we know now, did not listen to the advice of his military leadership, and he just pulled everybody out of Bagram, which was not part of President Trump's initial plan. His initial plan was to keep Bagram Air Force Base as a stronghold to monitor the region. Right. However, we all saw what happened, where it was not a very successful mission, and it made a lot of international headlines. And quickly, the Taliban came in and took over the base and took over the city. So that's kind of in a nutshell how that happened. Yeah.
Right. Eric, appreciate you joining us and giving us an understanding of this entire issue that has now panned out and the strategic importance of the particular airbase. With that, we are shifting our focus, viewers, and on the International Peace Day, Republic brings you a story that transcends border and breaks barriers. From war zones in Ukraine to streets of Ayodhya, from the jungles of the northeast to the ruins of Iraq. This is the story of Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, a spiritual master who took peace to the heart of conflicts and turned guns into dialogue, hate into harmony, and fear into hope. Watch this spiritual diplomacy in action.
On the International Day of Peace, a message of unity. From Ukraine and Paris to Ayodhya back in India, a story of one voice that stood louder than the violence, louder than the bloodshed. Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, the spiritual master who took peace to the heart of conflicts.
I've seen your conviction reaching out to hard-to-reach people like fighters, militants. What gives you such conviction?
Because I believe in love, and I know love is very powerful and it can move the world.
In Ukraine, where bombs fell and sirens pierced the sky, through Sudarshan Kriya, more than 8,000 soldiers and civilians found calm. In India's northeast too, his message remains the same: only peaceful individuals can build a peaceful world. In Assam, guns were lowered for dialogue. 67 militant groups came together on one stage, signing a declaration. In Manipur too, the jungles echoed silence as 68 militants laid down weapons after years of dialogue.
Today, we have moved from guns and grenades to garlands.
On Ayodhya dispute, he reached out to all the sides, urging harmony. His efforts were instrumental in bringing peace between the two communities.
In the human history, no war has done any good to anybody.
After Muzaffarnagar riots, survivors felt hope returned, peace replaced fear. In Kashmir, Hurriyat leaders, soldiers, widows, families of slain militants all came under one roof for Paigam-e-Mohabbat. In Colombia, rebels promised to walk on Gandhi's path of non-violence.
Coincidimos con el maestro Shankar. Ojalá podamos los colombianos abrazar pronto el principio gandhiano de la no violencia.
In war-torn Iraq, Shias and Sunni, divided by blood, sat together to listen to Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar. From Tihar jail in the national capital to prisons in Belgium and South Africa, his programs have touched 7 lakh inmates worldwide, teaching them freedom from within.
I used to actually look forward to fights. But now since doing this course, I'm a total different person. I can now walk away from a fight.
And in Paris, he stood before rabbis and imams from across the world, urging faith leaders to walk together on the path of peace. His peace outreach reached every section of the society, transforming hate and violence into peace and joy.
I stand for peace. So you all right? Unless there is a transformation from inside, I don't think we can achieve peace in the world. To address the mindset is the most important thing. What people have ignored all along is the individual inner peace. If there is no inner peace, there cannot be peace in the outer world around us. In a very peaceful atmosphere, when there is no conflict, peace has very little value. In fact, it has more value when you see people undergoing a huge turbulence. We need to bring them peace, and that peace can only come through understanding, letting go of the past and thinking afresh for what we can do for the future.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami flags off the Adi Kailash Parikrama run and unveils the logo from the CM camp office in Dehradun. This will be a high-altitude ultra-marathon, the first ever high-altitude ultra-marathon in base of Adi Kailash. The mission is to promote vibrant village border adventure tourism as well as to encourage youth for healthy life. Indian Army's 1 RR battalion organized a volleyball league at the Hasanpura camp, South Kashmir for the local youth. Around 40 teams from Anantnag, Shopian, Kulgam, Tral and Pulwama participated in the tournament. In fact, these very drastic visuals coming in from the tournament. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant attended the NDA Workers' Conference at the Scout and Guide ground in Bankipur Assembly constituency of Patna, where a booklet detailing NDA's achievements of the past 5 years was released and presented to the public. Following the recent arrest of 5 terrorists by the Delhi Police Special Cell came the shocking revelations from the interrogations of one of the accused. From a hideout reveal to the extent of terrorist infiltration so far, take a look at this quick report to know more details.
The Delhi Police Special Cell recently, on the 11th of September, arrested 5 terrorists as part of the raids in Jharkhand, Telangana, Bengaluru, Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh. The interrogation of these terrorists, namely one Ashar Danish, led to some shocking revelations. His Jharkhand hideout at Tabarak Lodge, Ranchi, was revealed to be used as an ISIS explosives manufacturing headquarters. Explosives and potassium nitrate, which is used to make such explosives, amongst other chemical and weapons, were also discovered at his residence. Interrogation also revealed that Danish was an expert in preparing these explosives and then have them tested and thrown away at Ranchi's Sonrekha River, destroying them. This helped assess the strength and devastation of assembled explosives. Arrested terrorists had top BJP and RSS leaders identified as their targets and were planning target killings and attacks on religious sites. Danish was allegedly using his house as a PG since 2024 when he arrived here to prepare for the SSC examinations. It was around then that he came into contact with a Pakistani handler via social media that began his advent into terrorism. He was recruited online and thereon numbers came from Pakistan and he had IDs to train terrorists in India. These ISIS terrorists had a group chat on Signal where Danish even shared photos of bombs he had prepared along with the guns and blueprints. He learned to make guns and bombs online through his laptop and ordered knives and chemicals from Amazon. With the Jharkhand terror hideout busted, this is indeed a huge win for the security forces in India.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Players participating in the Junior Asia Pencaxilat Championship 2025 gathered at the Ghantaghar and showcased their skills. The championship will be held from 25 to 30th September. 41 Pali Club Durga Puja Committee has built a 3D architectural canvas pandal with the theme of the Sanskrit words Sopanam, and the pandal features a 30-foot tall robot, an augmented reality section and laser and light shows. Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta attended the inauguration of the MLA on Wheels Rekha Government at Your Doorstep mobile office at Old Pankha Road. The program is designed to give citizens direct access to government services and address grievances. Tripura Chief Minister Manik Shah attended the blood donation camp organized by Bharatiya Janata Party Tripura Pradesh OBC Morcha at Agartala Press Club under the Seva Pakhwada that began on occasion of Prime Minister's birthday. News coming up after the break. Karnataka government forms SIT to probe vote chori claim made by Rahul Gandhi. And a delegation led by Union Minister Piyush Goyal will be visiting the United States of America tomorrow for discussions on the India-US trade deal. Stay tuned. We will get in more details on the other side after this break.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
इंडिया सोना
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
भारत माता की। आज रिपब्लिक पे सबसे पहले मैं जो देश के प्रधानमंत्री और विश्व के वन ऑफ द टॉलेस्ट लीडर आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को उनके जन्म दिवस की आप सब की तरफ से भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बधाई इस बात की है कि वो शख्स जो अपने जीवन के बाल्यकाल के समय से जो भी विषमताएं उन्होंने देखी, एक चाय बेचने वाला बालक जब मुख्यमंत्री बनता है, जब प्रधानमंत्री बनता है, तो जो उनका बचपन है वो उनकी विजन में झलकता है। उनको ये समझ में आता है कि एक टूटे हुए कमरे में जब मां चूल्हे पे लकड़ी जलाती है और खांसती है, भोजन बनाती है, उसके आंखें, उसके लंग्स खराब होते हैं, तो उनको ये ध्यान रहता है जब वो मुख्यमंत्री या प्रधानमंत्री बनते हैं कि देश की 10 करोड़ माताओं को उज्ज्वला योजना के माध्यम से फ्री सिलेंडर और फ्री चूल्हा देना है। उनको यह ध्यान रहता है कि जब
Please welcome Mr. Salil Kumar in conversation with my colleague Tanisha Awasthi.
Much everybody. Request all of you to please be seated. Sir, amazing journey that I've read through about you, and I want to know from you, sir, how has your journey been? How has the CRC group of companies been from scratch to what they are today?
Yes, thank you very much, Republic, for inviting CRC over this wonderful platform. CRC is a very nascent, yet a very confident and going to be most trusted developer in the country. CRC has been derived from the void in the real estate, where a lot of research-based project, authenticated project, and meeting to the requirement of Viksit Bharat. There was a big gap in the India where what Viksit Bharat actually needs. So we did a lot of research based on national, international feedbacks. We are designing different projects across all segments, be it commercial, be it hospitality, be it your residential, be it super high-end residential. And our latest venture is Uber Ultra Experiential Luxury projects. In all segments, we have did a lot of research, and based on various facts, and we have invited various master crafter across the globe to make something good for the country. That is how CRC is achieving this. Thank you.
In fact, I was just talking to Mr. Salil backstage before his session, and he had a very different and a very unique perspective to share about India's robust economy. Salil sir, would you just like to brief our audience about that? Because when I asked him, when we were talking about how robust our economy has been after COVID, and his perspective was very different, very unique, and I want our viewers to listen to that.
Yes. See, I also listened that after COVID, Indian economy jumped. So my version was, like Roman was not make in like couple of years or something. COVID does not have any much role, except that we stood very firmly with a lot of determination. India, under the current leadership of different leaders of current regime, they had in the last more than a decade have worked so hard to develop the country. And what happens when a child born is something like a fit around, and when it is 7-8 years, suddenly he jumps to 5 foot 6 inches. So that was the year 2000 to 2030, 22-23, when India suddenly from a 1.5 trillion to something started appearing on 3 trillion or something, those numbers arose. It is because of the great fundamental roots have been developed by the current leadership. Yes. That is how India grew. That is my firm belief. See, unless you have a money, you suddenly after COVID, everybody was buying 4 BHK apartments, A-grade offices. It was not possible unless you have a money. Money came because of India total growth. That is my firm belief. That is. Thank you.
And Mr. Salil, I was just going through your website. Your tagline says building values.
Correct.
Would you just elaborate on that? When you say building values, when it comes to skylines, what exactly are you hinting at here?
See, building values means, number one, ethical practices. That was a great void. What, like if you ask me, what is integrity? For integrity for CRC, we are much beyond honesty. Integrity means you do whatever you have said. We said we are deliver on time, you have to deliver on time. You say we will give you A++ great quality, we will give A++. That is the kind of, we say it is bound to be less than these times, along with most of your values, amenities, what you say, deliver that. That is the ethical value we have developed, and we continue to develop much beyond that. That is our building value system.
So let's just expand our talk to now going on the global stage. When we talk about global competition, where do you see that? Where do you see the CRC group standing forward? And who do you think then is your competition?
That's a very interesting question. The same question was probably asked by some other people also in the different formats. As far as CRC is concerned, we have a very severe competition with CRC itself. Whatever, every project of us is far better than my previous project in terms of researches, in terms of amenities, in terms of other values, in terms of designing. Because what we are offering, ethical value, trust, integrity, everything coupled with, we do not believe in satisfaction, we believe in delight. We believe in customer delight. So all these value put together, we have no competition across the globe. Every year we are raising our bar and we are setting up different standards across the globe to let other people follow CRC. That is my version.
That is amazing. Can we have a huge round of applause for that? And so when we talk about, you said the competition is with the CRC group as well. Like whatever you've created in the past, the aim is to create better than before. And that's absolutely amazing and a very far-sighted thing. But when we talk about real estate, there of course are competitions. There of course are other companies. There of course are many other organizations that are coming forward. But when we talk about the CRC group, what is it that makes you stand out of everybody else? What is new that you're going to give in to the real estate area?
Yeah, I will answer you in a different fashion. Like my very different panelist who has just finished is talking about India. If you see, Russia sometimes was a superpower, then it became to Japan, then US. See, everybody has their own cycle. And many of the things what he said, उन्होंने मेरा time बचाया, average Indian is 29 years. And then 41 years some other country, 53 and some other country. Japan is possibly the most long number, 65 plusers are, most of them are there from Japan. क्या होता है, सबका time आता है. This is life cycles. Life is round. Earth is round. सो अभी जो है इन वेरी क्लियरली हमारा टाइम है, नथिंग कैन बीट अस। अगले 20 साल हमारे, उसमें ना हमारा कोई भारत में कंपटीशन है किसी के साथ। भारत का अपना जनमानस 25 से 45 साल तक सबसे ज़्यादा बाइंग करते हैं लोग, वो हमारे पास हैं। विद द करेंट लीडरशिप मैक्सिमम हमारी जीडीपी सबसे ऊपर है। कंजम्पशन हमारे यहाँ शुरू से रहा है। हमारी इकोनॉमी एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड और फेस्टिवल बेस्ड है। इवन वर्स्ट ऑफ द योर ड्रॉपिंग ऑफ इकोनॉमी, मेरे यहाँ रक्षाबंधन होता है, दिवाली होती है, होली होती है, फेस्टिवल की लाइन लगी होती है। मेरा इकोनॉमी का रोटेशन नहीं रुक सकता है। तो ये ब्यूटी खाली इंडिया में है। और मेरे पास करेंट यंग जनरेशन जो है, नॉलेजेबल, टैलेंट, डिमार्केटेड, वेल डिमार्केटेड टैलेंट, इतना टैलेंट पूल कहीं नहीं है, ठीक है ना। वो टैलेंट पूल के पास लोगों ने आउटसोर्सिंग मॉडल बनाया, वर्ल्ड ने। आउटसोर्सिंग तो हम ही करेंगे भाई, कौन करेगा, ठीक ना। डेमोक्रेसी है, इतनी अच्छी डेमोक्रेसी कहीं नहीं है, इतनी अच्छी लीडरशिप कहीं नहीं है। तो आज वर्ल्ड मजबूर है हमें यूज़ करने के लिए। उसके बदले में हमारे पास अर्निंग आएगी, हमारा रियल एस्टेट अच्छा चलेगा, नंबर 1। तो मेरे पास मार्केट की कमी नहीं है। तो सीआरसी जनरल मार्केट में बिल्कुल नहीं है। वी आर इन स्पेशलाइज्ड क्यूरेटेड प्रोडक्ट्स, दैट इज माय niche.
So can you say that's your USP?
Yes, that's I says my each project is specialized, curated. Suppose in a grade A office building, what we are creating a business campus. As on date, that such a beautiful campus, of course, is every project is green building rating, everything that we are is bound to be. We are in future even we are planning next project to be certain percentage to be carbon neutral, which does not exist in India. So that is our planning. We are in future planning also. Each project we are even caring for best of your, if you talk about, we are caring for an even noise level, which does not exist. Lot of research is being done so that every project is niche. Every project has a different USP, and whatever we are creating does not exist as on date in the Indian market. So competition less, we create our own market, then we exploit that market. That is the thing.
Well, I think you have made it amply clear when you said we are here to stay for the next 20 years. I think that's the message, and it's amply clear, sir. One more anecdote that I would want to share is, again, like we were talking, and he said, you guys are young kids and you guys have the nation first thing. And wo injection mere andar bhi hai. So, sir, I want to know this nation first injection, how is it helping you to build the CRC group all the way more stronger?
देखिए, आपने बहुत अच्छी बात बोली, नेशन फर्स्ट। सो आई विल टेल यू, हमारी तो आपकी चांस की बात है, बात नहीं हुई थी, तो पॉसिबली दिस इज़ माय स्मॉल डायरी, नेशन फर्स्ट। CRC वी हैव, जैसे आप में वी हैव गॉट इंजेक्शंस ऑफ नेशनलिज्म. Every project of ours is a pride to nation. That is my belief. We do work. Of course, we make good money. That is, that is for business purpose. By my sole objective, by making money is my byproduct. My first objective to create something for which entire nation is proud to be. Yes, this building exists in India. That is my first objective. The money follows automatically. That is how we work.
तालियां रुक नहीं रही सर आपके सेशन में, एंड अमेजिंग, सो फार सो गुड सर. बट व्हाट आई वांट टू आल्सो आस्क यू इज, मेरा जो थीम दिया गया था मुझे आपको आपके सेशन को लेके, इट वाज अबाउट री इमेजिनिंग इंडिया स्काईलाइन. एंड व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट री इमेजिनिंग इंडिया स्काईलाइन, व्हाट डू यू थिंक आर द की ड्राइवर्स जिसमें जो हमें इसमें एड करने वाले हैं, हु यू थिंक कुड बी हेल्पफुल, द की एलिमेंट्स इन दिस?
यस, मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में बात करूंगा अभी. मेरा देश, बात हो रही थी कुछ 19 ट्रिलियन इकनॉमी की, और मेरा बिलीफ है 45 में हम 25+ ट्रिलियन पहुंच रहे हैं. ये मेरा बिलीफ सिस्टम है. उससे बहुत ज़्यादा पहुंच रहे हैं. जिस तरह के डेवलपमेंट इंडिया में हो रहे हैं, 25+ इन नेक्स्ट 20 ईयर, seems very reasonable. तो आज हम 4 ट्रिलियन इकनॉमी पे हैं, तो आगे हमारा जैसा रिटेल मार्केट ग्रोथ है या रियल एस्टेट मार्केट ग्रोथ, आज हम करीब करीब 5 से 6 ट्रिलियन अगले 20 साल में रियल एस्टेट मार्केट में पहुंच रहे हैं. And let me tell you the another factor which have not been accounted for in the study, that we are going to be the office space country for the entire world. I repeat my statement, we are going to be office space country for the entire world because the way outsourcing is starting. Let me tell you, it has been so far IT, ITS and commercial offices. Now AI, lot has been told. AI has come in. Now second, third, semiconductor has come in a large volume. They are checking in. And over and above, you have now much learned about GCC, Global Capabilities Center. The GCC is going to account for at least 20, 30, 35 times of the existing IT, ITS market. Everybody, I'm not telling you the brand name, even a food brand, they have outsourcing in maybe Bangalore, in Hyderabad. Even a best of your hypermarket across the globe, they have total logistics outsourced in Bangalore. And even all big companies, pharma companies, they are having their outsourcing market in India for their capability center, whether it's a research-based or every company back office processing, including pharma is going to be, GCC pharma I'm talking about, going to be one of the very big market in India for the entire world. So, and total market share, even I tell Noida is not a small place now. Absolutely, it is possibly going to contribute almost 5% of the entire office space of the country in times to come. When GCC will be fully operational. So those kind of market is unimaginable. And let me tell you one more deficit for which India is not yet prepared. 70% of the office space would be required by the A-grade offices, which is not even a 5% as on date. In next 15 years, there is a great shortage of grade A spaces and E-class residential. E means super elite. That is going to be in great deficit. There is a great demand for that. In my several other videos I have sent, India luxury market will soon touch, soon means maybe 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, a good housing will cost you $1,000 per square feet. Absolutely. That's achievable very easily if you compare Shanghai, if you compare Singapore, if you compare New York, good apartment sites, so 1,000 is still lesser. The way, if they are 15 trillion economy, 20 trillion economy is going for more than $2,000, $3,000, then India is just $1,000, means almost your 90,000 rupees per square feet rate. That will be achievable in India, time to come, for over luxury segment I'm talking about. Similarly, office space, a good price of $300 will easily be achievable in position like Noida and other segments. Thank you.
And when we talk about market trends, what do you think are the city hotspots, especially because public do want to know here about the city hotspots and the projects that they will be looking forward to as far as your group is concerned?
Yes. See, Indian hotspot, of course, all metropolitan city, and also because almost all good companies, they have almost mandating that you must have a good office in a tier 2 city as well. Again, I told you, like the whole world looking at India as an office space country, because we have a big talent pool. Definitely, we have a good infrastructure. We have best of English-speaking guys. And of course, a format of demand in totality and a democracy, sometimes it is good advantage. We have all 4 things joining together, making as a good place. So whether it is all, of course, Bangalore will have a major contribution, followed by Hyderabad, and then of course your other, all regions will have a significant contribution. Well, let me tell you, out of all that, the most, because of good infrastructure, the best place would be where you are interviewing me. That is our lovely Noida. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. All right, one last question before I let you go, sir. In very interesting session. I don't feel like ending it, but I was just going through the buyer preferences, if you talk about, and my research tells me that it's going to be lifestyle aspirations that people have when we talk about premium amenities, when we talk about wellness spaces, and it also has to be sustainable living along with branded residences that are looking forward. So does the CRC group promise to keep all three intact together and then provide it to the viewers there?
Yes, what you say has already been integrated. Wellness, branded residences, serenity. You missed the serenity. That is going to be another aspect. And less density houses with less of noise. Because when you become rich, you scout for peace. Yes. People go to gurus paying thousands of dollars looking for peace. So you need peace also. That will be another big segment where people will be investing in. So large houses, peaceful houses, absolute trouble-free houses, yet wellness homes. So better when you get good money, you scout for everything. So people are going to look out very different. And even your amenities box, which was earlier not even at 1%, like you used to have 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 square feet of club area in a 20-acre society, if you remember correctly. Now is going to be much more. People are looking for 1.5 lakh square feet club, 2 lakh square feet club. That is going to be one of the essential key feature in making your choices, apart from a joyful living. That is.
Thank you very much, Salil sir. It was a lovely session, very insightful session speaking to you. We look forward to having you here again next time we're holding the Business Conclave. Thank you, sir.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिकर।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बटेंगी, हर मोड़ पे नई यादें बनेंगी, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। Shivam, it's lovely to have you with us. Same here. To begin with, I just, we just heard from a legendary entrepreneur talking about one of the most iconic brands in the country. And when we talk about Motorola, the Hello Moto tone, it's yet another, legendary tune that, rings in our ears. I want to ask you a bit about yourself. How did you land up in Motorola?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great beginning that you mentioned the ringtone, the Hello Moto. So before I talk about my journey, maybe I'll just give a glimpse of the brand itself, right? I mean, we spoke about an iconic brand from India, which is Airtel. But I think Motorola has been globally one of the most iconic brands. In fact, a lot of people might not know, but the famous words in 1969 when we landed on the moon, right? The words, one small step for man and a giant leap for mankind. that came through to the Earth from the moon on a Motorola transponder.
Oh, really?
So Motorola was there on the moon in 1969.
Okay.
So a brand that has had a legacy of now over 96 years, it's a 96-year-old brand, has been at the forefront of technology since then. And in fact, that was not the only thing. In 1973, right, the world's first mobile phone call was made. And that was made on a Motorola phone. So the world's first mobile phone actually was created by Motorola.
Wow. Okay.
So this industry that we are in today, we are the pioneers of this industry, and I think it's a great honor for me to now be heading this brand at a global stage, a company that has seen over 96 years of innovation and has been at the forefront of technology across the board at multiple key moments of human innovation, right? But yes, I mean, my first touch point with Motorola was the Razr, right? Okay. As a person, right? I owned the Razr. I don't know, some of you might have owned the Razr, the iconic,
the first
super
flip
slim,
phone,
the flip phone, the keyboard phone, right? Back in, during my college days, I owned one. And it was an experience. I loved the experience. I loved the association with the brand, and that memory stayed with me. So when I got the opportunity back in 2019 to...
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
इंडिया सोना
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला
सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आर प्योर मसाला
When a company decides to go for something that is seen to be very big, right? Because what I find about the Bharti brothers is that they're thinking very big. They're always thinking of scaling up. They're going to the world, and they're constantly thinking of the next frontier. So, 1992, you got your first mobile license, okay? So it is a watershed moment for you. You get your first mobile license. You were the one, he was the one, by the way, who carried the Airtel bid to Sanchar Bhavan. He carried the Airtel contract, the bid to Sanchar Bhavan. And I'm told it was so big. It was so big that it needed a tempo full of boxes. So I want you to remember that moment. What was going on? Were you getting heebie-jeebies? Were you getting anxious? Were you thinking sometimes, are we doing something beyond our present capacity? वो सोच क्या होती है? I want you to remember the day, the moment, what led up to it, and when you won. Inside story. Rajan, on this stage, it's not going to be the business interview. We want the inside story of what happened. Yes. Will I get it? Yeah.
No, I'll give you the inside story. We were a tiny company. You have to remember 1992, we were $5 million. And that time, probably dollar could be 50, 60 rupees. That's the revenue of the company. And there were 30 people who were making a bid. Just to kind of go back, we had tied up with Telstra. An MOU was signed, and I went to meet the team to sign the agreement. When I went there, they said, sorry, you're far too small for us and for our liking. We will not sign this agreement. And this is on the 10th, 11th hour, you can say. And we have tied up with one of the Indian companies, which had a big name at that time. And you can't, hold anybody to ransom. Partnership is all about, you have to believe, you have to have trust. And that's where we scurried and got, kind of a renegade team, so to speak. So we were so tiny and competing with all the blue chip companies of India and the global leadership of telecom that we said we had to put a bid. The good part was the bid was very, I would say, an open bid. It was a very clear bid. You have to charge a rental. I would say, now you're looking at hindsight, it was a strange bid. But it was so open that you have to charge the rental to a subscriber from 0 to 1,000 rupees. You'll get 50 marks. You'll get 50 marks on your technical bid. So we didn't know how the commercial side will go. So we said we have to put a technical bid which has to really shock the department. And when I went into the lift, there were another 5 people from all the blue chip companies and carrying kind of 3 envelopes of this size of the paper that I am holding. And
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Karnataka government forms SIT to probe vote chori claim made by Rahul Gandhi. A delegation led by Union Minister Piyush Goyal to visit the USA on 22nd September for discussions on the India-US trade deal. US Chamber of Commerce reacts to Trump's $100,000 visa fee, calls move disruptive. ISIS's hideout has been busted in Ranchi after a raid was conducted by Delhi Police Special Cell. Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has announced that Malayalam cinema star Mohanlal will be conferred with the Dadasaheb Phalke Award next week. Singer Zubin Garg's mortal remains brought to Guwahati. Fans gather to pay their respects. Viewers, breaking news coming in. The mortal remains of popular Assamese singer Zubin Garg were taken to his residence after being brought to Guwahati airport from Delhi. Well, the famous singer passed away in a scuba diving accident in Singapore on September 19, and the emotional fans across Assam paid tribute to popular Assamese singer Zubin Garg, called the king of humming, following his untimely demise in Singapore on 19 September. In fact, fans in Guwahati lit candles in his memory, mourning the loss of the beloved artist, as well as Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and Union Minister of State for External Affairs Pabitra Margarita paid homage to the late singer at the IGI airport. Earlier, Chief Minister Sarma stated that the singer's remains will be kept at the Arjun Bogeshwar Barua Sports Complex in Guwahati, and this is for the fans and the well-wishers to offer their last respects. Anirudh, my colleague, is joining us live to give us more details. Anirudh, it is a state of mourning. In fact, what we understand that Zubin Garg's mortal remains have been kept for the fans and the well-wishers for their last respects. Give us details as to what is happening at the moment.
Yes, Priyanka, Zubin Garg's mortal remains are now on the way from the airport to his residence. Right now we are on the highway through which the mortal remains will pass through, and thousands of people all along the highway have been waiting for their beloved singer to come back home. And as lakhs of people all across Assam have gathered at the stadium to pay their last respects, even from last night itself, many people have been making queue just to get inside the Sarusazai Stadium, and all the road have been filled completely with the fans coming out in order to pay their last respects to their beloved singer. And the entire state of Assam is in a state of mourning. 3-day state mourning has been announced by the government, and there have been also demands from several quarters, like where the final resting place of singer Zubin Garg should be. And Zubin Garg had not been just an artist or singer for the people of Assam. He was emotion. He was like a family to one and all. And no matter whoever was in trouble, Zubin Garg would have always reached out to them. He was always ready to help the needy, and that is the reason why everyone in the state is feeling a deep sense of loss, as if they have lost someone very close to, as someone has lost their own family member. This is the feeling that the people of Assam has been going through. Zubin Garg had been in the stardom for at least 35 years. He was 52 when he passed away, and it was when he was just 17 he made his entry into the music industry with his first album Anamika, and thereon there has been no looking back for Zubin. Over the last 3.5 decades he had given his voice to 38,000 songs in several different languages, not just in Assamese. He have sang in almost each and every dialect or language of the Northeast. And apart from that, he has also lent his voice to several number of songs in Bengal. He had several number of hits in Hindi. Apart from Hindi, Bengali, Assamese, he have also lent his voice in the Telugu, Tamil and Malayalam film industry. So he was a versatile talent that the state has lost, and that is the reason why everyone is shocked because of the sudden loss that the state has to go through. And today also here you can see how people in large number are still on their way to the stadium where his mortal remains will be brought directly from the residence. First from the airport it will be taken to his residence in Kahilipara, and from Kahilipara it will be brought to the Sarusazai Stadium or the Arjun Bhugeshwar Barua Sports Complex, where it will be kept for the public and his fans to pay tribute. There has been, several demands. I have already mentioned that people in Jorhat also, where his ancestral home is, people in Jorhat had been demanding that his final resting place should be Jorhat, whereas the government has to, form a consultation committee so that the matter of his final resting place can be consulted, and after due consultation with the family, the All Assam Student Union, the Akhom Sahitya Sabha, it was decided that his mortal remains will be kept in and around Guwahati only. The final resting place will be in and around Guwahati, so that the legacy goes on, the legacy lives on very close to the gateway of the Northeast, as he had been a figure like the like a brand ambassador kind of for the entire Northeast, and that is the reason why everyone close to home had wanted that his mortal remains should be kept in and around Guwahati. And today at 6 in the evening, there will be a cabinet meeting where Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma and his cabinet colleagues will take the final call as far as the final resting place of Zubin Garg is concerned. And in a short while from now, we are expecting the motorcade of the final journey of Zubin to reach this spot, and and it is getting delayed because thousands and thousands of people had gathered at the airport. They are working along with the carcass, so it is taking some considerable amount of time. Police had to make a lot of clearance in order to make way, but yes, everyone wanted to, at least touch the ambulance in which the coffin of the mortal remains of Zubin is being brought. He had been a fatherly figure to many. He had been the icon. He had been, a figure that everyone listened to, and he didn't cow down before anyone. He had been very clear always that he doesn't care anybody. He doesn't care about what people say, or he doesn't care about how if anyone dictates, then it is not a thing that Zubin Garg will cow down. And that is the reason why, particularly the Gen Z, the Generation Alpha, and also even an octogenarian, nonagenarian, the fan base, if we talk about Zubin Garg's fan base, then right from Gen Z to a nonagenarian, everyone was his fan. And that is the reason why it was very easy for him, to communicate or to connect with the public. Zubin Garg नहीं रहे हमारे बीच, क्या कहेंगे आप?
क्या बोलेगा? ये दुख का बात हम लोग का जो आज का डेट में जो हो रहा है 19 सितंबर, ये चीज़ जो है ना भूलने वाला नहीं है, क्योंकि ये डेट में असम का नहीं तो पूरा इंडिया का एक जो रिवोल्यूशन हो रहा था ना, वो टोटली स्टॉप। आज का डेट में ना जी नवप्रजन्মৰ আমাৰ মানুহৰ মাজত যিটো চেতনা ভাৱ, জাতিৰ প্ৰতি তাৰ ধৰ্মৰ প্ৰতি কোনো নিস্বাৰ্থভাৱে সকলোৰে লগত যিভাৱে আছিলে, সেনেকুৱা এজন ব্যক্তি আমাৰ ইয়াত আৰু দ্বিতীয়বাৰ জন্ম নহ'ব বুলি মই ভাবোঁ।
That is the reason why everyone has been at a sense of loss, because they have lost the cultural icon, the face of the region. One person who had always dared to speak up, and that is also the reason why everyone cutting across, as I was saying from Gen Z to a nonagenarian, everyone was his fan. The fan following that no politician or none of the actors or none of the celebrities in the state could have ever get, because that was a unique thing about Zubin Garg. With a nonagenarian, he would have acted like a nonagenarian. With a Gen Z, he himself becomes a Gen Z. So it was a very connection that Zubin shared with the people of the state from all walks of life that actually made him different. And today, the kind of response that is being witnessed in Assam, if I'm not wrong, after Dr. Bhupen Hazarika, who passed away in 2011, after Dr. Bhupen Hazarika, for the first time ever, we are witnessing such a huge number of people coming out voluntarily all across the state. Business has been shut for the last 2 days almost, because as soon as the news broke out on 19th of September that Zubin Garg is no more, all across the state, shops and business establishments started to shut down, and they are not opening it, but no one is forcing them to keep their businesses shut. But yes, on their own, all the business establishments have decided to not do any business unless and until the last rites of Zubin Garg is completed. So, that shows the love and respect that the people of the state have towards Zubin. Last night we were just at the Sarusajai Stadium. Last night we saw how people have been lining up in order to get a glimpse of their beloved singer. And today also, since morning, at least 1 lakh people are waiting inside and outside the Bhugeshwar Barua Sports Complex in Sarusajai for the mortal remains of Zubin Garg to be brought. And still we also try to interact with them. Everyone is of the opinion that no matter how long it takes, they will wait, they will keep waiting to get a last glimpse of their favorite person, of their star. And many, particularly the Gen Z, if I'm talking about the Gen Z in Assam, for many, Zubin Garg was like a god. They have given him that stature that Zubin Garg is considered a god. And the Gen Z in particular have always considered him like a godly figure. And whatever Zubin says to the Gen Z, they would silently, they would obey. They never protested, they never raised a question on what Zubin is saying or what he is asking for. And without a word of protest, they have been always following Zubin. So that has been also the reason why many politicians in the state of Assam openly admits to that they are one of the biggest fans of Zubin, that they are Zubin's fan. That has been the trend, Riyanka. And these are the people walking all along the highway just to have a glimpse. And in a short while from now, we are expecting Zubin Garg's mortal remains to arrive here, Riyanka.
That's right. Anirudh, appreciate you giving us all those details for the fact that, it is a very, very sad state of affairs, a state of mourning, because it has been a tragic death for Zubin Garg, who has had an untimely demise. In fact, Zubin Garg had also lost one of his sisters at a very, very young age, 23 years ago, Jonki, who also had passed away due to an accident. And he had always mentioned her name during his performances. Anirudh.
Yes, Priyanka, Zonki Borthakur was very close to Zubin, and in fact Zonki's fiance, Joyanto, he was a very, very good friend of Zubin, and I still remember we were kids at that time when Zonki was on her way for a performance along with Joyanto. Zubin had gone there already. Zubin was already on the stage, and suddenly he got the news that his sister passed away. The professionalism of Zubin Garg was so much at that point in time that he chose to stay on the stage despite getting the news of his sister's demise, continued the program, and then he rushed home back. Zubin Garg is now survived by his another sister, his wife, and his octogenarian father, Kapil Borthakur, who is 85 years old. And that is the reason why the state government, the administration had also appealed that when his mortal remains are brought to his home, at that time they have kept it off limit for the media as well as for the general public, so that the family can have some quiet time. Because this is the person that we are talking about, who has dedicated his entire life for the state, who has dedicated his entire life for the people of the state. And today as we come together to mourn his death, even today also he is not for the family. He is for the people of the state. We have a few fans out here waiting. I would like to get their thoughts on Zubin. हम आपसे जानना चाहेंगे जुबिन गार्ग नहीं रहे हमारे बीच, लेकिन उनका जो आउटपोर है, लव, द काइंड ऑफ love and respect that we are, that is unprecedented. What words would you like to say?
That cannot be explained. See, we are waiting since 7 a.m. early from the morning to have a glimpse of him. But he is still waiting, and someone told me that he is going from the other way and these people are crying. They will not be able to have a single glimpse of that. That's unprecedented loss to the complete state, country and entire world, I will say. He's a legend. He's a legend.
Yes, as you can hear from the people out here, everyone considered him a legend, and for them, for everyone in Assam, Priyanka, as I was telling you earlier, this is a personal loss to each and every person living in the state of Assam, and also his fan following in Bengal has been tremendous. You know, people yesterday also in the Tollywood, in a gathering at Tollywood, that outpour of love was clearly seen when all the celebrities of Tollywood came together, to pay tributes to Zubin Garg, and the stardom that he had, it was much bigger than anyone have ever achieved in a state like Assam or Northeast. But he was for the people. He was for the public. He was always with the public. Getting a glimpse of Zubin Garg sitting on the footpath, having chai with a rickshaw puller, or talking, interacting with the public on the highway or on a countryside dhaba. These were common sights. And despite rising to prominence, despite rising to prominence in Bombay, he chose to come back to the state of Assam. He decided to come back to the state of Assam. And once I remember, I asked him why he decided to come back to the state of Assam at the peak of his career, and he said that in Mumbai there are very few trees, and he said, I'm a person who wants to interact, who wants to talk to the trees. I want to talk to the mountain. I want to talk to the river, and I don't get that opportunity in Bombay. So he outrightly told the producers in Bombay that if you want me to work for you, you come to Assam. I'm not going to stay here in Bombay. And during an interview earlier, he again told me that this is the age of technology. If anyone wants me to work for him, he can do it from any corner in the world, and he don't need to sit in a concrete jungle just to get the money. So that is the reason why he decided to come back to Assam, come back to Guwahati, to be amongst his people. And that is also the reason why actually people are crazy, why people love him so much, that today that outpour of love can be seen. We have a few Gen Z here. Zubin Garg is no more with us. We all know the state is at a total loss. Everyone is breaking down. You are here to have a last glimpse of his mortal remains. What thoughts you like to say today?
बहुत बेয়া লাগিছে জুবিন দা মানে মোৰ ক'ব গ'লে মানে অসমীয়া গান গালে মানে মোৰ তেওঁৰে মনত পৰে
You can see people breaking down on the road as they wait for Zubin Garg's mortal remains to come. So these scenes are really unprecedented. These are scenes that we had never witnessed in our lifetime in Assam, and the kind of love, the outpour of love that we witness is a testament to the service Zubin has done for the greater cause of Assamese culture, for Assam for his own people. Priyanka.
Right, Anirudh, as we can see these very, very dramatic visuals and the people out on the streets, they are crying. Something was really very special about Zubin Garg. In fact, when everybody is, of course, remembering Zubin Garg, I would also like to take this opportunity because I have seen him perform live in New Delhi. And it was a few years ago when there was a Northeast Festival which was held in New Delhi. It was the first time hearing Zubin Garg live. There was something, a very personal touch about him. In fact, one has never felt that much of a closeness with any singer. People sitting across the nation are feeling it to be a personal loss.
Yes, Priyanka, as Zubin's songs had a deep connection. They always, they always spoke about love. They always spoke about brotherhood. He always spoke about the principles of socialism, and he had openly said on several accounts that he is not a political person. He is not a political person, but he is a socialist. This is what he had always said, and he stood by as one till the last moment of his life. He was a person who has a childlike nature, and that is why everyone loved him. Everyone always got inspiration from Zubin Garg, and that is the reason why we are actually witnessing people coming out in large number. Everyone is at loss of words. Everyone is feeling it difficult to express or share their thoughts because they don't know what to do. Many people are at loss. Since 19th, we are witnessing a scene in Assam that people are coming out in large number. There are midnight jamming sessions going on under the bridges. There are midnight jamming session on the highway, and yesterday from evening people were waiting at the Lokapiriya Gopinath Bodlo International Airport just to have a glimpse of Zubin Garg, and as they wait, everyone was singing his songs, the very same songs that inspired the people, that inspired his own people in not only in Assam but across the region, with a message of humanity and universal brotherhood.
That's right. Anirudh,
Yeah,
appreciate you joining us and giving us a glimpse of Assam, Guwahati at this point in time, where people are out on the roads remembering and paying their last tributes to Zubin Garg. We will be tracking the entire story on Republic, but let's take a look at some more news coming in.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami flagged off the Adi Kailash Parikrama run and unveiled its logo from the Chief Minister camp office in Dehradun. This will be a high-altitude ultra-marathon, the first ever high-altitude marathon in the base of Adi Kailash. The mission is to promote vibrant village border adventure tourism as well as to encourage youth for healthy life. Indian Army's 1 RR Battalion organized a volleyball league at Hasanpura camp, South Kashmir, for the local youth. Around 40 teams from Anantnag, Shopian, Kulgam, Tral and Pulwama participated in the tournament. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant attended the NDA Workers' Conference at the Scout and Guide ground in Bankipur Assembly constituency in Patna, where a booklet detailing NDA's achievement of the past 5 years was released and presented to the public.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी, हर मोड़ पे नई यादें बनेंगी, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आज अगर देश में हम अपनी इकोनॉमी की बात करें तो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट लगभग $850 बिलियन पहुंचा है। $850 बिलियन आज हम एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। और आज डिफेंस सेक्टर के अंदर जो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट है वो 30 गुना बढ़ गया। आज ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल जो कि साउंड की गति से भी तेज चलने वाली है, उसको हम एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। INS विक्रांत हम बना रहे हैं। आज फाइटर जेट हम बना रहे हैं। आकाश मिसाइल हम बना रहे हैं। यह आपने अभी देखा, जब हम देश की सीमाओं की सुरक्षा की बात करते हैं तो 2008 में जब मुंबई में कराची से आए हुए आतंकवादियों ने हमला किया था तो उस समय की सरकार सिर्फ पेपर के ऊपर ट्रीटी कर रही थी और कोई एक्शन नहीं था। लेकिन पुलवामा, उरी, इसका हिसाब किताब सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक से लिया और पाकिस्तान के अंदर 100 किलोमीटर दूर अंदर जाकर के जो आतंकवादी ठिकाने वहां फल फूल रहे थे उनको नेस्तो नाबूद किया। और अभी पहलगांव के आतंकवादी कायराना हमले के बाद अगर प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा था कि ना केवल आतंकवादी बल्कि उनके आकाओं को भी हम सबक देंगे और वैसा सबक देंगे जो वो जीवन भर याद रखेंगे, तो वो सबक ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से किया। और आप देखिए, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का नाम सिंदूर भी इसलिए रखा कि उस बहन को आतंकवादियों ने कहा था उसके पति को मारते हुए जाके अपने मोदी को कह देना। तो उस मां का, उस बहन का सम्मान करते हुए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से जो पाकिस्तान के अंदर घुस के बिना सेना को एंट्री किए वहां के 100 किलोमीटर दूर के जो आतंकवादी ठिकाने थे वो नेस्तो नाबूद किए। तो भारत की सेना, जिसको प्रधानमंत्री जी ने फ्री हैंड दिया, खुली छूट दी कि आप अपना प्लान बनाइए, आपको कोई रोक टोक नहीं है और अपने प्लान के अकॉर्डिंग एक्शन कीजिए। पूरे विश्व ने देखा भारत की ताकत को। कितने भी ड्रोन्स अटैक हुए, कितने भी मिसाइल्स अटैक हुए, उस समय भारत के ऊपर एक भी अटैक भारत के अंदर घुस के कुछ नहीं कर पाया। तो ये भी हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमारे रक्षा मंत्री जी, उनकी सूझबूझ, हमारे टेक्नीशियंस, हमारे वो इंजीनियर्स जो दिन रात देश की सेवा में लगे हैं, ये सारा श्रेय प्रधानमंत्री जी की विजन के साथ साथ उन सबको भी जाता है, हमारी सेनाओं को जाता है। मेरे पास रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट का काम भी है। लगभग 1.25 साल से मैं इस काम को देखता हूं।
Please welcome Mr. Shivam Ranjan, Global Head of Brand Motorola. He is in conversation with Mr. Pranav Kulkarni, Deputy Editor, Republic Business.
Shivam, it's lovely to have you with us.
Same here.
To begin with, we just heard from a legendary entrepreneur talking about one of the most iconic brands in the country. And when we talk about Motorola, the Hello Moto tone, it's yet another, legendary tune that, rings in our ears. I want to ask you a bit about yourself. How did you land up in Motorola?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great beginning that you mentioned the ringtone, the Hello Moto. So before I talk about my journey, maybe I'll just give a glimpse of the brand itself, right? I mean, we spoke about an iconic brand from India, which is Airtel. But I think Motorola has been one of the most iconic brands. In fact, a lot of people might not know, but the famous words in 1969 when we landed on the moon, right? The words, one small step for man and a giant leap for mankind, that came through to the earth from the moon on a Motorola transponder.
Oh, really?
So Motorola was there on the moon in 1969.
Okay.
So a brand that has had a legacy of now over 96 years, it's a 96-year-old brand, has been at the forefront of technology since then. And in fact, that was not the only thing. In 1973, right, the world's first mobile phone call was made. And that was made on a Motorola phone. So the world's first mobile phone actually was created by Motorola.
Wow. Okay.
So this industry that we are in today, we are the pioneers of this industry, and I think it's a great honor for me to now be heading this brand at a global stage. A company that has seen over 96 years of innovation and has been at the forefront of technology across the board at multiple key moments of human innovation, right? But yes, I mean, my first touch point with Motorola was the Razor, right? Okay. As a person, right? I owned the Razor. I don't know, some of you might have owned the Razor, right. the iconic,
the first
super slim
phone,
yeah, the flip phone, the keyboard phone, right? Back in, during my college days, I owned one. And it was an experience. I loved the experience. I loved the association with the brand, and that memory stayed with me. Mm-hmm. So when I got the opportunity back in 2019 to join Motorola, at that stage in India, actually, Motorola was not at the forefront. It was trying to come back to India and gain share. It was a small organization. In fact, I was working with Airtel at that time. So okay, wow. I forgot to mention, but before that I was with Airtel. I was heading marketing for their fintech division. That's the time when I joined Motorola to head marketing for them in 2019. Then a few years down the road, we changed the course of Motorola's journey in India and globally. Mm-hmm. We started seeing rapid growth. And that is when I took over the entire Asia Pacific role. Where we again started seeing penetration across geos like Japan, Australia, which is where now again we are a number 3 brand. Right. And India, we've come from a journey where, say about 4 years back, we were at less than 2% share, market share player. Today we are 8% and growing, and about to break into the top 3 brands in the country. So from there to now, heading the brand globally.
Motorola has been among the trendsetters, so to say. They were the first ones to introduce the Moto Razr, which was an iconic phone. Talking about making in India, because that's the buzzword right now, how is it for a global company like Motorola to manufacture from India? I mean, could you just tell us what exactly and how exactly is it that Motorola manufactures from India?
No, I think it's a great question, but right now I am very proud to say that almost 100% of what we sell in India is actually made in India. 100%, okay. Right? And yeah, thank you. So that is definitely happening, and it's not just that, right? We are not just making in India to sell in India. We're actually exporting to multiple countries as well from India, and that's thanks to the incentives, the policies that the government has given to promote manufacturing in India. I think PLI has been a very important factor in helping us grow our manufacturing capabilities. Also, the growth of indigenous manufacturers, contract manufacturers like Dixon, right, who've come up in India, set up shop, and really scaled up their skill sets and innovation capabilities so that we can partner with them and do local manufacturing in India. So it is, I think, very, very important for us as a global brand to continue to find different opportunities of creating manufacturing hubs. We don't want to be restricted in one particular country, one particular geo, because there are always geopolitical issues that might prop up and hence restrict your ability to export, to import, or to move around, right? So which is why we are actually a truly global organization that believes in creating multiple manufacturing hubs across the world. And India is one very prominent one of them.
But as a manufacturer who's then located out of different countries, what is so unique about manufacturing from India? What are the differences? What are the challenges or the advantages that India offers as a manufacturing hub?
Yeah. No, I think, like I said, from a manufacturing perspective, there are these policies, the government policies, the regulations which have encouraged manufacturing. There are the whole aspect of having this large base of young talent, right, at an employable age, right? I think that again gives us the opportunity to have this set of people who are able to learn, who are able to upskill, and who are able to deliver in terms of delivering best-in-class manufacturing capabilities, and also the tech-first mindset, the innovative mindset that the Indians have. I think all these are positives, but I think the contribution or the role of India is beyond just manufacturing, right? I think what we have seen is that the role of India to the brand globally is beyond manufacturing. It's actually across multiple sectors like product development, portfolio management, marketing, brand. Because if you look at the importance of India now in the overall scheme of the smartphone industry, India today is the second largest global smartphone market, right? 150 million smartphones, more than 150 million smartphones sold every year, shipments in India, right? And a base of over 700 million people. So it's a second largest market, one of the largest bases. It is absolutely critical for any global smartphone brand to be successful in India because it requires scale for us as a brand globally, right? To be successful globally, you need scale. And if you're not successful in India, you're missing a huge lot of scale.
But then here, this is where I want to bring you to one aspect where, we remember as kids, in fact, Motorola was the phone that we all aspired to have. And then there was a phase wherein we, experienced the Apples coming in, and Nokia, for example, was there. Has there been a loss of market share in between? And how have you, overcome that challenging phase through your existence in India?
No, I think, great question. And absolutely yes, right? I mean, for a lot of years, right, back in the day when we invented the mobile phone, and a lot of years after that, for many decades, in fact, after that, Motorola was the world's leading smartphone brand. Our share was number one across all markets globally. And, we were synonymous with the phone, right? At one point of time, it's buy a Motorola, like you say Colgate, right? So that was what we had. But then, yes, over a period of time, we faced challenges with competition coming in. We faced, newer technologies coming in, etc. There was a change in management also. We had to, we were acquired by Google first, and then later on by Lenovo. So change of ownership happened. But I think, there were gaps in which we lost market share. But I think the reason why we've now been able to come back is the fact that we've been committed to innovation. I think that has been at the core. Even though we faced a lot of challenges, the whole strategy and the reason why we are back today. In fact, this is an industry, by the way, this industry, the smartphone industry, is not a very forgiving industry. We all remember many iconic brands that have disappeared, right?
Absolutely.
BlackBerry is one.
Like Nokia.
Nokia is one, HTC is one. So For a brand to come back in this industry, that's a rare phenomena. But I would give a lot of credit to our global leadership, Mr. Sergio Buniac, who's our global president, who's led this charge. But I think the core to our success was that we stuck to our roots. So we decided when we saw that our products were not competitive enough. I think the core was to listen to the consumers. When the consumers said your products are not competitive enough and we will not buy it, that was a moment when we decided to step back. So we decided to stop our marketing investments. We decided to reinvent our business models, right? We wanted to, reduce the costs, bring in efficiencies, optimize our supply chains. And, that was a time when we focused all our investments in R&D, right? Come up with products that are competitive, give more value to the consumers, and are able to compete in some of the most competitive markets.
So do you think now you've got the pulse of Indian consumer?
Yes.
What is it that the Indian consumer is now demanding? What is it that we will see in the years ahead now?
No, I think, the Indian consumer is actually very smart. In fact, if I had to give you an example, one of the, we actually feel that the smartest base of consumers actually globally, right, is in India. And the reason for that is, I think the growth of online marketplaces, right, in India. Most of the other markets from a smartphone perspective are either carrier-led, which means operator-led markets, right, where operators sell your phone. So if you look at the US, you buy a phone from a carrier. It's either Verizon or some other carrier. You look at Japan, similar, right? And there are a lot of other markets where it's retail-driven, right? So mostly it's a push market. I mean, people know of a brand, they'll buy it. They don't need to necessarily know what specification is there, what leading piece of technology is there. They don't inquire so much. But here in India, because of an extremely competitive environment with over 25 smartphone brands existing in the market, and the rise of online e-commerce platforms, consumers have access to all the specifications. So they do the research. In fact, there are times when a consumer asks a question which most of us think will only be asked by a product guy, like, does this support 4K video recording? Does this chipset support 4 nanometer process? I mean, these are things you don't hear anywhere in the world, right? So the consumer here is very, very, picky, choosy. But I think that is what gives us the advantage. If we design for India, if we take these competitive challenges from India and design a product that is competitive in India, then that product is likely to be competitive globally. There's no chance that it will not be competitive globally.
As someone who's a sectoral expert, I want to understand from you. We've seen the kind of transformation that technology has undergone over the past about 10, 20 years. It's been very rapid. We saw, push button phones, then we saw smartphones, we saw wearable technology. I want to understand from you as a consumer and to someone who's an expert in the domain, where is this going? What are we going to see next in technology?
I mean, technology, like you said, right? I mean, I think it evolved. First of all, the first set of evolution that we saw was on hardware, right? I mean, hardware was the first to evolve, where you saw touch button moving to screens. You saw, cameras evolving to, now with a phone you can take DSLR level pictures. You don't need to carry a separate camera. I mean, literally video cameras have died out, right? I mean, so you see the first set of evolution has happened in terms of hardware. But I think now we've reached a stage in the industry where hardware is no longer the big differentiation, right? It could matter a little bit at a particular price point. You could have something more at a particular price point versus another. But things are now beyond hardware. The next set of innovation is where you will see it in terms of software differentiation, in terms of consumer experience that is being delivered on the phone. And that, I think, the biggest disruption will be AI, right? Because frankly, I mean, we are seeing AI penetrate every industry today, right? It is the forefront of all conversation. But I think one thing we should realize is, smartphones are actually the closest to us, in terms of our lives, right? You are with your smartphone from the time you wake up in the morning till the time you go to bed. So that is one piece of device, that's one object or device that you carry with you wherever you go. So the access to AI and the use of AI and the role of AI on your smartphone will be the most significant piece of technological advancement that you will see in the near future.
And what is it that Motorola is working on? Do we see Motorola disrupting the market in the next about few years? Do you see replacing an Apple? The aspirations that have been associated with an Apple, in the Indian market, so to say?
No, absolutely. See, I think our journey, across markets has been quite significant, very positive. I mean, today we are the number 3 brand in North America. We are the number 2 brand in Latin America. And in APAC, we are growing in triple-digit shares, right? So there is something that we are doing right. Some of the key pillars of what we are doing right are, maybe I'd like to call them out, right? I think one of the things that we picked up and we focused on for the past 3-4 years, which has led to this growth for us, is focus on design, right? I think it was not something which was very obvious. When you surveyed a consumer also, they did not say design was a reason that they would buy a smartphone, because design did not exist as a differentiation in the smartphone category at that point of time. But we picked that up. We partnered with a global leader in color science called Pantone. Now, Pantone, if you, Pantone defines colors, right? It literally gives Pantone codes. So people in the design field, etc., would know Pantone. So we partnered with Pantone, who's a global leader in color science, and asked them to suggest the top trends in colors to us. We started adopting those colors into our phones. So you will see that today the Motorola portfolio of smartphones has the most differentiated colors on the phones. And not just colors. We started innovating in terms of materials and finishes. So today you have Motorola phones which come with a wooden finish, which come with a marble finish at the back, which come with Alcantara. Alcantara, by the way, is a material that you see in ultimate luxury cars, right? That's super, super luxury. So we've got these kind of materials also now in our phones, and that is what has created a big wave of differentiation for us globally and in India, where consumers see why we are different and they like what we are doing, right? The other thing the other way in which we are differentiating is to give consumers more value, both in terms of hardware and software. So in terms of hardware, I would say, like I said, there's no innovation that's happening, but to get features, premium features at a more accessible price point, I think that creates the disruption. And in terms of software and AI, giving consumers some of the leading technology in the world. Today we have been recognized in India as India's leading smartphone brand in AI, right? And the reason for that is that we are not just focusing on developing our own AI, which is Moto AI, but we are also partnering with all the top AI proponents in the industry. So we've got Google Gemini on our phones, we've got Microsoft Copilot on our phones, and we've got Perplexity AI also on our phones. So we are the only brand in the smartphone industry that doesn't say we come with one AI agent. We have our own AI, but we give consumers the choice of 3 more AI agents, which are the leading agents in the world. So we are offering consumers the best of what there exists.
Wonderful. Shivam, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you so much. Pleasure talking to you. Thank you for having me.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बटेंगी, हर मोड़ पे नई यादें बनेंगी, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
But then here, this is where I want to bring you to one aspect where, we remember as kids, in fact, Motorola was the phone that we all aspired to have. And then there was a phase wherein we, experienced the Apples coming in, and Nokia, for example, was there. Has there been a loss of market share in between, and how have you, overcome that challenging phase through your existence in India?
No, I think great question, and absolutely yes, right? I mean, for a lot of years, right, back in the day when we invented the mobile phone, and a lot of years after that, for many decades, in fact, after that, Motorola was the world's leading smartphone brand. Our share was number one across all markets globally, and we were synonymous with the phone, right? At one point of time, it's buy a Motorola, like you say Colgate, right? So that was what we had. But then, yes, over a period of time, we faced challenges with competition coming in. We faced, newer technologies coming in, etc. There was a change in management also. We had to. We were acquired by Google first, and then later on by Lenovo. So change of ownership happened. But I think, there were gaps in which we lost market share. But I think the reason why we have now been able to come back is the fact that we've been committed to innovation. I think that has been at the core. Even though we faced a lot of challenges, the whole strategy and the reason why we are back today. In fact, this is an industry, by the way, this industry, the smartphone industry, is not a very forgiving industry. We all remember many iconic brands that have disappeared, right? Absolutely. BlackBerry is one.
Like Nokia.
Nokia is one, HTC is one. So for a brand to come back in this industry, that's a rare phenomenon. But I would give a lot of credit to our global leadership, Mr. Sergio Buniac, who's our global president, who's led this charge. But I think the core to our success was that we stuck to our roots. Okay. So we decided when we saw that our products were not competitive enough. Okay. I think the core was to listen to the consumers. When the consumers said your products are not competitive enough and we will not buy it, that was a moment when we decided to step back. Okay. So we decided to stop our marketing investments. We decided to reinvent our business models, right? We wanted to,
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Ladies and gentlemen, these brothers, and I have had the unique privilege of knowing them. And for that, I'm very grateful. They are so humble, they are so rooted. But when I first went to the United Kingdom as a student in 1993, 1994, my first international flight, I landed. And the first signboard I saw, the first board I saw, was that of British Telecom, the biggest British company. And today, the young lad from Ludhiana is the biggest shareholder of British Telecom. And that is the story of India, isn't it? Nobody would have imagined in 1993 that an Indian company, an Indian entrepreneur, Indian businessman from Ludhiana who started with nothing would reach this far. So I want you to start with your first moments that you remember from the world of business in Ludhiana and where you see yourself today. Just a broad sweep to start with before we get the conversation going. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnab, for inviting me here and speaking. This is not my story. This is really the story of so many colleagues of mine, so many people who are attached to this larger game plan, larger family of Bharti. Me, my brothers, people who have been, guiding us at every stage. I come from a small town, as you saw, from Ludhiana. It's up north, and nobody thought, coming from a political family, you would ever jump into the commercial side. Normally, it's a kind of and I'm talking of the days when there was no connectivity. You guys were nowhere in the site to put the mics right up there. There was nothing. The news traveled after, I don't even know how long. And it's a usual practice that the political family will follow the path of the father and join politics. My father was very clear on one thing in his life: anything but politics. So it's hard for people to imagine that the political family, that's the usual norm. And my father was very clear: anything but politics. And I have to be honest, both me and Sunil, I must refer to both of us, we were bad students. So we were just wanted to get out of college and do something. And that's how life started. And in Ludhiana, it was only textiles, garments, and bicycle. That was the only thing that was being done. Brijmohan uncle, who was the patriarch and who was the chairman of Hero, he truly was, I have to say, somebody who shaped us, who's taught us the business values. So he's been a guide.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Top headlines coming in. Karnataka government forms an SIT to probe vote chori claim made by Rahul Gandhi. A delegation led by Union Minister Piyush Goyal to visit the USA on 22nd September for discussions on the India-US trade deal. US Chamber of Commerce reacts to Trump's $100,000 fee visa call move disruptive. ISIS's hideout has been busted in Ranchi after a raid was conducted by Delhi Police Special Cell. The Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has announced that Malayalam cinema star Mohanlal will be conferred with the Dadasaheb Phalke Award next week. Singer Zubeen Garg's mortal remains brought to Guwahati. Fans gather to pay their respects. Viewers, our top focus. The mortal remains of popular Assamese singer Zubin Garg were taken to his residence after being brought to the Guwahati airport from New Delhi. The famous singer passed away in a scuba accident in Singapore on 19th of September. In fact, the emotional fans across Assam paid tribute to popular Assamese singer Zubin Garg, called as the king of humming following his untimely demise. And fans in Guwahati also lit candles in his memory, mourning the loss of the beloved artist. In fact, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and the Union Minister of State for External Affairs, Pavitra Margarita, paid homage to the late singer at the IGI airport. Earlier, Chief Minister Sarma stated that the Ya Ali singer's remains will be kept on the Arjun Bogeshwar Barua Sports Complex in Guwahati. In fact, what we are also given to understand that he was the beloved son of Assam, who was conducted with dignity, and he becomes a farewell to be remembered for all the time. In fact, the Assam government has announced a 3-day state mourning in the wake of death of singer Garg, and Assam CMO stated that there will be no official entertainment, ceremonial programs or public celebrations during the period. So that is coming in as for the latest development from Guwahati. In fact, the convoy crawled through a sea of humanity in an emotionally charged atmosphere, with people from all walks of lives and ages lining the streets and showering flowers on the ambulance which was carrying the mortal remains of the iconic singer. In fact, currently several thousand fans have gathered at the sports complex, is what we are given to understand, and this is to pay their tributes to Zubin Garg. And what we also can tell our viewers that a flight carrying his body landed in Delhi earlier. The casket was first taken out from the luggage section of the aircraft, and then it was kept near the runway, where his wife offered floral tributes and placed an Assamese gamosa on the coffin. And on the other hand, his wife Garima had urged the people to very peacefully conduct his final journey. And besides his wife, for our viewers, big breaking news coming in on the broadcast. What we are given to understand that Prime Minister Modi will address the nation today at 5 p.m. That is the big breaking development, viewers. Coming in, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to address the nation today at 5 p.m. and we will be able to understand what is going to be the agenda for his address today, and we continue to gather all the details on that story. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the nation today at 5 p.m. and we will be getting you all the developments, and we will be keeping a very close eye, and the nation will be listening into Prime Minister's address at 5 p.m. today. This is coming in as a big breaking news, where the Prime Minister is all set to be addressing the nation at 5 p.m. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi earlier had addressed the nation over the abuses hurled at him and the insult to his mother. Whether that is going to be the main agenda of his address, that is something that needs to be confirmed. But for now, what we can tell you is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the nation at 5 p.m. today. And it is going to be a very, very significant address, as Prime Minister Modi will in fact be taking on, and he will be sending out a very strong message. The agenda is yet to be confirmed. We will quickly confirm the agenda on Prime Minister's address today. But we can confirm, viewers, that today at 5 p.m. all eyes are going to be today at 5 p.m. when Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be taking the stage. He will be addressing the nation via video conferencing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of course, going to be addressing the nation today at around 5 p.m. and all eyes will be on his address. as it is going to be very, very significant. We will very quickly confirm the agenda of Prime Minister's address, but all eyes are going to be on what he says, on which message he is going to be focusing on, and what could be the reason for his address. And very strong message. It looks like the Prime Minister will be addressing ahead of probably somewhere ahead of certain important messages that he is set to give. Whether it is going to be on his insult to his mother, or whether it is going to be the GST 2.0 lift-off, we have to confirm that ahead of the trade talks between India and the United States. It is likely that the Prime Minister will be addressing the nation today as we bring in more developments on this story. All right, I'm being joined by Executive Editor, Republic TV, Niranjan Narayanaswamy, joining me on the phone line. Niranjan, what is the agenda? What messages Prime Minister Narendra Modi going to be sending out to the nation today at 5 p.m.?
Well, frankly, at this point, we don't have the details yet. But the timing of the Prime Minister's address to the nation is critical. It is at a time when India is just on the back of Operation Sindoor sent out a very, very strong global message. It is also on the back of the tariffs that have been imposed by America and the different steps that we have taken as a country, and the GST changes that have been, brought in, kick in tonight, late night, midnight, India time. And tomorrow, the super reform that is expected to open up the economy kicks in. And the timing of the Prime Minister and his address becomes extremely critical. The Prime Minister just celebrated his birthday last week. So it will be his first address to the nation after he turned 75. And he will be addressing the country this evening, expected to, of course, send out a very, very, very significant message. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a messaging that he would be addressing the nation by 5 p.m. It's an address to the entire nation. It's not a political rally. It is not a speech at an event. It is an address to the nation. And the Prime Minister will be speaking at 5 p.m. Once again, this is on the back of the tariffs that have been imposed. It is on the back of the H-1B visa issue. It is on the back of Operation Sindoor. It is on the back of the GST reforms that have been brought in by India and the government, and which kick in tomorrow, expected to increase consumption in a very, very big way. Now, on the back of all of these developments, his address becomes extremely critical, and we're all building up to it. I think Abhishek should be should be getting some more details. We don't know whether there will be any announcement. We don't know as of this minute what's on the agenda. Will there be a shift perhaps in any policy? Will there be a new policy announcement? We don't know. Will there be a global update? Will there be more reforms or big announcements by the government? We will all be building up to it. We will be watching the developments live. And this is what we can tell you. The Prime Minister's address to the nation at 5 p.m. and Republic TV will be live throughout. And we will be building up to this. The last few times that the Prime Minister has addressed the nation, you look back in time at the different times when he has addressed the nation, at critical times, in fact, he has come out and shown his leadership. When in the past, the Prime Minister has, addressed the nation during COVID, when he brought the entire country together. He rallied the entire country together to stay as one and to ensure that we defeat COVID. And one of his first announcements when he addressed the nation after taking office was on demonetization. So at different points of time, the Prime Minister has made key announcements using the address to the nation. So today at 5 p.m. when he speaks, we will be watching out. But the timing, like I said, is critical. We will have to, wait and watch what happens on the 12th. In fact, on the 12th of May, he also gave an address to the nation. And the Prime Minister, that was his address immediately after Operation Sindoor. And on the 12th of May, the Prime Minister for the first time after the operation had completed, spoke about, and Pakistan had been taught a lesson, spoke about what India had done as a country, and it spoke about the success of Operation Sindoor, spoke about how terrorists had targeted, women, especially wanted to send a message to women. Men were targeted. So he held a very detailed news conference when he addressed, not a news conference, he addressed the nation on the aim of India's Operation Sindoor and the objectives that we had met as a country, and how we had set a new benchmark, a new normal. And these were some of the focus points of what the Prime Minister has said. Now, that was his last address to the nation, so it becomes extremely critical.
Right.
The Prime Minister, since May 15th, May 12th, for the first time, will be speaking to the nation.
Niranjan, appreciate you joining us on that. But also I've been joined by Executive Editor Politics, Aishwarya Kapoor, joining us on the phone line as well. Aishwarya, what is the understanding as far as Prime Minister's address today to the nation? What could be the possible agenda or the message that he will be sending out?
Well, absolutely. It's on the eve of the implementation of the new GST reforms. We have to keep in mind, though there is a lot of sense that would the Prime Minister respond back to Donald Trump on the issue of the H-1B visa. But at this point of time, we could tell you that it's on the eve of the implementation of the next generation GST reforms. And I repeat that it's on the eve of the next generation GST reforms, which in itself is going to be dynamic, which in itself is going to directly impact, if not 140 crore Indians, more than 100 crore Indians direct are going to be impacted by this decision. The Prime Minister is going to address the nation at 5 p.m. Though there is no official confirmation on the issue of which or on which the Prime Minister will be addressing the nation at 5 p.m. today. But I repeat, it's on the eve of the next generation GST reforms that the Prime Minister will be addressing the nation at 5 p.m. because this is ahead of the implementation of the proposed GST reforms, which I repeat directly impacts 100 crore Indians, and that in itself is very, very significant. We still remember when the Prime Minister addressed the nation when GST was introduced, and now it's the next generation GST, it's the new Eve GST which is being reformed. Prime Minister Modi is going to be addressing the nation at 5 p.m. But as I said, there is no official confirmation on the topic of which the Prime Minister will be addressing the nation at 5 p.m. People would also want to hear him what is going to be India's response on the H-1B visa, but whether it is going to be that or whether he's going to leave that on S. Jaishankar and our foreign ministry is something we have to wait and watch for. But the most expected is on the next generation GST because it's on the eve of the implementation of the next gen GST, which directly impacts more than 100 crore Indians, more than 45 crore households, and that itself is massive. So it's 5 p.m. tonight when Prime Minister Narendra Modi addresses the nation today.
Right, Aishwarya, appreciate you joining us and confirming that it is going to be Prime Minister's address on the eve of next generation GST reforms that will be implemented. And some more breaking news, viewers, that we are tracking on Republic. The BJP has alleged that abuses were again hurled at Prime Minister Modi's late mother, and this time by some RJD workers during Leader of Opposition Tejasvi Yadav's Bihar Adhikar Yatra. The political charged environment of Bihar, where elections are due later this year, recently saw a major controversy as abuses were allegedly hurled at the Prime Minister's late mother by a man from a stage set for Rahul Gandhi's Vote Adhikar Yatra in Darbhanga district last month. And in fact, sharing a video of the purported latest incident on X handle, Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary wrote that Tejasvi Yadav has once again insulted his late mother, and he is also holding a press conference. Let's cut across.
गुंडों के बल पर सरकार बनाना चाहते हैं। महागठबंधन के लोग, लालू प्रसाद जी का परिवार हो, राहुल गांधी का परिवार हो, इसको सार्वजनिक माफी यानी नहीं मांगते हैं, तो इससे स्पष्ट होता है कि इनके इशारे पर प्रधानमंत्री जी के मां को गाली दिया जाए।
राजद के लोग कह रहे हैं कि ये पूरा जो वीडियो है ये बीजेपी के आईटी सेल ने इसे एडिट किया है और फिर उसे प्रसारित करवाया गया है।
देखिए, रोज की घटना है, रोज इस तरह की बातें आ रही है। दरभंगा में क्या हुआ, कांग्रेस पार्टी के ट्विटर हैंडल में क्या हुआ और कल महुआ में क्या हुआ, ये तमाम चीजें बिहार की जनता देख रही है। बिहार की जनता इसका जवाब अगले 2 महीने में देगी।
क्या रोहिणी यादव जिस तरह से अभी लालू परिवार में विरोध कर रही हैं,
धन्यवाद।
क्या आप FIR कराएंगे इसके लिए अगर वो माफी मांगते हैं तो?
देखिए, एकदम इन चीजों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरी निगाह डाली हुई है और जरूर मैं अपने जिलाध्यक्ष को जरूर कहूंगा कि ऐसी घटना पे तुरंत कार्रवाई करें।
सर, आज 5 बजे शाम में देश के प्रधानमंत्री देश को संबोधित करने वाले हैं।
तो सुन लीजिएगा, प्रधानमंत्री जी बोलेंगे तो मैं उनकी बात कहाँ से बता पाऊंगा।
आप लोग कुछ करेंगे इस पर? एक FIR तो शायद पटना में आप लोगों ने कराया है, आगे भी कोई कार्रवाई करेंगे?
देखिए, ये लोक लज्जा का विषय है। जिस तरह प्रधानमंत्री जी को लगातार ये तीसरी बड़ी घटना है और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की माता जी जो स्वर्गवास हो चुकी हैं, उनको गाली देने का काम करना, इससे बड़ा लोकतंत्र के लिए शर्मनाक चीजें हो ही नहीं सकता। इसलिए मैं इसकी भर्त्सना करता हूं और पुरजोर विरोध करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Viewers, that was the BJP press briefing where there were clear statements made where RJD was accused of using extremely disrespectful words for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother in a political rally, and that was Samrat Chaudhary who was addressing the media and taking a hit at the RJD event. And earlier we had seen how the similar situation panned out in one of the rallies of Rahul Gandhi's event. Meanwhile, the BJP accused RJD of using very, very disrespectful words for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother in a political rally. Take a look.
का अपमान, महिला शक्ति का अपमान, नारी शक्ति का अपमान, यही इंडिया अलायंस की पहचान। पहले कांग्रेस पार्टी ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की माताजी को गालियां दी, उसे डिफेंड किया, जस्टिफाई किया, उसका खंडन करने के बदले उस व्यक्ति को बचाने की कोशिश की गई और फिर बिहार कांग्रेस ने AI वीडियो बनाया, डीप फेक वीडियो बनाया, जिसको पटना हाईकोर्ट ने आदेश दिया हटाने के लिए। पर अब तेजस्वी यादव जी की पार्टी कैसे पीछे छूट जाती। गाली ही इनकी प्रणाली है, ये इन्होंने आज एक पुख्ता प्रमाण दिया है इसका। आरजेडी के रैली के दौरान जब तेजस्वी यादव मंच पे थे तो अब एक वीडियो सामने आया है मीडिया के माध्यम से, जिसमें साफ दिखाई दे रहा है कि आरजेडी के सपोर्टर्स प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की माताजी को बहुत गंदे अपशब्द बोल रहे हैं और उन्हें रोकने का कोई प्रयास नहीं किया गया। ये गाली देना संयोग नहीं, ये सोचा समझा प्रयोग और उद्योग बन चुका है, अन्यथा ये रोका जाता। अब देखना, जब चोरी पकड़ी गई है, जब ये गाली गलौज पकड़ी गई है, तो वही करेंगे। पहले बोलेंगे कि ये फेक है, फिर बोलेंगे कि हमने नहीं किया, ये किसी और के एजेंट ने किया है। खंडन नहीं करेंगे, ना जिम्मेदारी उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये सोची समझी रणनीति है। क्योंकि इनके पास प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और बीजेपी के खिलाफ बोलने के लिए कुछ नहीं है, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की दिवंगत माताजी को राजनीति में घसीटकर उनको अभद्र शब्द बोलना, आपत्तिजनक शब्द बोलना, ये कांग्रेस पार्टी आरजेडी की सोची समझी स्ट्रेटेजी लगती है।
बिहार के अंदर तेजस्वी यादव के मंच से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को, माता जी को भद्दी भद्दी गालियां निकाली गई। दिख रहा है कि उनको हार दिख रही है और हार की बुखराहट में वह इस प्रकार के काम कर रहे हैं। वह इस प्रकार से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की माता जी को भद्दी भद्दी गालियां निकाल रहे हैं, परंतु वह भूल रहे हैं कि बिहार सीता माता की धरती है और बिहार की जनता इस बार उनको मुंह तोड़ करारा जवाब देगी इन गालियों का। ये हमारे संस्कारों का हनन कर रहे हैं और बिहार की जनता इसको किसी भी कीमत पर कबूल करने वाली नहीं है।
Viewers, the Durga Puja preparations are in full swing in Kolkata and the pandals across the city are taking shape. At Arjunpur Amra Shabai Club, a unique stainless steel idol of goddess Durga is being readied under the theme Mukhomukhi, designed by artist Shovin Bhattacharjee. The pandal blends tradition with modern art, setting the stage for Bengal's grandest festival. Here's a report, take a look.
As Durga Puja nears, preparations in Kolkata are reaching a fever pitch.
Pandals are rising, colors are spreading, and artisans are giving their final touches to the goddess. At Arjunpur Amrosa Boy Club, a unique creation takes shape. A stainless steel Durga idol crafted under the theme Mukhamukhi. The club's pandal, designed by artist Chauvin Bhattacharjee, is drawing attention even before the festivities begin, merging tradition with contemporary art.
See, the title of the pandal is Face to Face. In Bengali से मुखोमुखी, मतलब आमने सामने. आमने सामने का मतलब यहाँ पे सिर्फ आमने सामने, मतलब in terms of not just आमने सामने. मतलब यहाँ पे हम दिखाना चाह रहे हैं कि एक साइकिल ऑफ लाइफ और एक बड़ी फ्रैक्टल थ्योरी के साथ हम इसको प्लेस कर रहे हैं. जैसे एक बिंदु, एक सागर भी एक बिंदु है, एंड अर्थ ऑल्सो इन वन डॉट इन द यूनिवर्स, और एक डॉट में भी एक यूनिवर्स है. सो बेसिकली यहाँ पे पूरी जो जर्नी ऑफ एनी ह्यूमन बीइंग और एनी एनर्जी, मतलब कोई भी एनर्जी की जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होता है, अगर हम अपने खुद के लाइफ को देखें, इफ़ वी आर इन 21st सेंचुरी, तो 21st सेंचुरी में जो आज की डेट पे हम लोग डिजिटल एरा छोड़ के आज AI जनरेशंस पे आ चुके हैं. So these are all our evolutions. So I'm trying to bring it here. मैं सारी चीज़ों को मैं इस तरह से यहाँ पे ला रहा हूँ कि ताकि सब कुछ मिलके एक मज़ेदार चीज़ बन जाए यहाँ पे.
From lighting to finishing the touches, every detail is being perfected as the city gears up for its grandest celebration of faith and culture.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Chhattisgarh Deputy Chief Minister Arun Sao flagged off Namo Yuva Run in Raipur. The Namo Yuva Run will involve a minimum of 10,000 youth participating at each location across the state. This is a part of the Seva Pakhwara to celebrate Prime Minister Modi's birthday. Meanwhile, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami also participated in the Namo Yuva Run at Dehradun after flagging off the ceremony. Ahead of Durga Puja, skilled artisans in Hyderabad work tirelessly to make eco-friendly Durga idols. The artisans offer nearly 22 varieties of Durga idols, ranging in price from 5,000 rupees to 1,50,000 rupees. Each idol takes around 10 to 12 days to be created. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman participated in Tamil Nadu Matchbox Industry Centenary celebration held at the SSTM College campus in Thoothukudi. Sitharaman also facilitated women workers of the matchbox industry.
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी. अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी, हर मोड़ पे नई यादें बनेंगी, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा. यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का. अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा, राजा प्योर मसाला.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
ये हमारे विजनरी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सोच है। न केवल इकोनॉमी, इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस, देश की सीमाओं की सुरक्षा, देश का जो युवा खेलो इंडिया के माध्यम से उनको प्रोत्साहन देना, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के ऊपर विशेष जोर देना, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस उनका सपना है। आज अगर 25 करोड़ देशवासी गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आए हैं तो ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विजन है, जिसके कारण से आज देश की इकोनॉमी भी विश्व में चौथे नंबर पर पहुंची है। आज हमने जिस इंग्लैंड ने हमारे देश पर, जिस ब्रिटेन ने हमारे देश पर 200 साल तक राज किया, आज हमने इकोनॉमिक स्फीयर में उसको भी पीछे छोड़ दिया है और आज हम विश्व की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती हुई इकोनॉमी है और विश्व में चौथे नंबर पर है। जो छोटे छोटे स्टेप्स हैं, आज अगर रेडी पटरी वाले की बात किसी ने सोची तो वो नरेंद्र मोदी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सोची कि ये बाजार से लोन लेता है, बड़ा ब्याज देना पड़ता है, जिसकी परसेंटेज का हिसाब भी नहीं लगाया जा सकता। अगर स्वनिधि योजना में किसी रेडी पटरी वाले को 10,000 20,000 का आसान किश्तों पे लोन मिल जाए और वो अपनी आजीविका कमा पाए, तो ये देश की इकोनॉमी में जो इजाफा है, ये हमारा छोटे से छोटा रेडी पटरी लगाने वाला भी देश की इकोनॉमी में इजाफा कर रहा है। अगर मैं एजुकेशन की बात करूं तो आज से 11 साल पहले देश के अंदर, अगर मैं एमबीबीएस की सीट्स की बात करूं तो 51,000 सीट थी, आज 1,18,000 सीट्स हैं। मेडिकल कॉलेज 387 थे, आज 780 मेडिकल कॉलेजेस हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी का यह सपना कि देश के हर जिले में एक सरकारी मेडिकल कॉलेज होना चाहिए। इसके साथ साथ अगर 2014
This isn't just a ring, it's a sanctuary where destinies are forged, where silence holds the weight of 1,000 dreams. Here in this empty frame, a story is about to unfold. A story of a mentor, a dream, and the stars he helped ignite.
चलिए करें शुरू। मेरा नाम भास्कर चंद्र भट्ट है। मैं उत्तराखंड के ज़िला पिथौरागढ़ से रहने वाला हूँ। पिथौरागढ़ में गांव है नकरोड़ा, वहाँ का रहने वाला हूँ। मेरी बॉक्सिंग की जर्नी पिथौरागढ़ से शुरू हुई। जब हम लोग पिथौरागढ़ में आए, बड़े भाई साहब हमारे बॉक्सिंग खेलते थे। हमारे गुरुजी कैप्टन हरि सिंह थापा, जो 58 टोक्यो एशियन के सिल्वर मेडलिस्ट हैं, इंडिया के पहले गेम्स के सिल्वर मेडलिस्ट हैं, वो हमारे गुरु रहे हुए हैं। तो उनके साथ बड़े भाई साहब को देखकर मैंने बॉक्सिंग शुरू करी। बड़े भाई साहब भी हमारे एशियन मेडलिस्ट हैं, धर्मेंद्र प्रकाश भट्ट। तो हमारे फादर साहब का ये कहना था कि आप लोग अगर इस तरह के गेम में जाओ जो आपको मेंटली और फिजिकली स्ट्रॉन्ग करे, तो इसको देख के हमने भी बचपन से बॉक्सिंग शुरू करी। तब उत्तर प्रदेश था, उसके बाद अब उत्तराखंड बन गया है। तो वहाँ से शुरू करते हुए मैंने पहले अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट से खेला, फिर हमने स्टेट खेला, नेशनल मेडल लिया। तो 1992 में मैंने स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया ज्वाइन किया। पहली पोस्टिंग मेरी पीपली कुरुक्षेत्र में थी, वहाँ से मेरा जर्नी साई के साथ हुआ। लेकिन पहले मैंने बॉक्सिंग कोचिंग मैंने आर्मी टीमों को कराई है, मैंने एनआईएस करने के बाद। लेकिन जो माँ बाप का और हमारे गुरु का हमारे प्रति समर्पण था, उस समर्पण ने मुझे कोचिंग के प्रति आकर्षित किया, अट्रैक्ट किया कि मुझे कोचिंग लाइन में जाना चाहिए। हालांकि गेम का मेरा बहुत कैरियर नहीं है, मैंने एशियन कैंप किया है, इंडिया कैंप किया है, नेशनल मेडल है, बस हो गया। लेकिन बड़े भाई साहब हमारे मेडलिस्ट हैं, तो उनको देखकर मुझे ऐसा लगा खिलाड़ी से ज़्यादा अगर मैं कोचिंग लाइन में आऊँ तो मुझे लगता है कि मैं कुछ और अच्छा कर सकता हूँ। तो 92 में मैंने साई ज्वाइन करी। हालांकि मैं 1 साल वहाँ रहा, उसके बाद मैं धर्मशाला हिमाचल मेरी ट्रांसफ़र हो गई। 3 साल मैं वहाँ रहा। धर्मशाला में बॉक्सिंग बहुत कम थी, हमने वहाँ पर 3 साल के अंदर नेशनल मेडल बच्चे हमने वहाँ से तैयार किए। बच्चों ने नेशनल मेडल लिया, इंडिया कैंप किया। गौरव हमारा पहला खिलाड़ी था वहाँ का। और जब मैंने कुरुक्षेत्र ज्वाइन किया पहली बार, मैंने बताया आपको, तो वहाँ पर एक भीम सिंह लड़का हरियाणा से था। वह एक ऐसा लड़का था, जब मेरी शुरुआत थी, वह बॉक्सिंग में स्टांस होते हैं साउथ पा और ऑर्थोडॉक्स, तो वो एक ऐसा खिलाड़ी था जो दोनों स्टांस से खेलता था और बहुत बढ़िया खेलता था। हालांकि उसके बहुत अच्छे मेडल है, इंटरनेशनल है वो, अभी पंजाब पुलिस में, पंजाब में है वो। उसके बाद मेरी ट्रांसफ़र धर्मशाला से गोवा हो गई, गोवा में रहे। गोवा में हालांकि बॉक्सिंग का बहुत ज़्यादा अट्रैक्शन नहीं है, वहाँ फुटबॉल और स्विमिंग में लोग ज़्यादा हैं। 3-4 लड़के हमने 3 साल के टाइम पर वहाँ भी नेशनल तक पहुँचाए। हालांकि वो सभी अपनी अपनी जॉब कर रहे हैं, आज कोच भी बने हुए हैं, प्रवीण है लड़का, मुकेश है, तो कुछ ऐसे लड़के हैं जो वहाँ से बने। उसके बाद मेरी ट्रांसफ़र अलवर हो गई राजस्थान में। राजस्थान में मैं रहा, सारा मेरा साई के हॉस्टल्स का कैरियर है। STC हमारी अलवर थी, वहाँ किया। वहाँ से हमारा ग्रीस लड़का है जो नेवी में भर्ती हुआ, नेशनल मेडल है। तो 3-4 साल, हर 3-4 साल में मेरी ट्रांसफ़र होती रही। फिर मैं अलवर से मैं गुवाहाटी गया। जो मेरे एज अ कोच का जो टर्निंग पॉइंट है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि गुवाहाटी से मेरा टर्निंग पॉइंट मुझे मिला। गुवाहाटी हमारे पास सारे खिलाड़ी नेशनल मेडल थे, वहाँ पर बहुत अच्छा स्टफ था। जब 2004 में मैंने गुवाहाटी ज्वाइन किया, तो गुवाहाटी ज्वाइन करने के बाद कल्पना वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप की ब्रॉन्ज मेडल, आसाम की पहली वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में ब्रॉन्ज है, एशिया में गोल्ड है, बेस्ट बॉक्सर है, प्रनामिका बोरो, प्रतिभा कचारी, जानवी गोगोई। तो वो एक ऐसा स्टफ मिला जहाँ से वाकई में कोच की जो पहचान बनती है ना, कि उसने काम किया है। नेशनल लेवल थे, वहाँ से बच्चे हमारे सारे ऊपर तक गए, इंटरनेशनल, वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप, एशिया में गया। तो वो टर्निंग, वहीं से मुझे मिस्टर अनूप कुमार हैं हमारे हेड कोच, तो इंडियन टीम के उस समय के जो हेड कोच थे, उन्होंने मुझे नेशनल कैंप में काम करने का मौका दिया एज अ कोच। तो वहाँ भी हमने काम किया। तो 2005 के बाद मुझे नेशनल कैंप में वुमेन टीम के साथ एज अ कोच काम करने का मौका मिला। मैंने वहाँ काम किया। हम गुवाहाटी, मैंने इसलिए कहा ना, गुवाहाटी एक टर्निंग पॉइंट है। वहाँ से हालांकि मेरी 3 साल के बाद मेरी ट्रांसफ़र फिर बिलासपुर हिमाचल हो गई, फिर सोनीपत में आ गया मैं हमारा साई सेंटर में। तो ये सब एज अ कोच की जर्नी है। सोनीपत से मैं पिथौरागढ़ गया, 3 साल वहाँ रहा। हमारे पिथौरागढ़ से बहुत अच्छे रिजल्ट हैं उत्तराखंड के। उसके बाद मैंने रोहतक आया हूँ। तो अभी मेरा जो रोहतक का जो टर्नओवर हमारे यहाँ इस रोहतक सेंटर के, हमारे कॉमनवेल्थ गोल्ड, नीतू हमारी कॉमनवेल्थ यहाँ की लड़की है जिसका है, हमारे यहाँ से वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है। जो आपको मैं बताऊँ 2021 में यूथ का वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप हुई थी हमारी तुर्की में, हमारे 7 गोल्ड है, उसमें से 4 लड़कियाँ हमारी यहीं की थी, एनसीओई रोहतक की। तो जो मेरा नेशनल कैंप में एज अ कोच का सफ़र है वो मिस्टर अनूप कुमार जी के साथ शुरू हुआ था 2011 तक। अगर आपको याद हो तो टेस्ट इवेंट 2012 के जो ओलंपिक लंदन में थे, उससे पहले हमारे टेस्ट इवेंट हुआ था हमारा, लंदन में ही था। तो एज अ कोच में मैरी कॉम, पूजा, इनके साथ में एज अ कोच का टीम के साथ गया था। वहाँ भी मैरी कॉम का ब्रॉन्ज आया था। और 2012 में ओलंपिक में भी मैरी कॉम का ब्रॉन्ज मेडल आया हुआ है। तो वो ये मेरी एलीट वुमेन टीम के साथ, मिस्टर अनूप जी के साथ मेरा सफ़र था जो नेशनल कैंप में वुमेन टीम के साथ रहा है। 2017 में मुझे यूथ वुमेन टीम का हेड कोच फेडरेशन ने मुझे जिम्मेदारी दी। साई में जॉब कर रहा था मैं उस समय। 2017 से जो मेरी जर्नी शुरू हुई वुमेन टीम के हेड कोच की, बहुत अच्छा कैरियर रहा। हमारी पूरे बॉक्सिंग कोचेज और हमारी जो स्पोर्ट्स साइंस की टीम है, उनका इतना बेहतरीन कोऑर्डिनेशन था। मैं आपको बताऊं, उसी कोऑर्डिनेशन का रिज़ल्ट है हमारा कि 2017 में इंडिया में हमारी यूथ की वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप हुई थी गुवाहाटी में, जहां हमने 5 गोल्ड लिए थे। और इसके बाद 2021 में, हालांकि 2018 में फिर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, हमारे 2 गोल्ड 2 सिल्वर थे। लेकिन फुल फ्लैश जो टीम यूथ की हमारी टीम के पास थी एज ए हेड कोच, मैं उसको, मेरे पास जिम्मेदारी थी। तो जो टीम का रिज़ल्ट है बहुत जल्दी नहीं आता है, क्योंकि 2016 में फेडरेशन बनी, 17 में हमारे घर पे था, बहुत अच्छा काम किया था। लेकिन जो यूथ के साथ काम करने का जो असली रिज़ल्ट है जिसमें आपको मैं बताऊं, स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया ने लॉकडाउन के टाइम पर जब पूरे वर्ल्ड में सब कुछ बंद था, हमारा रोहतक सेंटर में फिर भी ट्रेनिंग हुई थी, हमने कोविड की गाइडलाइन के साथ यहाँ पर काम किया, उसी का रिजल्ट है। स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया और बॉक्सिंग फेडरेशन ने मिलकर इस तरह से प्लानिंग करी हमारे खिलाड़ियों के लिए। 20 और 21 हम पूरे 1 से 1.5 साल लगभग सारी दुनिया से कटकर हमने यहाँ ट्रेनिंग करी। तो मुझे याद आता है जो गुरुकुल का टाइम हुआ करता ना पहले, कभी गुरुकुल में जंगल में जाते थे, आपसे सबके संपर्क, तो रियल जो एजुकेशन होती है वो मैंने फील करी जो कोविड का टाइम था, हमने इस सेंटर में काम किया है और उसका रिजल्ट मैं आपको बताऊं, आज तक वो हिस्ट्री में लिखा हुआ है। अभी तक 10 वेट कैटेगरी हम लोग वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए पोलैंड गए थे और 10 वेट कैटेगरी में 7 गोल्ड मेडल इंडिया के थे और वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट बॉक्सर इंडिया से था। तो वह एक ऐसा टाइम था जिसमें पूरा वर्ल्ड जो है इंडिया की ओर देख रहा था कि जो भी बॉक्सर जाता है वो गोल्ड लेके आता है। आपको बताऊं मैं, हमारे 10 वेट कैटेगरी में 2 लड़कियां हमारी उनसे हारी जिनका वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में गोल्ड था, मतलब वो भी हमारे सशक्त दावेदार था। एक लड़की हमारी 4-1 से हारी, एक 3-2 से हारी है, 5 जजेज होते हैं। तो एक लड़की हमारी जो पहले ही प्री क्वार्टर में हार गई थी, मैं ये कह सकता हूँ, लेकिन हमारे 10 में से 9 वेट ऐसे थे हम वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में डोमिनेट कर रहे थे, जो सबकी नज़र में आया। तो इस रिजल्ट के बाद बॉक्सिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया ने मुझे एज अ हेड कोच एलीट वुमेन का मुझे जिम्मेदारी दी। हमारी टीम ने जो काम किया, 2021 दिसंबर में मैंने एज ए ज्वाइन किया था। 2022 में पहली हमारी चैंपियनशिप जो थी हमारी बलकान में इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट हुआ था हमारा, उस टूर्नामेंट में पहली बार हम 2 गोल्ड के साथ आए थे, जिसमें नीतू का और निखत का था। सेम हमने रिपीट किया 2022 में कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स। तो वो जो कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स था वो हमारा टर्निंग पॉइंट था। इससे पहले कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में केवल मैरी कॉम का गोल्ड है उन्होंने, लेकिन पहली बार ऐसा हुआ कि 2 गोल्ड और 1 ब्रॉन्ज के साथ हमारी एलीट की इंडियन टीम हमारी खेल के आई है। और 2022 में मैं आपको याद दिलाऊं कि हमने वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप तुर्की में खेली थी, जिसमें निखत मैरी कॉम के बाद पहली खिलाड़ी है जो निखत वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में गोल्ड लेके आई थी। और जो उसका एक बनबास का पीरियड कहते हैं, काफ़ी लंबा, वो बहुत अच्छी खिलाड़ी रही हैं, लेकिन उनका जो टाइम था वो 22 से शुरू हुआ। 22 में उनका पहली बार वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में 1 गोल्ड, हमारे 2 ब्रॉन्ज थे, जिसमें मनीषा का और प्रवीण का 2 ब्रॉन्ज थे। फिर हमने कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स खेला, वहाँ हमारे 2 गोल्ड 1 ब्रॉन्ज, 4 लड़कियाँ हमारी खेलने गई थी, 4 में से ये मान के चाहिए कि 2 गोल्ड 1 ब्रॉन्ज हमारा था। उसके बाद इंडिया में 2023 में हमारी वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप हुई थी एलीट की, जिस वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में हमारे 4 गोल्ड थी। नीतू का गोल्ड था, नीतू का अगर आप देखेंगे, नीतू का कॉमनवेल्थ में गोल्ड, निखत का कॉमनवेल्थ में सेम इन्होंने रिपीट किया यहाँ, निखत का भी गोल्ड है, नीतू का गोल्ड है 48 में, उसके बाद हमारा लवलीना का गोल्ड है 75 में और 81 में हमारा स्वीटी का गोल्ड है। जो हमारे खिलाड़ियों का जो जर्नी पीरियड है, इंडियन टीम है कैसे एक बहुत ही अच्छे दौर पे चल रही है। आज भी इंडियन वुमेन टीम वर्ल्ड में हम लोग डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ जो कोचेज काम करते हैं ग्रास रूट पे, जो नीचे से काम करते हुए आ रहे हैं, और हमारे इस तरह के सेंटरों में और स्टेट के सेंटरों में जो स्पोर्ट्स साइंस की टीम हमारे खिलाड़ियों को हेल्प करती है, कोचेज जज करते हैं किस खिलाड़ी को क्या प्रॉब्लम है, वो अपनी स्पोर्ट्स साइंस टीम के साथ बात करते हैं और ये बैठ के जो उसका सॉल्यूशन निकलता है, खिलाड़ी को कम से कम इंजरी हो, उनका रीहैब सिस्टम से हो, ताकि जब वो रिटर्न टू प्ले करें तो अच्छे तरीके से। उसी का रिजल्ट है आज भी हम वर्ल्ड में डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं। तो ये मेरा बॉक्सिंग का शुरुआत से आज तक का सफर रहा है।
This isn't a story of a champion who won title, but of a man who found his purpose in the journey of others. He took his passion and built an empire of discipline, one athlete at a time.
अगर एक खिलाड़ी को हमने कह दिया ये करना है, अगर वो कर रहा है, गलत सही तो बाद में होता है, पहले वो करे तो सही। जब वो कुछ करेगा तभी तो आप चेक कर पाओगे कि वो सही कर रहा है कि गलत कर रहा है। तो खिलाड़ी की भावनाएं होनी चाहिए करने की। अगर उसके अंदर ये डेडिकेशन है मुझे बनना है, तो कोई भी उसको नहीं रोक सकता है। साधारण खिलाड़ी और एक चैंपियन में जो बेसिक अंतर है वो है उसका डेडिकेशन, समर्पण। जो चैंपियन बनना चाहेगा बचपन से ही उसके अंदर चैंपियन बनने की आग होगी। आप उसको कोई भी काम दे दो, उसको पसंद है या नहीं पसंद है, उसने वो करना ही करना है। क्यों? क्योंकि सर ने बोला है। तो मुझे लगता है उनका जो समर्पण है ना, उनको चैंपियन बनना है, उनको आपने टारगेट दे दिया, उनको काम करना है, उनको पता है मुझे करना है, क्योंकि जब मैं यह करूंगी तभी मैं जीतूंगी, जब मैं जीतूंगी तब मैं अपनी पहचान बना पाऊंगी। तो पहचान बनाने की जो चाहत है, जो ललक है, जो आग है, वो उनको सबसे अलग बनाती है। उसी का परिणाम है कि आज हम जिस जगह पर हैं और अभी हमें बहुत आगे जाना है। आप ये माने कि जब खिलाड़ी जब राष्ट्रगान के लिए जो नंबर 1 वाली पोडियम में चढ़ता है तो ऐसा लगता है कि उस जगह मैं खड़ा हूँ। सपोज करो मैं एक खिलाड़ी से रिंग पे हम लोग ट्रेनिंग करा रहे हैं, मैं कह रहा हूँ उसको लेफ्ट के अगेंस्ट राइट मारेगा। हम एक बार देखते हैं, 2 बार देखते हैं, अब वो नहीं कर पा रहा है तो हम पहले उसको समझाते हैं, खुद प्रैक्टिकल करके दिखाते हैं। इसके बावजूद नहीं कर रहा है तो ये मान के आप चलिए कि जो कोच अपनी ट्रेनिंग में अगर पागल नहीं है, मुझे करना है, अगर खिलाड़ी नहीं कर पा रहा है तो क्यों नहीं कर पा रहा है, उसको खुद निकालना है। और कई बार ऐसा हुआ है, आपको मैं बताऊं, अगर हम ट्रेनिंग करा रहे हैं, खिलाड़ी नहीं कर पा रहा है तो गुस्सा आता है, मारता हूं भी खींच के। क्यों मारता हूं? क्योंकि जब तक उसको वो मार का असर रहेगा ना, उसको याद रहेगी कि मेरे कोच ने ये करने के लिए कहा है, मुझे करना है। सपोज करो मैंने उससे कहा सर को बार बार घुमाना नहीं है, पंच मार रहा है, सर पीछे जा रहा है, उसको समझा दिया नहीं, अब उसको पड़ाक से मारा, मुंह पर लगी, दर्द होगा, उसको याद रहेगा कि मुझे सर नहीं घुमाना है। सेम मूवमेंट हम करते हैं पाँव की। ज़्यादातर खिलाड़ी हमारे क्या करते हैं, राइट लेग नहीं चलता है उनका, स्टेप नहीं ले पाते हैं, तो पाँव में मारी 4 अंगुली से निशान बना दिया, तो जब वो जोर से लगेगी तो उसमें दर्द होगा, दर्द होगा तो उसको ये एहसास होगा कि मेरे सर ने कहा है मुझे पाँव चलाना है। कि जब तक एक खिलाड़ी कोच से मार नहीं खाता है वो कभी अच्छा खिलाड़ी नहीं बन पाएगा। खिलाड़ी को मार खानी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि बॉक्सिंग एक सामान्य गेम नहीं है। मैंने जैसे कहा हम लोग आए हैं बॉक्सिंग में, ये फिजिकली और मेंटली सारे स्पोर्ट्स से मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि सबसे ज़्यादा टफेस्ट गेम है। क्यों गेम है? क्योंकि आपने 3 मिनट में, एलीट का हमारा 3 मिनट का राउंड होता है, 3 मिनट में आप खड़े नहीं हो सकते रिंग के अंदर। चेस है, चेस में क्या चलता है, आपके पास टाइम है ना चाल चलने के लिए, मूव करने के लिए। बॉक्सिंग में आपके पास टाइम नहीं है। सेकंड्स के 100वें हिस्से में पंच आपको लगता है। आपकी बॉडी, आपका मेंटल ऑटोमेटाइजेशन होना चाहिए कि अगर उसका पंच आता है तो मुझे उस पर काउंटर मार। ये कब होगा? जब हम ट्रेनिंग में, हमने इसकी ट्रेनिंग कई लाख बार करी होगी। कंपटीशन में कोई मर्सी, कोई दया नहीं होती है। आपके पास 3 मिनट का टाइम है, 3 मिनट में किल द अपोनेंट। किल रूल रेगुलेशन के अंदर जो बॉक्सिंग में नियम कानून है उसके अंदर आप फिनिश द बाउट, कोई मर्सी नहीं है। लेकिन घंटी लगती है 3 मिनट के बाद, आपका इस रस्से से बाहर आने के बाद आप उसके सबसे अच्छे दोस्त हैं। लेकिन रस्से के बाहर मेरा ये मानना है कि मुझे इतना कुछ सरकार ने दिया है, साई ने दिया है, बॉक्सिंग फेडरेशन ने दिया, हमारे गुरुजी के माँ बाप का जो मुझे मिला है, मैं अपने गृह जनपद सोसाइटी के लिए कुछ तो करूं। मैं हूं, मेरे साथ कुछ और मिलकर हम उन खिलाड़ियों के लिए काम कर सकें जो आर्थिक रूप से अपने आप को संपन्न न समझकर या बॉक्सिंग में ना आकर घर से पीछे से हों। तो उस टैलेंट को, जिस पे रियल टैलेंट है, जिसको मैंने पहले सोचकर मैंने कोचिंग लाइन पकड़ी थी, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आज अब मुझे समय आ गया है कि जो मैंने सीखा है, जो मुझे मिला है, मैं कुछ अपने समाज को दे सकूं।
He understood the raw, untapped potential in India. He knew that talent was abundant, but what it needed was a guiding hand. A coach who could turn raw grit into polished steel. This isn't just about winning medals. It's about building champions from the ground up, fighting to bring glory to a nation that longs to see its heroes rise.
मैं रितिका दिया, मैं सोनीपत के रहने वाली हूँ। मैं एक इंटरनेशनल बॉक्सर हूँ। मेरा नाम अल्फिया पठान है और मैं एक इंटरनेशनल बॉक्सिंग प्लेयर हूँ और मैं महाराष्ट्र नागपुर से बिलोंग करती हूँ।
In his pursuit of a new era for Indian boxing, his path crossed with theirs. Two forces of nature, Ritika Dahiya and Alfia Pathan, they were already diamonds in the rough. But until Bhaskar Bhatt's meticulous guidance and unwavering belief, their immense potential was unleashed. He didn't build them, he empowered them. And together their dedication to the sport culminated in a glorious journey that led them to achieve greatness, ultimately bringing home gold medals for the country.
डांट तो बहुत बार बनी है। डांट जैसे सर बोलते हैं ये करो वो करो, हम करते नहीं है। कई बार सोचते हैं गेम खेल लेते हैं, कोई भी गेम खेलने चले जाते हैं, फिर सर बोलते हैं नहीं ट्रेनिंग तो करनी है। उस टाइम पे थोड़ा सुनने को भी मिलता है, अप एंड डाउन्स भी होते हैं सबकी लाइफ में। कई बार मेडल आ जाता है, कई बार हम हार भी जाते हैं, पर हमें उस चीज़ को लेके भी आगे बढ़ना होता है। एज अ प्लेयर तो कोच का इम्पोर्टेंस बहुत होता है। लाइक आप हर स्टेज पे, हर लेवल पे आपको नया कोच मिलता है, आपको नई टेक्निक्स पता होती है।
Please welcome the boxer in the red corner, representing India, Ritika.
सबको देखते हैं जब अपने कंट्री के लिए मेडल जीतना, तो वो वाली फीलिंग तो बहुत अच्छी होती है। हर प्लेयर चाहता है कि मैं भी उस जगह जाऊं, उस जगह, उस चीज़ के लिए ही सब दिन रात सब ट्रेनिंग करते हैं, उसी चीज़ के लिए ही कर रहे हैं सब। बेस्ट फीलिंग होती है, ऐसी फीलिंग तो लाइक मैंने तो कभी नहीं देखी। आप पोडियम पे खड़े हो, आप फर्स्ट उस पे खड़े हो और आपका नेशनल एंथम लाइक इंटरनेशनली आपका बज रहा है, तो लाइक अच्छा लगता है।
From India.
रिंग में तो होता है बस अगले को मारना ही है, मारना है, बस अगले का फेस ही दिखता है और कुछ भी नहीं। रिंग के बाहर तो सब दोस्त होते हैं। लाइक हर स्टेज पे हर टेक्निक और हर लाइक मोटिवेट करता है बंदा, आपको भी डेडिकेट हो जाते हैं स्पोर्ट्स के लिए। तो काफ़ी चेंजेस और लाइक मैच्योरिटी आने लग जाती है और कोच का होना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। लाइक सर मैं जैसे ही पहले कदम रिंग में रखती हूँ, अगले की आंखों में आंखें डाल के बता देती हूँ तुझे फोड़ने आई हूँ, फोड़ के ही निकलती हूँ। ऐसे कैसे फोड़ जाएंगी, पठान की बच्ची हूँ, हाथ में मेहंदी नहीं लगाई, बॉक्सर हूँ बॉक्सर।
And this is where his journey truly shines. Because for a guiding star like Bhaskar Chandra Bhatt, the work never ends. As long as he has breath in his lungs, he will not stop. He will continue to prepare champions, building athletes who will bring medals to India. Because he knows that for every champion he forges, he helps a nation's dream come true. He is and always will be the guiding star of Indian sports.
वाह वाह मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
Motorola has been among the trendsetters, so to say. They were the first ones to introduce the Moto Razr, which was an iconic phone. Talking about making in India, because that's the buzzword right now. How is it for a global company like Motorola to manufacture from India? I mean, could you just tell us what exactly and how exactly is it that Motorola manufactures from India?
No, I think it's a great question, but right now I am very proud to say that almost 100% of what we sell in India is actually made in India. 100%, okay. Right? And thank you. So that is definitely happening, and it's not just that, right? We are not just making in India to sell in India, we're actually exporting to multiple countries as well from India. Okay. And that's thanks to the incentives, the policies that the government has given to promote manufacturing in India. I think PLI has been a very important factor in helping us grow our manufacturing capabilities. Also, the growth of indigenous manufacturers, contract manufacturers like Dixon, right, who've come up in India, set up shop, and really scaled up their skill sets and innovation capabilities so that we can partner with them and do local manufacturing in India. So it is, I think, very, very important for us as a global brand to continue to find different opportunities of creating manufacturing hubs. We don't want to be restricted in one particular country, one particular geo, because there are always geopolitical issues that might prop up and hence restrict your ability to export, to import, or to move around, right? So which is why we are actually a truly global organization that believes in creating multiple manufacturing hubs across the world. Okay. And India is one very prominent one of them.
But as a manufacturer who's then located out of different countries, what is so unique about manufacturing from India? What are the differences? What are the challenges or the advantages that India offers as a manufacturing hub?
Yeah, no, I think, like I said, from a manufacturing perspective, there are these policies, the government policies, the regulations which have encouraged manufacturing. There are the whole aspect of having this large base of young talent, right, at an employable age, right? I think that again gives us the opportunity to have this set of people who are able to learn, who are able to upskill, and who are able to deliver in terms of delivering best-in-class manufacturing capabilities, and also the tech-first mindset, the innovative mindset that the Indians have. I think all these are positives, but I think the contribution or the role of India is beyond just manufacturing, right? I think what we have seen is that the role of India to the brand globally is beyond manufacturing. It's actually across multiple sectors like product development, portfolio management, marketing, brand. Because if you look at the importance of India now
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी, हर मोड़ पे नई यादें बनेंगी, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Rajan, Sunil Mittal, what they did in 1992 was with a license. Greenfield sector, they got in and they worked hard. They've worked for the consumer. But it's said today, it's Airtel is too big. Bharti Airtel is too big. Reliance Jio is too big. No third player can come. They will eat up everyone. I'm just trying to provoke you, Rajan.
No.
Is there space for another? Is there space for a 25 to 30-year-old daring young man or woman from Ludhiana or Gandhinagar or Tiruchirappalli today to say, this is a sector, I will compete with Airtel, I will compete with Reliance? Is it possible in today's India?
I'll be honest here. Global practices today, you see, and that follows, India follows also that global practices. Globally, telecom is getting consolidated.
Consolidated.
Everywhere. You see, US, there were 4 players. Today, they're left with 3. UK, 3. Every actually country today is consolidating on telecom, because if you do not have the heft and the consumer base, you can't survive. And I'll be honest here, India has 3 players, and BSNL, which is the 4th player, it's absolutely saturated because we are already at the cusp of touching everybody. So I don't think so. And you need big bucks to roll out today networks to cover all India. You need huge amounts of money. And there are 3 established players and a government player. And as I said, the worldwide consolidation on telecom is happening between 2 to 3 players, depending on the size of the country. So I think in India, there's...
Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us this Saturday evening. I'm Niranjan, and you're watching the long form story. And on the show tonight, we bring you 4 stories from the last 7 days in a long, detailed, explanatory format. These are stories that dominated the conversation. First up, in Maharashtra, there's a story of a digital transformation for tens of thousands of mosques, for dargahs, schools, for Waqf properties. And this historic step of digitization to modernize Waqf administration and to try and bring it to global standards, to align it with global standards. We're getting you a very detailed report on that. Secondly, questions behind what caused the Boeing 787 Dreamliner crash in Ahmedabad moments after takeoff. Families are seeking clarity. Justice, preliminary reports and corporate silence have only deepened the uncertainty, fueling legal battles, public outrage. And next, the pictures that came in from London, massive protest over Palestine action ban which has spiraled out of control on the roads of London, thousands of arrests rocking the city, along with the anti-immigration protests that have rocked the city of London. And finally, a look at India's southern frontier, as we are set to witness a transformative leap with the Great Nicobar project, which aims to boost trade, connectivity, defense capabilities. There's a lot of debate around that, but we have a detailed report on why India needs the Great Nicobar Game Changer project. Well, across Maharashtra, tens of thousands of mosques, dargahs, schools, waqf properties will be getting a digital transformation. It's begun the first time that the state is geo-mapping over 45,000 sites covering 92,000 acres, aiming to prevent misuse, detect encroachments and unlock revenue potential on waqf properties. Officials say this historic step will modernize waqf administration, align it with global standards. And as this initiative rolls out, digital initiative, communities are welcoming the transparency while public debates continue, political debates continue over the intent. Our report takes a closer look at Maharashtra's digital waqf drive.
Across India, waqf properties stretch from mosques and dargahs to schools and bustling city blocks.
Maharashtra is set to become the first state in the country to launch a massive geo-mapping drive of waqf properties. The project will cover over 42,000 properties spread across 92,000 acres with the aim of bringing transparency, boosting revenue and tackling problem of encroachment. But that initiative has also sparked debate and legal challenges.
Maharashtra is taking a historic step for the first time. Over 45,000 waqf properties across the state are being geo-mapped. The project will cover 45,000 sites spanning 92,000 acres. Officials say the geo-mapping initiative will identify the current use of the properties, prevent misuse and detect encroachments.
The geo-mapping drive or the GIS mapping of all the waqf assets in the state is going to be undertaken in the whole state, whereby all the waqf properties will be geolocated and mapped on the GIS layer, and a comprehensive web-based module will be created so that the asset management and the asset tracking of the waqf property can be done more efficiently, and it can be like lot of issues surrounding waqf properties, like what is their current utilization, what is their current status, is there any encroachment.
The Waqf Board highlights how geo-mapping will reveal each property's potential and guide development responsibly.
जियो मैपिंग करने का जो उद्देश्य है हमारा, कि जो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी है जिस उद्देश्य से वक्फ की गई थी उसका यूज़ होना चाहिए, उसका फ़ायदा जो है गरीब मुसलमानों तक पहुंचना चाहिए। तो ये कैसे होगा कि हमारी जियो मैपिंग के अंदर कहाँ कितनी प्रॉपर्टी है। लगभग महाराष्ट्र के अंदर 1 लाख एकड़ प्रॉपर्टी है, लेकिन उसका ख़ास बेनिफिट आज के डेट तक कुछ भी नहीं है। ना तो कोई हमारा अभी तक कोई मेडिकल कॉलेज है, ना कोई बड़ा स्कूल है, ना कोई रेसिडेंशियल कोई बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है, ना ही कमर्शियल कॉम्प्लेक्स, जबकि ये चारों प्रोविज़न वक्फ एक्ट के अंदर है। इस उद्देश्य को पूरा करने के हेतु ये मैपिंग होगा। मैपिंग के अंदर जो है तो हर प्रॉपर्टी का आइडेंटिफिकेशन होगा, प्रॉपर्टी का स्टेटस होगा, उसमें इंक्रोचमेंट है या खाली है, और उसमें पोटेंशियल क्या है, वो ज़मीन कॉलेज के लायक है, स्कूल बनने लायक है, या फिर कमर्शियल कुछ हो सकता है, या फिर रेसिडेंशियल कॉम्प्लेक्स। तो इससे हमें पता चलेगा कि हमें कहाँ पर कौन सा प्रोजेक्ट करना है, और इससे हमारी प्रॉपर्टी यूटिलाइज होगी तो उससे इनकम बढ़ेगा, और उस इनकम से हम वक्फ के उद्देश्य को पूरा कर सकेंगे।
जियो मैपिंग की बात ऐसी हो गई है कि हमारे जो मदरसा है, मस्जिद है, वो 200-300 साल से पुरानी प्रॉपर्टीज़ रिकॉर्ड के हिसाब से पूरे इंडिया देश भर में है। मगर क्या होता है कि रिकॉर्ड्स के लिए पेपर वगैरह जो होते हैं वो कभी ख़राब हो जाते हैं या मिसप्लेस हो जाते हैं, तो हम साबित नहीं कर पाते कि वो प्रॉपर्टी पहले थी। मगर ये जो फैसला लिया गया है, ये ऑनलाइन के अंदर अगर हम एक बार रजिस्ट्रेशन इसको करेंगे तो आने वाले 500 साल 1000 साल तक के हमेशा का रिकॉर्ड रहेगा कि ये वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी है, और इंशाल्लाह वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी को आने वाले टाइम पे कोई हटा नहीं सकता है, कोई बेच नहीं सकता है।
कहीं ना कहीं रिकॉर्ड पे आना चाहिए। वक्फ बोर्ड जो है वो हमारा एक इदारा है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से अपॉइंट किया हुआ एक बॉडी है, जो महाराष्ट्र स्टेट, हर स्टेट के अंदर जो है वक्फ बोर्ड की एक कमेटी बनाई जाती है। अगर वक्फ बोर्ड की कमेटी ने एक चीज़ को तय किया है कि जियो मैपिंग होना चाहिए, जैसे जुमा मस्जिद ऑफ बॉम्बे ट्रस्ट, इसकी कितनी प्रॉपर्टीज़ है, अगर हम ये रिकॉर्ड पर लेकर आएंगे तो इसमें हर्ष की कोई बात नहीं है।
Globally, Islamic endowments have modernized. Turkey abolished its Waqf ministry a century ago. Saudi Arabia runs Waqf assets as part of national development. Maharashtra's digital leap follows that international template of accountability.
बहुत फ़ायदा होएगा, इसलिए बहुत अच्छा फैसला है महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट का कि जितनी भी प्रॉपर्टीज़ है वो सब रजिस्ट्रेशन हो जाएंगी जिसके नाम पर है, तो ये मुसलमानों के लिए बहुत अच्छा फैसला है। एक
जियो मैपिंग हो रहा है महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट के पास, तो ये वो सब कुछ अच्छा ही हो रहा है, कोई बुरा नहीं। हम मुसलमान सब उससे सेटिस्फाई है, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी जो फैसला दिया है उसमें भी हम राज़ी है।
बहुत अच्छी बात है और हम लोग इसमें इस फैसले को मानते हैं, और आगे के लिए हमारे भविष्य या फ्यूचर के लिए हमारी प्रॉपर्टी सेफ रहेगी।
जियो मैपिंग की और गूगल के अंदर से पूरी नज़र रखी जाएगी, जिसके वजह से ये देख के वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी के अंदर कोई भी इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं किया जाएगा और कभी बेची नहीं जाएगी। अगर इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन होएगा या बिल्डर को बेच के 25-30 माले का टावर बनाया जाएगा तो कहीं ना कहीं वो सरकार को दिख जाएगा। तो ये बहुत अच्छा फैसला है हमारी वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी को बचाने के लिए।
A century of legislation has tried to bring order to Waqf administration. Yet, revenue continues to slide. Despite vast holdings, the national revenue from Waqf estates have collapsed to just 14 crore rupees last year. Maharashtra hopes digitization will reverse the trend. While caretakers and communities welcome geomapping, political leaders raise concerns, warning against potential misuse and questioning the intent behind the move.
Basic thing is to protect the Waqf property for the purpose, that is for the poor and vulnerable population, for the purpose like education, health, protecting them, employment, related to that ultimately, and upliftment of the community. That should not be disturbed. It should not be commercialized because all the properties are on a prime location and they have been in the possession of the Waqf board. In case there is any kind of malified mismanagement by the Mutalik, they said, then inquiry should be conducted, but that immediately should not be derecognized.
Some parties go further, framing geomapping as a political issue rather than a developmental measure.
किसी भी समाज की बेहतरी के लिए अगर आप काम करना चाहते हैं तो समाज को तो विश्वास में ले लीजिए। आप तो हिंदुओं की बात करने आए थे, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बनते बनते कब आप मुसलमानों के रहनुमा बन गए आपको पता ही नहीं चला, कब आप सौगाते मोदी ले आए आपको पता ही नहीं चला। अब महाराष्ट्र में आप अगर जियो मैपिंग कर रहे हैं तो कहीं इसके पीछे बड़े बड़े उद्योगपतियों को ज़मीनें बेचने का तो आपको इरादा नहीं है, कहीं बड़े बड़े इंडस्ट्रीज को तो नहीं देना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि आप अगर मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं, आप अगर नज़र बनाए हैं, अगर आप जियो मैपिंग कर रहे हैं तो इसके पीछे आपकी मनसा क्या है?
Across India, Waqf claims have triggered controversy from Parliament to the Taj Mahal. Maharashtra's digital ledger aims to end such ambiguity. Central government has proposed amendment to Waqf bill.
मैं किरण जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि बहुत अभ्यास कर सारे दूषणों को निकालकर वक्फ कानून को शुद्ध, पारदर्शी और उद्देश्यों को समर्पित बनाने का काम रिज्जू साहब लेकर आए हैं। मैं इसका समर्थन करता हूं।
However, the bill faced massive heat from the opposition in the parliament.
Every religious denominations or any section thereof shall have the right A. To establish and maintain institution for religious and charitable purpose.
पार्टी का हर फैसला वोट के लिए, अपने लोगों को खुश करने के लिए, ये वक्फ बिल के खिलाफ समाजवादी पार्टी है, पहले भी थी, आगे भी रहेगी। जिस तरह के संशोधन भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है, वो पूरा कंट्रोल अपने पास चाहते हैं।
जो अल्लाह के नाम पे प्रॉपर्टी वक्फ कर दी गई है, उससे अगर आप हमको महरूम कर रहे हैं, तो फिर जाहिर है ये तो हमारे लिए बड़ा इमोशनल और बड़ी तकलीफ दे बात रहेगी। तो ये समझ नहीं रहे हैं, तो ठीक है, इनको जनता समझा देगी फिर।
However, now the Supreme Court has settled the Waqf controversy. The top court has refused to stay the Waqf Amendment Act. From centuries-old mosques to sprawling city lands, Maharashtra's digital Waqf drive is mapping the past to secure the future.
Maharashtra's geo-mapping experiment could become a model for the rest of India. If successful, it promises transparency, revenue and community welfare. But the real test will be balancing governance with faith and technology with trust.
Next up, the Air India 171 tragedy in Ahmedabad, June this year, left 260 people dead in just a matter of seconds. India's official biggest aviation tragedy. Questions linger over what caused the Boeing 787 Dreamliner to crash moments after takeoff. Families continue to seek clarity and justice. Preliminary reports, corporate silence have only deepened this uncertainty, fueling legal battles, public outrage, and while interim relief memorial initiatives offer some support, the call for a full independent investigation is growing louder. Our report on the long-form story looks at the crash in much deeper detail. The families are now fighting for accountability, and Boeing's mounting global legal challenges continue. The flashpoint this week has been the father of the pilot, a 91-year-old Mr. Sabharwal, writing to the Indian government, saying that his son, the pilot of that plane, cannot be made the scapegoat for this tragedy.
A takeoff, 32 seconds later, a crash. This Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner never left the skies, only fell from them. A tragedy written in seconds, etched into aviation history. What happened between liftoff and the moment the aircraft tore into BJ Medical College? The mystery still hangs heavy in the smoke and the answer remains elusive. The AAIB's preliminary report, it did little to clear the fog. Instead, it sparked what feels like a Rashomon effect, multiple stories, no single truth. Without the proper context, necessary elaboration and disclosure of related information, it has lent itself a great deal of ambiguity. And this lack of information only led to increased speculations. What was meant to bring clarity only deepened the mystery.
The design defect potentially is an issue with these couplings. Although we've not completed our review of their design, it could be an application issue or an installation problem. But we know that the documents do speak to manufacturing issues with respect to Boeing's failure to install waterproofing, waterproof sealant, waterproof drip lines and drip pans in areas. We are concerned for the potential of both a design and a manufacturing issue with these aircraft.
For the families mourning their lost loved ones, this lingering ambiguity deepens their grief. prolongs their anguish and delays the catharsis they so desperately seek.
12 जून को अहमदाबाद में जो एयर इंडिया प्लेन क्रैश का जो हादसा हुआ, इनमें मेरे बच्चा था जिनका नाम धीर था। वो सिर्फ 23 साल की उम्र का था। आज तक ये 20 तारीख को इसका 100 दिन हो जाएगा, लेकिन 100 दिन होने के बाद भी जो प्लेन का हादसा हुआ वो किस कारण हुआ उसका सच अभी तक बाहर नहीं आया है। तो मैं जो भी अथॉरिटी है उनको मेरी तरफ से अपील करता हूँ कि वो जल्द से जल्द जो सच है वो बाहर आए, जिससे हमको ये मिले और भविष्य में ऐसा कोई हादसा न हो जिससे जो मैंने खोया है वो दूसरी किसी को इसकी तकलीफ हो।
बोर्डिंग पास सब कुछ हो गया, मुझे फ़ोन आया कि मैं पहुँचाया हूँ, मेरे बोर्डिंग पास सब कुछ हो गया है, मुझे भूख लगी है, मैं खाना खा के वापस फ़ोन करता हूँ। और मुझे फ़ोन तो नहीं आया और प्लेन में बेचकर मुझे फ़ोन किया था कि मैं अब प्लेन में बेच गया हूँ। तो मैंने पूछा कि माँ को फ़ोन किया था, तो कि माँ को मैंने फ़ोन किया था, माँ नहीं उठाता है, तो तुम माँ के फ़ोन करके कह देना कि मैं बैठ गया हूँ प्लेन में। बस इतनी ही बात लास्ट टाइम मेरे हुई।
The family, 14 families of Diu have been hit by a storm a few days back, which is on 12th of June. While there have been 14 families engulfed in the plane crash which happened on 12th June, there's one miraculous family where Vishwas Bhalia had come out alive. It in fact is a miraculous life, but there he has lost his own brother Ajay Bhalia.
A fresh lawsuit slams Boeing and Honeywell, blaming faulty fuel switches for their Air India 787 crash. Looks like Boeing's playbook hasn't changed. Deny, deflect and delay. Meanwhile, grieving families are left chasing answers Boeing does not want to give.
Outline this issue of water leaks on board 787 aircraft. We know that those leaks are mentioned in documents going back at least to 2016. We've also obtained some of the couplings that are referenced in those materials, and our experts are evaluating those couplings now to determine what the problem is, because as we learned from the documents, couplings are leaking in areas above EE bays or electric equipment rooms on board the aircraft, underneath the cockpit in the front as well as in the aft of the plane, causing equipment to become wet. Rush to blame the pilots is unfair. Yes, I can tell you that any knee-jerk or speculative rush to blame the pilots so quickly is unfair and inappropriate, quite frankly, because it adds insult to injury potentially for those pilots' families. We know that information was released from the preliminary report that speaks to movement of the fuel switches. We don't yet know if those switches manually moved or if that's a reflection of something going on in the electrical system in the plane. If we can access the flight data recorder information, and we filed a Freedom of Information Act request in the United States for that information, if that is forthcoming, we can find out what happened here. We can look at the data and establish an accurate timeline. The focus initially is going to be on what caused the ram air turbine or the RAT to deploy and why. We know based on preliminary information, it appears that it deployed very early in this sequence. That is caused by something. And so if we can get the data and understand what caused that, we'll be very, very close to understanding what happened here and what caused this crash.
In a dramatic turn, the 91-year-old father of Sumit Sabharwal has spoken out. In this moment of reckoning, he raises his voice firmly against Boeing, the AIIB report, and all that compromises the peace of his late son. In a letter addressed to the Ministry of Civil Aviation and the AAIB Director General, he demands a formal, independent investigation seeking truth and justice above all. In a powerful letter, Pushkaraj Sabharwal, father of Captain Sumit Sabharwal, condemned the preliminary AAIB report as deficient, diversionary and discrepant, accusing it of failing to provide clear facts about the crash. He strongly refutes media speculation that his son was under psychological pressure or considering suicide, pointing out that such insinuations based on outdated personal events have deeply harmed both his son's reputation and his own health. He demands the truth, citing Captain Sabharwal's 25 years of flawless flying and over 100 flights post his mother's passing without incident. His call for a formal, unbiased investigation is a plea for justice and dignity.
India still have contract with Turkish Technique?
I don't think this is the appropriate time to talk about that. We're very focused on supporting the families and everyone affected by today's incident.
We just wanted to know, is Air India accountable for this?
Look, it's our aircraft, it's our crew. We need to make sure the investigation is well supported. But first and foremost, we want to look after the people that have been affected by this incident.
One last question. There were multiple show cause notices given. Why were they ignored?
I don't believe this is the appropriate time to talk about things that are unrelated to this incident.
You would at least have information about the Turkish Technique. Do you have contract with Turkish Technique?
As I said before, this is not the time to talk about that. We're focused very much on the people that have been affected by this incident.
Yes or no? Just yes or no. Mr. Wilson, please say yes or no. India still have contract with Turkish Technique?
I don't think this is the appropriate time to talk about that. We're very focused on supporting the families and everyone affected by today's incident.
We just wanted to know, is Air India accountable for this?
Look, it's our aircraft, it's our crew. We need to make sure the investigation is well supported. But first and foremost, we want to look after the people that have been affected by this incident.
One last question. There were multiple show cause notices given. Why were they ignored?
I don't believe this is the appropriate time to talk about things that are unrelated to this incident.
You would at least have information about the Turkish Technique. Do you have contract with Turkish Technique?
As I said before, this is not the time to talk about that. We're focused very much on the people that have been affected by this incident.
Yes or no? Just yes or no. Mr. Wilson, please say yes or no.
In response to a letter from Damandiu MP Umesh Bhai, Air India has begun disbursing interim relief of Rs 25 lakh to the families of crash victims. Meanwhile, the Tata Group has established the AI 171 Memorial and Welfare Trust, pledging Rs 1 crore ex gratia for each deceased passenger. The trust also aims to rebuild the BJ Medical College hostel and extend psychological and material support to first responders and relief workers affected by the tragedy. With Boeing now entangled in a fresh legal battle filed by families of the Air India crash victims, one thing remains unchanged: its deafening silence. While others step up with aid and accountability, Boeing's intent to compensate the grieving remains vague at best, offering little more than corporate distance to those seeking relief for an unimaginable loss. Boeing's legal troubles aren't limited to India. Earlier in June, the aerospace giant agreed to pay $1.1 billion to settle US criminal charges over 2 deadly 737 MAX crashes. Despite shelling out hundreds of millions in penalties and victim compensation, critics call the deal morally repugnant, a stark reminder that Boeing's lack of accountability stretches far beyond Indian skies.
To evaluate claims potentially against Boeing and others in the United States is completely separate and apart from compensation packages which have been offered by Air India and Tata. Those compensation packages have begun. Families have begun receiving some monetary funds from Air India. We understand Tata has registered their fund, and those payments should begin the end of this month, hopefully, or at least by the beginning of the next month.
London streets turned chaotic as massive protests were seen in the last 1 week over the Palestine action ban, which on its own spiraled out of control with nearly 1,000 arrests rocking the city. The Metropolitan Police in London have reported detaining hundreds for allegedly backing the outlawed group, with a few others caught in violent clashes with officers in London. And yet the protest organizers insist the demonstration stayed calm, accusing police of spinning tales and unrest. And add to that the immigration protests that London has seen in the last 1 week. What's going on in London? It's on fire. Here's a full story behind the fiery standoff seen in the United Kingdom.
Shame on you! Shame on you! Arrest the people!
London's streets explode in chaos as protests against the Palestine action ban spiral out of control. The fuse was lit in July when Palestine action was outlawed under anti-terror laws after activists stormed the RAF base, smashing 2 military jets.
The mass arrests are already fueling a fierce political debate. The Home Office defends the ban of Palestine action, pointing to its record of direct action against defense sites, including reported damage to RAF bases and arms facilities. Officials insist proscription is a matter of national security, but critics, including human rights groups, warn the move risks criminalizing peaceful dissent. They argue that arresting protesters simply for displaying signs undermines freedom of speech and right to demonstrate. Palestine Action has vowed to challenge the proscription in court, setting up a legal battle that could define how Britain balances security with civil liberties in the months ahead.
The bold move made supporting the group a crime, punishable by up to 14 years of prison.
London witnessed a dramatic scene at Parliament Square where almost 900 demonstrators were arrested during a pro-Palestine protest. The crowd had gathered to show support for Palestine action, recently banned by the UK government under the terrorism laws. Protesters staged a sit-in holding placards and chanting before police moved in. Authorities say most arrests were made under the Terrorism Act for supporting a proscribed group. While the majority of the demonstrators were peaceful, police report some scuffles and minor assaults on officers. It marks one of the largest mass arrests in recent years, sparking questions about how far the laws should extend into protest activity.
Listen to what Dan Jarvis, UK Security Minister, said while discussing the bill to proscribe Palestine Action as a terrorist group in the House of Lords.
Since its inception in 2020, Palestine Action has orchestrated and enacted a campaign of direct criminal action against businesses and institutions, including key national infrastructure and defence firms that provide services and supplies to support Ukraine, NATO, our Five Eyes allies, and the UK defence industry. Its methods have become more aggressive, with its members demonstrating a willingness to use violence.
Defiant from day one, Palestine Action supporters have rallied against the ban, taking their fight to the streets.
London has become the focal point of escalating unrest following the government's decision to outlaw Palestine Action, a move that has triggered mass arrests, legal challenges, and renewed debate over civil liberties. In July 2025, the UK government proscribed Palestine Action under the Terrorism Act after its members were found to have broken into a Royal Air Force base and inflicted damage on military aircraft. Fast forward to early September and tensions boiled over. On 6 September 2025, a demonstration at the Parliament Square in London resulted in almost 900 arrests, 857 of which were under the provision of supporting a proscribed organisation. The rest for various offences, including assaults on police officers. Meanwhile, Palestine Action won permission from the High Court to challenge the proscription in a judicial review. But the government has also secured the right to defend its ban in the same hearings. A full court hearing is scheduled for 25th September 2025. The Crown Prosecution Service has since announced further prosecutions. 138 individuals have now been charged with showing support for the banned group since the prosecution took effect.
Palestine Action's fate was sealed on July 4th when a High Court judge rejected a bid to block its terror group ban. But on July 30th, Palestine Action won a chance to fight back, securing permission to challenge the terror ban. Battle raged on as the Home Office struck back on September 4th, winning a Court of Appeal ruling to block the challenge. In response to this, a street artist, Banksy, unveiled a new mural of a judge beating a protester outside London court. The biggest showdown yet erupted on September 6th in London, with over 1,500 protesters defying the ban, flooding the capital.
Tensions flared in central London this weekend as the UK police carried out one of the city's largest mass arrests in recent years. Almost 900 demonstrators were detained at Parliament Square during a pro-Palestine protest in support of Palestine Action, a group the government has now proscribed as a terrorist organisation. Footage shows protesters staging a sit-in with placards while officers moved in swiftly under the Terrorism Act. Most arrests were for backing the banned group, though police say some clashes also led to the charges of assault. The Home Office insists the ban is vital to protect national security, citing Palestine Action's attacks on defense sites. But critics warn the crackdown risks criminalizing peaceful dissent, sparking a heated debate over free speech in Britain. Palestine Action has vowed to fight its proscription in court, setting the stage for a legal and political showdown in the weeks ahead.
Shame on you!
As tensions boiled over, police cracked down, arresting nearly 900 people in one of the largest mass arrests in recent UK history. A week later, on September 13, London witnessed its biggest far-right gathering in years. Over 1 lakh people joined Unite the Kingdom rally led by activist Tommy Robinson, sparking deep concern within the Indian community in the UK. But the so-called anti-immigration protests collapsed under its own contradiction as the anti-immigration protesters were caught enjoying Indian street food. While the streets of London were witnessing chaos, US President Donald Trump landed in the United Kingdom. But before Trump arrived, protesters started opposing his visit. From Palestine Action protests to far-right rallies and now anti-Trump demonstrations. London has turned into a flashpoint of unrest. What began with a terror ban has spiraled into a wider storm, raising questions about the United Kingdom's stability as it braces for more turbulence.
Our southern frontier is about to witness a transformative leap with the Great Nicobar project. Ports, airports, townships, power infrastructure. It aims to boost trade connectivity and defense capabilities. Strategically close to the Malacca Strait, the island is set to become a hub for maritime influence for India in the Indo-Pacific region. Now, while promising economic opportunities for the locals there in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, the project also faces scrutiny over environmental and tribal concerns. Mostly the opposition is opposing it, mostly Congress party. Our report on the long-form story takes you inside this ambitious endeavor, the Nicobar project, shaping India's maritime future.
Today we are here at the southernmost frontier of India. This is Campbell Bay in Great Nicobar Island. Down south 70 kilometers from here is Indira Point, the southernmost tip of India. Government of India has big plans for this island.
At the gateway of the Malacca Strait, Great Nicobar stands guard over one of the world's busiest sea lanes. Here, a mega infrastructure project worth over 80,000 crore rupees is set to change India's maritime landscape forever. Conceived by Niti Aayog in 2021, the project includes a port, dual-use airport, township, and a 450 MVA solar and gas power plant.
It is developing a transformational project here. The project has 4 components to it. The first component is an international container transshipment terminal at Galatia Bay near Indira Point. The second component is a 450 MVA gas and solar based power plant. The third component is an international greenfield airport, and the fourth component is a township in more than 16,000 hectares of land.
अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह में जो हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी GNI प्रोजेक्ट जो लेकर आ रहे हैं, लगभग इनिशियल स्टेज में 72,000 करोड़ का ये प्रोजेक्ट है और कंप्लीट होते होते ये 1 लाख करोड़ तक पहुंचेगा।
Great Nicobar is just 90 nautical miles from Indonesia's Sumatra, giving India a direct line to one of the busiest maritime trade routes, the Malacca Strait. For decades, India has let the strategic asset remain underutilized.
इस परियोजना को तो एक्चुअली में कांग्रेस पार्टी को ही बहुत पहले ला देना चाहिए था, बट जब उनकी नाकामी, जब उन्हें ऐसा महसूस हुआ कि उनकी नाकामी है, तब वो इसके विरोध में आवाज़ उठाने लगे, जो कि बिल्कुल गलत है और हम इसका पुरजोर विरोध करते हैं, हम ग्रेट निकोबार द्वीपवासी।
GNI प्रोजेक्ट सिर्फ अंडमान निकोबार के लिए नहीं, पूरे देश के लिए एक इम्पोर्टेंट प्रोजेक्ट है, क्योंकि ये जो ग्रेट निकोबार आइलैंड है मलाक्का स्ट्रेट के एकदम टिप पे है और प्रति 2 मिनट में एक कार्गो वेसल वहां से गुजरता है, जो कि मलाक्का स्ट्रेट से होते हुए मलेशिया और सिंगापुर जाता है। पूरे भारत का 85% ट्रांसशिपमेंट कार्गो जो है सिंगापुर, मलेशिया और श्रीलंकन पोर्ट से हैंडल होता है। इससे भारत को एक बहुत ही बड़ा फॉरेन एक्सचेंज का जरूरत पड़ता है इस कार्गो को हैंडल करने के लिए। इस प्रोजेक्ट के आने से भारत के एक्सचेकर से बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट और बहुत ही बड़ा फॉरेन एक्सचेंज का बचाव होगा।
ये ग्रेट निकोबार प्रोजेक्ट जो है, जो कि आज के डेट में पूरे देश में एक सुर्खियां बनी हुई है, तो ये देश के लिए सामरिक तौर पे, आर्थिक तौर पे और जहां तक रहा बात की युवाओं के रोजगार का, ये एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर मिलेगा।
More than 80% of India's transshipment cargo is currently handled by the port in Colombo or Port Kalang in Malaysia or the port in Singapore. India having the strategic asset here as Great Nicobar Island, which is less than 200 kilometers from Malacca Strait, has not been able to develop a transshipment port here yet. Plans have been there since 1970s, but it has not materialized yet. Narendra Modi government has taken a firm resolve to develop an international container transshipment terminal here at Galatia Bay in Great Nicobar Island. The port will not only serve India's needs but also bring in essential foreign exchange.
For locals, the project is not just about strategy,
It promises connectivity, jobs and modern amenities.
हमारे गांव में एक प्रोजेक्ट आ रहा है जिससे हमारे बच्चों को, हमारे घर वालों को, हमारे गांव वालों को बहुत फ़ायदा होएगा। हमारे गांव को कोई जानता नहीं है, हमारे कैम्बल वे को कोई जानता नहीं है। ग्रेट निकोबार कहाँ है किसी को पता नहीं है। इससे कम से कम ग्रेट निकोबार के बारे में हम लोगों को जानकारी होगी, पूरे भारतवर्ष को जानकारी होगी।
देखिए, हम चाहते हैं कि वो जो हमारा सर्कल रेट है जो अंडमान निकोबार में जो हमारे कैम्बल वे का है वो बहुत ही कम है। कम होने का कारण ये है कि आज तक वहाँ किसी प्रकार की कोई विकास परियोजना चालू नहीं हुई। अगर ये चालू होती है तो हम चाहते हैं कि अंडमान निकोबार की जो पोर्ट ब्लेयर राजधानी है जो श्री विजयपुरम जिसका अभी नया नाम है, इसके हिसाब से हमें यहाँ के वंडोर वगैरह जैसे जो यहाँ पर काफ़ी क्या टूरिज्म डेवलप हो चुका है, उस हिसाब से हमें वहाँ का सर्किल रेट सही से दिया जाए ताकि हमें ऐसा कुछ ना लगे कि हमें इतने साल रहकर भी कुछ नुकसान हुआ है। हम सरकार से चाहते हैं कि हमें ठीक से मुआवजा दिया जाए, ज़मीन का हो, चाहे पेड़ का हो, चाहे नारियल का हो, सुपारी का, किसी का भी हो, हमारा उसी में उन्नति होगा क्योंकि यह एक टाइम ही हमें मिल सकेगा।
मैं कैम्बल बे का निवासी होने के नाते मैं पुनः एक बार जरूर यही कहूँगा कि कैम्बल बे में सेटलर हो नॉन सेटलर हो, इसको कोई भी विरोध नहीं कर रहा है और जल्दी से जल्दी इसको बनाने के लिए सब बोल रहे हैं और उनका ये भी एक इंतजार है कि कब यहाँ पे ये काम शुरू होगा और कब हमें कोई रोजगार का अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले, कुछ कमाने के लिए कुछ रास्ता बने। तो इसके लिए वो ईगरली वेट कर रहे हैं, बहुत ही इच्छुक हैं कि ये कब शुरू होने वाला है। तो इसलिए मैं पूरे अंडमान GNA ग्रेट निकोबार आइलैंड के पूरे तमाम लोगों की ओर से मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा सरकार को भी कि जितना जल्दी हो सकता है इस प्रोजेक्ट को शुरू किया जाए।
ये GN प्रोजेक्ट लेके यहाँ पे फिशरमैन कम्युनिटी को आने वाला दिन फिश का जो भी यहाँ पे मिलता है लेकिन सेल नहीं हो पाता है। ये प्रोजेक्ट आने से यहाँ फिशरमैन कम्युनिटी भाई लोगों को सबको यहाँ से बाहर कंट्री भी भेज सकते हैं, यहाँ से मछली पकड़ने का और विदेशी में भी भेज सकते हैं इसको। तो JNE प्रोजेक्ट हम लोग चाहता है कि यहाँ पे वो प्रोजेक्ट आना चाहिए।
मैं खुशनसीबी सोचता हूँ और गवर्नमेंट को भी इस चीज़ के लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि इस छोटे से द्वीप जो इस आइलैंड को कोई नहीं जानता था, जो भारत का अंतिम छोर है हमारा ग्रेट निकोबार आइलैंड, बहुत ही हमारा सुंदर सा एक छोटा सा द्वीप है। इस द्वीप में हम 7000 के पॉपुलेशन, बस हमारा 7000 का एक छोटा सा पॉपुलेशन वाला द्वीप है। लेकिन आपको बताते हुए मुझे ये गर्व लग रहा है कि गर्व महसूस हो रहा है। हमारा कैम्बल बे जोग्राफिकली सिंगापुर से बड़ा है, हमारा लैंड सिंगापुर से बहुत ही काफ़ी बड़ा क्षेत्र में हमारा ग्रेट निकोबार आइलैंड है।
Even the ex-servicemen settlers who made this island home decades ago back the project.
यहाँ पर जेट्टी जो बन रही है वो सबके लिए फ़ायदा होगा। हमारे लोग यहाँ से एक ही दिन में अपने मेनलैंड कहीं दिल्ली या कहीं कलकत्ता दूसरा जगह पहुँच जाएगा, अपने घर एक ही दिन में चले जाएगा। और वहाँ का बोर्ड यहाँ, वहाँ का जहाज़ यहाँ एक ही दिन में पहुँच जाएगा, 2-4 घंटे के अंदर पहुँच जाएगा। बहुत अच्छी बात है, ये बन जाए बड़ी खुशी की बात है।
In a recent editorial, Congress leader Sonia Gandhi called the Great Nicobar project an ecological and humanitarian disaster.
राहुल जी जाते हैं मलेशिया, उसी वक्त अलेक्जेंडर सेरस वहाँ पे मौजूद रहता है। ये तो इत्तेफाक तो नहीं हो सकता है कि एक आदमी 2 दिन के लिए घूमने जा रहा है, उसी वक्त एक ऐसा व्यक्ति जो जॉर्ज सेरस का पोता हो वहाँ पे मौजूद हो। ये लोग वहाँ पे बैठकर कंस्पायर करता है देश के खिलाफ और इस प्रोजेक्ट को रोकने के लिए।
Critics argue the project risks damaging 15% of the island's forest cover and affecting 2 tribal groups, the Nicobaris and the Shompen.
अब ट्राइबल इश्यू को मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि वहां पे 2 ट्राइब्स रहते हैं पूरे ग्रेट निकोबार आइलैंड में, एक शोम्पेन है और एक निकोबारी ट्राइब है। शोम्पेन ट्राइब जो है वो नोमैडिक ट्राइब है और वो जंगलों में रहता है। उनका जो कांग्रेस पार्टी जैसे कह रहा है उनका पूरा लाइवलीहुड खत्म हो जाएगा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। आप देखिए कि टोटल जंगल एरिया जो गवर्नमेंट जो है डी नोटिफाई कर रहा है 73 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर है और उसके बदली में 76 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर जमीन वापस नोटिफाई हो रहा है रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट में, ट्राइबल रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट में।
तो ये जो है 3 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर ज्यादा है जो एग्जिस्टिंग जो ट्राइबल रिजर्व जो डिक्लेयर करके रखा हुआ है। तो और ये एरिया जस्ट एडजेसेंट साथ में जुड़ा हुआ एरिया, कोई ऐसा नहीं कि कोई अलग जगह पे नोटिफाई हो रहा है। तो इससे शोम्पेन ट्राइब्स पे कोई खास असर नहीं पड़ने वाला है।
मैं तो वहाँ का रहने वाला हूँ, जिला परिषद सदस्य हूँ और भली भांति जानता हूँ जिस ट्राइबल्स के नाम लिया गया है शोम्पेन, ये जो प्रोजेक्ट आ रहा है वहाँ पे कोई शोम्पेन समुदाय से लेना देना है ही नहीं। हमारा ट्राइबल शोम्पेन जो है उस एरिया में न रहते हैं और न उस एरिया में जाते हैं।
अंडमान निकोबार के टोटल फॉरेस्ट एरिया जो है 7000 प्लस स्क्वायर किलोमीटर है और इस प्रोजेक्ट में जो अफेक्टेड एरिया जो है वो 130 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर है। उसमें से भी कहा जाता है कि सिर्फ 50 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर एरिया को ही डिफॉरेस्टेशन किया जाएगा। वो जो 50 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर जो है वो सिर्फ 0.69 स्क्वायर परसेंटेज है। 0.69% जंगल कट जाए और पूरा देश का मानसून रुक जाएगा, ऐसा तो कुछ होने वाला है।
लगभग 10 लाख लोगों की कॉलोनी बनने जा रही है। आज मुझे बताइए, इतना बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट ये सोनिया गांधी जी की गलती नहीं है, इसमें सोनिया गांधी जी के थ्रू विदेशी ताकतें खेल रही हैं।
This island is as sleepy as it can be at this time. Behind me is the Campbell Bay port area. There are a few jetties here. These jetties are meant to service the local population. Apart from passenger and cargo ships, these jetties are also used by the defense forces for their needs. Apart from these jetties, despite the strategic location of Great Nicobar Island, this island doesn't have a major port. This island is located very close to the Malacca Strait. Malacca Strait is not even 200 kilometers from the tip of this island, that is Indira Point. Malacca Strait is a major passage which connects Indian Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. More than 30% of the world's trade passes through the Malacca Strait. Malacca Strait is also very important for China because the majority of China's trade also passes through the Malacca Strait.
Great Nicobar project is a geopolitical game changer. India gains leverage over the Malacca Strait, a vital route for global trade and Chinese oil imports. Economically, the port will handle 14 million TEUs of cargo annually. India's reliance on foreign ports raises national security issues. GNI Galathea Bay Port Project aims to counter the vulnerabilities that Indian trade faces today. The Great Nicobar project stands at the intersection of strategy, development and ecology. While debate continues, India is moving forward, securing its southern frontier, empowering local communities and asserting its place in the Indo-Pacific.
And that's it on this edition of the long form story, ladies and gentlemen. In case you missed any of the 4 long form stories we brought to you on the show, you can catch the repeat tomorrow, Sunday, 12 p.m. Thanks for watching.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wanted to start with an anecdote, Anupam. in my family, between me and my brother, we've owned 4 bikes. And all the 4 bikes have been from the same brand. Started with a Machismo 500, then moved to a Machismo, a 350. There was a Electra 350. And finally, my brother's still riding a Himalayan. But he bought that bike about 5 to 6 years back because a Java was not in the market. A Yazdi was not in the market. They were dead brands in the biking world, right? First of all, thank you for bringing them back, because I remember growing up seeing the rascals, as you call them, riding the Yazdi and the Java. Why did you bring these bikes back to life?
Can you guys hear me? So imagine he calls me on a stage and he tells me he has 4 bikes of my competitor, right? I don't know how to start with that. Right?
Had.
No, I think there is a very interesting story. I think it is in 2015. I was having lunch with Anand Mahindra. Some of you who know him will realize that he is a Taurian, right? And he prides himself that I'm very stubborn, right? So he's a stubborn Taurian. And he was just getting out of a 2-wheeler venture which was not doing so well. And both of us were sitting and we were strategizing what to do. And he asked me, if you were me, what would you do? So I said, listen, I got a few brands. If I were you, I'd be doing Yazdi and Java and nothing else, right? And it was just a casual comment I made from a more strategic and overall perspective. And I was also coming out of the reminiscences of, by the way, I was involved in Royal Enfield from 2005 when the turnaround happened. So I was also reminiscing the past of how to revive brands. And I didn't realize that Anand is not only stubborn, but he is obsessive and quick, right? We just realized that the Yazdi brand is owned by a guy called Baman Irani, who runs a company called Rustamji. He's a builder in Bombay. It's his father who had brought Java and Yazdi to India, and he owns the brand. So very quickly, it's all happening. We call it pronoia or serendipity. It's all happening there. He just picks up a phone and says, I was in Lovedale in Ooty, and I had this girl who was from the Yazdi family, Faribose. So he calls Faribose and says, Faribose, how do I get in touch with Baman? So we all knew Baman socially. Anyway, long story short, he fixes up a meeting. I was leaving I remember Varanasi that day, and I came back from Varanasi and I went from the airport to see Baman. And because I was there, I was wearing a kurti and a jeans, and you get that Rudraksh mala. So I was wearing that. I didn't even care. I just went to his office. And Baman, expecting me to come to buy his brand, for the first time probably he wore a suit and a tie and properly polished shoes, and he was waiting for me. But the long story short is that I went in there and we spoke about Yazdi, and like what happens with bikes, Niranjan.
Yes.
Baman teared up and he said, if my father would be sitting here and seeing there was a chance to revive a brand which he built, he would bless me from his grave. And then he went with his lawyers and he came back with a 1-page agreement to sell me the brand. And the amount of that brand was empty. So I was wondering, what will this guy fill? I had a check in my pocket, a big check, which Anand and me had decided that we are willing to pay to buy the brand. And this bugger fills in 1 rupee and says, thank you for trying to revive my brand. And that's how I got Yazdi along with Java, and the story began. And I remember calling Anand and telling him, what a mad bawa this guy is. I came here to give him money to buy his brand, and I'm walking away with the brand, and he wants to put in money into our company to become a partner, because that was his only request. And let me tell you, that's how brands are born, and that's how Yazdi came back into the company.
What a story, what a story.
From the fiery streets of Jodhpur to the power corridors of Cambridge, he carved a path like no other. A scholar who shattered barriers, a lawyer who redefined the courtroom. The nation's youngest senior advocate, youngest ASG, a commanding voice in Parliament. Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, not just a lawyer, he is a force of destiny. Witness his journey on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भारत माता की। आज रिपब्लिक पे सबसे पहले मैं जो देश के प्रधानमंत्री और विश्व के वन ऑफ द टॉलेस्ट लीडर आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को उनके जन्मदिवस की आप सब की तरफ से भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बधाई इस बात की है कि वो शख्स जो अपने जीवन के बाल्यकाल के समय से जो भी विषमताएं उन्होंने देखी, एक चाय बेचने वाला बालक जब मुख्यमंत्री बनता है, जब प्रधानमंत्री बनता है, तो जो उनका बचपन है वो उनकी विजन में झलकता है। उनको ये समझ में आता है कि एक टूटे हुए कमरे में जब मां चूल्हे पे लकड़ी जलाती है और खांसती है,
Dr. Pratap Reddy, first of all, let me say that it's a total pleasure, privilege, very happy to meet you.
And now it's very, very happy that I met you. And what you have done is phenomenal. I'm so happy that we're talking to each other today.
Sir, what I've done is not even 0.0001% of what you've achieved in your life.
It's not the percentage. What you have done is outstanding. What the kind of people in the world is watching you. And that is important. This is where we feel happy. I feel happy.
I've been waiting for this interview. I won't call it an interview. For me, it is like speaking to a person who's a mentor of entrepreneurship in India. I want to tell you something personal before we start. I've been waiting to talk to you for over 10 years. And because when I heard your story, and I heard about how you started Apollo at the age of 50, and how you brought in people from all over the world, and how you brought in talent and Indian doctors, and you gave them hope. You brought them to Chennai, you brought them to all over the country to serve their motherland. You gave an opportunity to people working in America to work in India. And I said that this truly is a vision that is unparalleled. So I want to start by asking you, Dr. Reddy, what is your driving force? I mean, I'm not going to talk only about Apollo. I see you as the father of Indian healthcare industry. What is your driving force?
Driving force is still because I was very happy in the United States. We stayed there for 10 years. My 4 children were there and we were very happy. One day I got a letter from my father saying, I used to write to him, he loved cars, and I used to write what I am doing, how the children are growing, and how we are very happy. On my birthday I got a letter saying, 2 of us are very happy with what you are doing, but if you can do something back home and make people happy, how will that be? So immediately my wife said, we must go back. And my 4 children were below 12.
Yes.
So Preeta was only 11, I think.
Yes.
So none of them objected. Otherwise, then immediately next day I prepared myself to sell my practice and close my practice. It took me 1 month and we left US and came back here.
Yes.
When I came back here, I saw there was nothing here. fortunately,
yes,
I brought everything that's needed to start a cardiology practice, being
yes,
a cardiologist.
Yes.
I was trained in one of the good institutions in Boston at the Howard.
Yes.
Mason Hospital.
Yes.
So I came back, I started practice, but there was nothing that was available except a few government hospitals, and the level of care that was available was not enough. There are only a few people whom, when I see cardiology, if they need surgery, there is no acceptable surgical program in the country. I used to send them abroad. So one of those days I lost a young man, was only 39-year-old. In October 79, he was supposed to have surgery. In November 9th, he died because he came to us and in a collapsed state because he couldn't afford to go to Denton Kuri. I used to send all my patients to Denton Kuri because he was a great friend of mine and a great surgeon. And although he gave some concession, he couldn't still raise the $30,000-$40,000 to go abroad. That's what shocked me. I said, when I was practicing, I think I was as good as what you call the local Americans. And similarly, all the Indians, I went and saw when they landed in the moons, they had a party on the 28th day. Yes. I saw a lot of Indians there. And this is where in everything, as doctors, who are equal to whatever you call the local Americans, or if that is what it is, I said, why can't we do something here? But then when I found out that everything, import duty was 320%, and the banks could lend for hotels, they can send even for a cigarette shop, but they can't lend for the hospitals. So all of these, so then I said, and the local said, it's all in Delhi. Imagine Delhi, I came to Delhi, first time as a visitor. Second time I came saying that I want to see what can I do to bring these changes. So fortunately for me, I met a general secretary in the plane. So he said, tomorrow you come to my guest house, and 4 other MP secretaries were with him. So we all went for Dharma Darshan. So he mentioned, she just passed away, the Prime Minister, Mrs. Indira Gandhi. Then after second day, the third day she asked, what do you want? I said, Madam, there are only 2% of people who get good health care, the powerful and the rich. You fund 1%, 1% can afford. Now, what about all other people? She walked off. On the 4th day, RK said, you want a meter? Come at 11 o'clock to the office. So I went there. She listened to me for about 10-12 minutes and called the secretary, Krishna Rao Sahib. He spent 2.5 hours with me and then said, call the various secretaries. I'm sending him, you see him. And I want a recommendation for, that was on a Monday, on a Friday board meeting, a cabinet meeting. I want a recommendation from you. So I met the secretary, health secretary, finance secretary, and civil supplies. So they all met, and first on the medical equipment, 0 duty, we do free treatment. I said, of course, because India has got people who can't afford. I'm willing to pay, if you give me 0 duty, I'm willing to a percentage of. So we fixed saying 25% free patient, and they won't charge any import duty, 0 import duty. And the finance minister said, we'll look at how to fund it. Civil supply said, we will give you, the cement, steel, whatever is necessary to build the material. So it was a nice thing that happened. But to get all this, that was that day. So cabinet passed 0% all of this. Then when I went to the finance ministry, 7-8 trips, he went on. Then finally he asked IDBI to do a study. IDBI also gave a very nice study. It's a unique project. We would like to fund it.
Which year was this?
This was in 1981. 81. End of 80, early 81. So that 1 year I've been running out of this. So for 6 months, Sri Venkataraman was the finance minister. He was very keen to get it funded. Finally, they did a study. After 6 months, they gave anything to like to fund this. And when the note went, he told me, I'll give you a good news, meet me on Friday in Madras. But when it went down, the one, an undersecretary wrote saying, it is not possible, we will be impeached because this is not allowed. Hospitals cannot be funded by the banks. So he was very, then later on he went to the Defense Ministry, then Arnab came. Arnab already has given me cement and steel for building, hospital building was going on. And then he told the secretary, are you going to show that I am a useless finance minister of India? He said, what, sir? You know, this concept is very sweet to the Prime Minister. She would like to see this change happen. And he took me by his hand, went to his room and typed out a letter that 6 banks will fund you 30 crores and you can avail a foreign exchange loan. Amazing. That letter, I went back to the finance minister. I said, thank you very much.
That was 1981?
81.
When did you launch your first hospital?
83.
In Chennai?
September 19th. September 19th.
So it took you 2 years after that to set it up. Can I ask you a question, Dr. Reddy, to just pause here? You came back in 1969?
Yes, 71.
1970, 71, okay. Why did it take you? You're a man of tremendous energy and clarity of vision. One thing I find from reading a book about you, which is the book I'd recommend to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's called The Healer, written by Pranay Gupta on his life. I've been very inspired by this book. Everybody who's an entrepreneur in this country must read it to know how you can mix entrepreneurship with being rooted. But beyond that, my question to you, sir, is you came back. Why did it take you 10 years to decide to start a hospital? Why did you not start it the moment you came back in 70, 71? You were younger, you had your vision. Why? When did you decide, no, I want to have a hospital? And I can't be just a surgeon. So why did it take you 10 years? Do you feel that time period was wasted?
I think what happened was, it took me to start practice, and for people to know that I'm a cardiologist, there's a special cardiology private hospital.
Right.
It was a 50-bed small hospital.
In Chennai?
It's in Chennai. So I was doing the practice, I was busy practicing, but as I said, the few people who can afford, I used to send to Dr. Denton Cooley. But others, and finally it happened when I lost that young man in 79, October.
You lost
when
the young
I lost
man?
a 38-year-old who was accepted, Denton Cooley gave him a date in October. And
but he couldn't go.
He couldn't go there, although he gave a concession from $50,000. He said he'll give him 20% discount. So, but he couldn't raise that money. In November 9th, he came to me, almost collapsed. I couldn't do anything to him. That really shocked me and said, how many people are going to die just because they can't afford this money? And why should they? If Indians are par excellence overseas, why can't we? I think I was, as a cardiologist, I was as good as any local doctor.
So you didn't have
and
the machine?
Same for all this.
It's just that you didn't have a particular machine?
I had everything, but there's no surgical background. I'm a cardiologist. I have no cardiothoracic surgeon. There's no acceptable cardiothoracic surgery in India. They used to do, but not with the same results.
Are you saying that for all cardiothoracic surgery of some level of complexity, you had to travel outside India?
Outside India at that time. There were a few hospitals who were doing, general hospitals.
Why was this the case? Our doctors were not trained in it?
Because they were not trained and they did not have the backup. You need a theatre specialty, you need a good cath lab, and the theatre with the special things. All of this, because I don't think you will know what healthcare status at that time was. It was all government hospitals. So in India, and small private general practitioners.
Yes.
But there was no technology that was happening, was not adopted because of this cost saying import duty was 320% and nobody attempted it.
So only the rich,
only the rich
could afford
and the
to
powerful.
live.
Powerful
Only
is people who got influence with the government.
Yes.
The government paid for them. But the rich people, they didn't mind what it costed. So wherever they want, they could go. Most of the people, President who inaugurated, he went to Houston. Prime Minister Narasimha Rao, he went to Houston. All the Chief Minister Ramarao, all of them I sent to Houston, who could afford, government paid for all of them. But so many rich people I've sent, you know. The other day I had one patient whom I sent, he is now 94-year-old, and he's still looking good. His surgery was done, and he comes for a regular for a checkup, and he's absolutely normal. That's why I think he's an example for me.
Well, you're looking very good yourself, I must tell you, sir.
Because
you look fantastic. What do you do, by the way? I mean, just taking a detour from this. You're looking in fine fettle.
Fine, because I think I follow what others I want them to follow. I'm a diabetic. I'm a hypertensive. I have the history of my parents had history of cancer and hypertension, and I had the stress, all four, and I had an attack 15 years ago. I had a chest pain. Immediately I called my doctor. He took me in 15 minutes. I was in the cath lab. He put a stent. I'm perfectly all right. I'm doing my normal job. So I think this is what is necessary. That time it was stress. Although I was looking after my diabetes, hypertension, everything, because of the stress of opening hospitals, the problems of bringing that, the excellence in care for patients, that stress probably brought it on. Now I know how to de-stress myself. The moment I go home, I do my prayers, and I forget everything of the day. So that de-stress is.
I read in your book. I read in your book. Right here, in fact, I made a note of it on page number 4 about your approach to life, and you said there are 3 P's that guide you, and the first P is purity, the second is persistence, and the third is patience.
Patience. I think
purity, persistence, and patience. Have you become more patient now compared to how you were earlier?
I think
and
it was necessary.
Can you expand on this a little bit?
Necessary. I don't do anything less than before. But whatever I do it with that purpose, because I am in healthcare. My patient is first. So whatever the patient needed, I continue to do that. But I don't take that stress is removed, but the 3 P's, the first purity. For the patient, you must give him beyond his expectations. There are 4 C's that we do in our hospital. Clinical excellence. Our doctors are par excellence. It's not that they are born with it, but when they come here, they have all the facilities that are required for them. I give them the backup support. And I only ask them, patient has this expectation, you should live beyond this expectation. And same thing, the supporting staff. It's not just my doctors which make up all. My nurses, my technologists, my managers, all of them are become par excellence because their focus is on the patient. This is all that I ask them. And Preeta, my first daughter, she called it saying TLC, tender loving care.
Tender loving care.
Apart giving excellence in clinical excellence, giving them TLC.
Yeah.
So I think this is where Apollo is today known, not only for doing whatever we are doing anywhere else.
I think you're a living example of preventive health.
Yes.
I want you to tell me that story because you mentioned it somewhere, I heard it, that You've had hypertension, you've had diabetes, and when you started your Apollo Hospitals, and you called it, I must also hear about the story why you called it hospitals and not hospital, though it was a single hospital at that time. We must talk about it. But tell me about yourself. See, I want to know people to know more about you. Here you are, you're over the age of 50, you've come back, you have 4 children, you've given up, you're giving up a medical practice to become a medical entrepreneur. You come from a wealthy background, but not a super wealthy background that can sponsor a hospital. So you're pretty much doing everything on your own. You have no great political connections. You try your best. You go to banks, try to get loans. You know, so you're desperately trying to do something there. And on top of it, you had all the lifestyle disorders. Some of them may be inherited, not your fault. So how are you doing okay today? I mean, and you must have gone through the last 40 years of incredible stress,
I think,
and
when
pressure. So tell me how you first managed your health and how your approach to life and business has changed over the years. But I'd really like to know about your personal story on preventive health.
First, as I said, when I came back to India, I started practice and wanted to give the very best as a cardiologist.
Yep.
And I worked hard.
Yep.
As my practice increased, I worked harder and harder. But on the dot of 8 in the morning, I'm in the clinic and see the patients on my rounds, then see the outpatients on time. After 3 o'clock, after 2 o'clock I go for a short break for lunch. 3 o'clock I come, anybody who is on queue, on lines I'll see. So I've had good practice. So I was doing that, but I was seeing whenever the cardiac, our cardiac care, when it needed surgery, that is where the country lacked. So this is where I think my focus was saying, how can we bring in everything, not in cardiology, how can we bring for our people what others are.
So what was lacking? Was it the machines or the people?
It was technology was completely lacking. The people was not trained in that.
How did you get trained people into your Chennai hospital?
First,
did
I
you
think
do it on day one, or did that happen over a period of time?
No. From day one, what I did was, number one, I took 4 or 5 doctors from India who were leaders in their field. Girnath in cardiology, Mani, and like that 5 people I took on Subramanian for pathology. But more important was, I went to UK and US, brought people who are already trained in that.
How did you do that? Because
every year I used to in April, end of April, I'd go to UK, stay for 3 weeks, interview probably about 300 doctors, bring about 150 doctors, go to US, probably see about 100 doctors who had intention to come, pick
this
about 30 of them.
1980s?
This is 82 I went, brought the first batch of 50 doctors.
Can I just pause you there, sir, for a moment?
Yeah.
In the 1980s, I presume, I was just a child then, I presume that people were working hard to be doctors and going abroad, going to the United Kingdom, to England or to the US would have been a dream for the doctors. Everybody is not a Dr. Pratap Reddy that they want to come back on their parents' instructions. So how did you make them come back?
I think...
were you winning them over with money or opportunity or with something else?
I think what I told them was, this is the type of hospital that we are going to build. We want to give our people the same level of care that's available for them anywhere in the world. And you are a specialist in cardiothoracic surgery, you are a specialist in gastroenterology or gastric surgery. If you have an opportunity, I'll give you everything that you have here, backup technology. But I want your clinical experience. So this is one.
And people responded to you?
They responded. There are few.
Which is the first doctor working abroad who you brought back? Do you
One
remember?
Ramanathan.
Ramanathan.
Mr. Ramanathan.
Tell me about it. Tell me about the story.
Mr. Ramanathan, he was working in St. Oliv's in London. So it's a relatively smaller hospital compared to the big hospitals in London proper. But he was a super doctor as a gastric surgeon. So that's the first person I at the same time on that trip, I brought another 15 people who agreed to start. This was before starting the hospital. In 6 months, the hospital will be ready, and we should come back 1 month before, so that, and then to take down what all they needed as a backup for the hospital. So they told me what they needed, the doctors in UK, and I brought 3 doctors from US. One is Prem Singh. He was a brilliant neurosurgeon. So he wanted what all they needed for cardiac surgery.
They all came back to Chennai.
They all came back to Chennai, and then I had the local doctors.
Do you still do
10-15 of them.
Do you still, or have you still till recently?
Till 4 years ago, till 4 years ago, every year, then an ad will go in the British Medical Journal that Dr. Reddy is coming, and would you like to come back? About 1,000 people have applied.
Really?
And my direct medical service is here. He will go there 1 week before, 2 of them. They'll interview those people and line up 300 people. And same Taj. 150 on a Saturday, 150 on a Sunday. I did this regularly for 25 years.
You meet them?
I meet them, and out of 150, I'll probably take 50-60 people. On Sunday, I'll take another 40-50 people, so who will join me in 3 months.
I don't know. I don't know if you're aware, but
that's how.
This is the
when
greatest
I started
service.
more hospitals.
This is the greatest service that one can do, and I'm amazed at this because it's, we talk about reverse brain drain today. Today's 2025. I cannot imagine that someone's doing this 40 years back.
I think
this is,
I think they were convinced, but if they come back, that they can give back to the people the same level of care that what they are doing abroad.
So what this means is that the people who you're talking to have a spirit of national service. They have a spirit of giving back to society. But the government had not tapped into it, and you did.
Yeah. First, they must be competent, number one. Everybody that goes abroad are not the same. I wanted super people who could give back and train our people, and then understand that whatever they're starting, it's starting the first time, but they must do the very, very best.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Shivam, it's lovely to have you with us.
Same here.
To begin with, I just, we just heard from a legendary entrepreneur talking about one of the most iconic brands in the country. And when we talk about Motorola, the Hello Moto tone, it's yet another, legendary tune that, rings in our ears. I want to ask you a bit about yourself. How did you land up in Motorola?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great beginning that you mentioned the ringtone, the Hello Moto. So before I talk about my journey, maybe I'll just give a glimpse of the brand itself, right? I mean, we spoke about an iconic brand from India, which is Airtel. But I think Motorola has been one of the most iconic brands. In fact, a lot of people might not know, but the famous words in 1969 when we landed on the moon, right? The words, one small step for man and a giant leap for mankind, that came through to the earth from the moon on a Motorola transponder.
Oh, really?
So Motorola was there on the moon in 1969.
Okay.
So a brand that has had a legacy of now over 96 years, it's a 96-year-old brand, has been at the forefront of technology since then. And in fact, that was not the only thing. In 1973, right, the world's first mobile phone call was made. And that was made on a Motorola phone. So the world's first mobile phone actually was created by Motorola. Wow. Okay. So this industry that we are in today, we are the pioneers of this industry. And I think it's a great honor for me to now be heading this brand at a global stage. A company that has seen over 96 years of innovation and has been at the forefront of technology across the board at multiple key moments of human innovation, right? But yes, I mean, my first touch point with Motorola was the Razr, right? Okay. As a person, right? I owned the Razr. I don't know, some of you might have owned the Razr, the iconic,
the first
super
flip
slim,
phone,
the flip phone, the keyboard phone, right? Back in, during my college days, I owned one. And it was an experience. I loved the experience. I loved the association with the brand, and that memory stayed with me. So when I got the opportunity back in 2019 to join Motorola, at that stage in India, actually, Motorola was not at the forefront. It was trying to come back to India and gain share. It was a small organization. In fact, I was working with Airtel at that time. So okay, wow. I forgot to mention, but before that I was with Airtel. I was heading marketing for their fintech division. That's the time when I joined Motorola to head marketing for them in 2019. Then a few years down the road, we changed the course of Motorola's journey in India and globally. We started seeing rapid growth. And that is when I took over the entire Asia Pacific role. Where we again started seeing penetration across geos like Japan, Australia, which is where now again we are a number 3 brand. Right. And India, we've come from a journey where, say about 4 years back, we were at less than 2% share, market share player. Today we are 8% and growing, and about to break into the top 3 brands in the country. So from there to now, heading the brand globally.
ये हमारे विजनरी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सोच है, न केवल
Dr. Reddy, I'll talk about macro issues later, because I think that what has happened is, I think yet your role has not fully been assessed yet, because today, if I was to say who started private healthcare in India, it is you. You started private healthcare, you built it to standards that are global, and many other hospital chains, many other people in this industry are following you, but you're the true leader of all of this. I'll talk about that later. The problem I feel is the gap is so much between public and private healthcare. I would really want your thoughts on what the government should do about this. But before that, you didn't tell me your own story. I told you that you have all the, and I'm trying to take an example from you so that I can also have a fruitful and happy and long life like you. But what would you say to all the people out there who have lifestyle diseases? Because I don't remember, we had a conversation many years back when you said that preventive healthcare is most important. And I didn't even know what that is. Can you expand on it and how you came about creating the first sort of, I think, the preventive health checkup, which everybody does now. You go to hospitals, get executive checkups. There wasn't anything like this 20 years ago.
Anywhere.
So I want you to tell me about both of these things.
See, even when I started my clinic, I used to see patients with heart problems. But invariably they had, diabetes, hypertension, stress, things like that I used to see.
Those are the basic factors.
In 73, I had one good friend of mine, David Grant, who was a pathologist from US. He came to, he was a great friend of mine in Springfield, Missouri. And he came just to spend 1 week with Dr. Reddy. He didn't want to see India or anything. So I was giving him a party that night and called a few doctors before he left.
They must really miss you in the US. From what I'm gathering,
he's already a friend of mine.
They loved you in the US.
We loved it, and we were, the two of us, at any given party on Saturday evening. So we were great friends. His wife also was a dear friend of the family. We were great. So both of them came. I was giving a party. Then I said, David, you are a pathologist. I'm seeing all of this. All my patients have some of these problems. Can we do a checkup for it? And he said, there's nothing like that in that. I said, let's sit down and work on it. So we worked on it, and what are the risk factors, what the checkup could be, and called the printer at 12 o'clock and told him and named it as Master Health Checkup. We still
Master Health Checkup.
I still have that board, 1973.
You wrote
Master Health Checkup. That board is there. In the hospital we put up the board. And a few patients, I used to do 5-10 checkups every day at that time. Gradually it built up. And when we started Apollo, we called it Apollo Health Check. And we did about 20 million checkups. Now, using artificial intelligence, it is highly, it gives everything about your health. So what I want everyone to have, a preventive health checkup, so that, and we now call it Pro Health. Pro Health Zen, it will do a complete backup of your physical health, but it will also do your what you inherited, because that's the gene.
Yeah.
Then you do genetic screening and gastric biome. With all of these, we know, number one, what problems they have, so we can take care of that problem, and then predict their future. On the first part is very important. I'll give you a small example. There are two things that we've done. The place I was born is called Aragonda, in a village near Tirupati, which everybody knows. In that, 5 years ago, we did a complete checkup for the 60,000 people in that area, but only about 35,000 people came for the checkup. They were all afraid to come and have a checkup because we'll find out something wrong. So anyway, 35,000 people, we did that. We have 4 doctors now who go around and treat them, and their health is markedly improved. Now we are doing a re-checkup on them to see what improvements they have done. Number one, in all parameters they have improved in the preliminary report. Only thing is their overweight, weight has gone up. Now they're going to do something about it. But more important than that, I did it for, we are now about close to 85,000 Apollo employees. I call it family, Apollo family members. We did the checkup for Apollo family members and their spouses and their adult children absolutely free. My board said, how many thousands of crores are going to send? I said, whose money I'm spending? They are caring for them, we should care for them. So, board approved it. You know, about nearly close to 50% of them didn't have the checkup in the first 4-5 months.
People working in a hospital chain had not done that.
So we found out They are afraid that we will find out some disease.
Tell me one thing, doctor.
You know what
Is
we
it
did
true?
what I did for that when they said they didn't come. I said don't pay their salary if they don't have the checkup in the next 3 months. They all had their checkup. Now we found out so many cancers, prevented, operated early. They're absolutely normal, and the people had other heart problems. They had stents put in, and they had high blood pressure, diabetes, early cancers. All of them are detected, and of course, these are all called non-communicable diseases. So this is the biggest challenge. Not India, the world has. The world has non-communicable diseases. The world IMF has declared that, and WHO and UN declared saying the biggest challenge that the world will face, which is non-communicable disease. That is the diabetes, hypertension, cancer, infections, heart stroke, and now we added 2 more, diabetes, overweight, and mental disorders.
Mental disorders.
These 7 problems, they said at the end of this decade, 80% of the deaths will be from this non-communicable disease.
Yes.
And the cost burden for the world is 30 trillion. For India, it's going to be 4.8 trillion. They were on the cost. What is it for the family? How is that going to be? Yeah. So we are working very hard on this Pro Health. I call it Pro Health Zen because that gives a complete backup of your personal health, good enough for me for 10 years, but it gives the risk factor. If I remove the risk factor, like what I have done, I had the heart problem. When I'm controlling my diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and all of this, like you are feeling so, you're looking so good. Everybody should follow your example. Yeah? From the time I saw you last, you're looking so good. I think this is what.
I think it makes
that
you
means
feel
you
better.
must. You must think. Health is also should be their priority.
I think it should be. Sir.
This is what people don't think.
People don't think and they ignore. Can I ask you a more personal question?
Please, yeah.
Reading about your life story has been a real education. Did your own life experiences, the loss of your parents in quick succession, determine your approach to health? Because I read that your father was only 62 years old and a very healthy man with great habits, but he died of a stroke at the age of 62, and there could be nothing done for him. Your mother had cancer. And there could be nothing done for her, and she died soon after. You suffered personal losses at that point of time, and in a way your father was a victim of an NCD and your mother was a victim of cancer. And therefore I find somewhere these two approaches in your medical health approach in Apollo, that you are really obsessed about NCDs. Did your father's loss influence you there? You're really keen on cancer, you worked on cancer, you built centers over decades of speciality which are only cancer hospitals, which have never happened in India before. Did the loss of your parents to these two problems influence your approach towards healthcare?
I think that made a tremendous impact on me. When I started Apollo, I didn't start cancer because it was very expensive, the division of cancer. And my mother's thing was always on my mind. So after 7 years of starting main hospital, I said, this is not complete. It's not a multi-specialty hospital if I don't have cancer. And so I started a separate cancer hospital on main, on Mount Road, which is like one of the main centers in Chennai. First private cancer hospital in the country. And all of our hospitals, have the highest standards. We have, like this hospital is the first one to get JCI, Joint Commission of International Law, or JCI accreditation. So every one of my hospitals, all of them are JCI accredited, and then we brought in for the nation's standards. I'm responsible for, in Indian hospitals also, they should get NABH certification.
Yes, yes.
So that hospital only, so this is where I not only followed others also followed the NABH.
Yes.
And today, Indian healthcare, I always say this, that Indian healthcare, leave alone Apollo 74 hospital, there are another 300 good hospitals. So I'm happy everybody followed it because of that one major step that we took, that funding happened.
So would you say that today,
in the
for
last 2 decades.
someone for a cancer patient, earlier we would hear only the rich, privileged film stars and politicians would go to America for cancer
Right.
treatment. Would you say that the situation is completely different today?
I think people from...
Do you
from
even
all-
need to go abroad for cancer?
There's no need to come. People are from abroad are coming to us. For cancer, I've built the proton center, which UK did not have. All of Southeast Asia didn't have. Singapore didn't have. Australia.
Is that the
Now,
400 crore
nowhere.
machine?
Pardon?
Is that the 400 crore?
1,200 crores.
1,200 crores?
1,200
for
crores
one machine?
those days. Those days for proton.
When did when did you bring
my,
this in?
About 8 years ago. And then the government took 2 years to give, 3 years to give clearance.
Why?
Because for the new machine, they went on asking questions. They visited 7 hospitals. One day I called the chairman and then said, they put one,
For you, they do that?
one proton.
I find it very surprising.
Yeah, because
You're doing service.
With ministries calling them, they were not satisfied. But somehow they visited the hospital. Then when I called them and said, they put a proton next to a Montessori school. That's when they said, can we go and see it? I said, you've already seen 8, go and see the 9th one. So they gave permission for the equipment. And again, they took another 6 months to clear my ground. And it's a vacant place. I said, here I'll build the same standard. That's another 6 months. So after that, COVID came. So hospital could not pick up. So today that's full. 3 machines are full. I'm now putting up one in Hyderabad, one in Delhi.
Yes.
So now Singapore has also started.
Yeah.
And many others will follow this. But here I have a most advanced cancer thing called ZAP.
Yes.
My good friend David Allen, he discovered it, and his discovery, one of the first 10 machines in the, we have it here in an ordinary room for head and neck cancer. It's a simple thing. They come here, go back and.
And what is the impact of these machines on the treatment of the patient?
I think, whatever
In
we
percentage terms,
we have done, if a specialist, the specialist must know what is the newer advances that's coming. I bought the first CT scan in the country. There are about 2,000 CT scans in the country today. I bought the first good cath lab. I bought the first MRI. First in every equipment, not because of me. My doctors who are in that practice asked. Then there is a thing called RSNA in US, Royal Society of North America. Every November on the Thanksgiving weekend, they have this exhibition, what's coming up for the newer technology next year. I used to go for 15 years regularly and take somebody who is interested in that. And I had 3 friends of mine locally who will go around. It takes 3 days to go around. So they will give me a report of what is new and the best. And we continuously bought that equipment. And today also, like for example, for Hyderabad and here, I've ordered the proton. Whatever I ordered that day, on the day of installation, because by the time they install, it's going to take almost 1 year. I must put up the building up to the structure. Then I said I wanted that, they must use that technology. In all my orders with the companies, that is what we insist. This is why Apollo is known for not only the clinical excellence, but for the technological support. And when artificial intelligence came, we adopted and changed the whole thing. And many things you're going to see all happen. Our hospitals in Gurgaon will be probably the first hospital will be paperless hospital. And all our other hospitals are already changing.
But you also handle people very well. I found a quote very interesting, where a senior physician was asked, What is the secret ingredient of Dr. Reddy's way with people? I did not tell him that just days before our conversation. Dr. Reddy himself had said to me that doctors were generally the most difficult people to handle. This was his response to a question, to my question, and there's a quote. I've always said that the handling of super specialist doctors is like handling ballerinas and divas. Handling one ballerina is tough. Can you imagine dealing with hundreds of doctors who have proved to be that they are the best in their businesses? I think this is an important question. See, there are two ingredients of your success. First, three, your approach to life. You're ahead of your time. You're way ahead of your time. It's not the first medical check, it's the first CT scan, the first MRI. It may seem easy now. At that point of time, it must have been a big leap of faith. Proton, machines costing 1,200 crores. But also...
And JC accreditation.
Yes, and accredited. And using it here, getting people to know how to use it here and getting it to serve people. But the biggest thing for you is your handling of doctors. And I really wonder how that happens. Because can I tell you one thing? Journalists cannot handle journalists. You know, pilots cannot handle pilots. It's often said that if you want to handle a group of specialists, put someone from another field on top of them. Because if you put someone from the same field, he'll be caught in more complexities. You're a doctor, and how do you handle so many doctors? Can you talk more about handling the number of ballerinas, divas, and super specialist doctors working under you and elsewhere? Because you've also inspired them to come from UK and come here. So why I'm trying to talk about this is because handling people is, I think, the biggest skill that is required for entrepreneurs. In today's day and age, Dr. Reddy, anyone wants to start a company, and, you know, you have startups, they put it on an Excel sheet. Before they've started a company, they want a valuation. Before they've got their valuation, they want their exit. They don't talk about creating legacies. So I would like your approach on handling people and how you manage them.
I think we call it what's called patient first. So I told all the doctors, all of us are here, all the equipment is here, the patient is important. So I think that focus which everybody had. And whenever they deviated a little, I called them to my room, talked them to very softly. What is it that's lacking? And whatever they wanted, whatever was reasonable, we did together. And today, it is in the first hospital I did, but even then at that time, I had my 4 daughters who worked from that day onwards, and they were, on the spot, seeing things happen, and what could change, what was wrong, a toilet is not good, or a patient is, we paid great importance for patients when they go back. We ask them, give your suggestions. Previously it was complaint, now suggestion. I had an MD who will receive all of these. All those who praised us, it won't go into his computer. All the complaints that they were given, he will show me and tell how it's going to be solved. If it's solved at one place, it went to the other hospitals. So that problem doesn't arise again.
Process, yeah.
So I think that's what we are following. Even today, a patient, if he suggests, saying, I went there, this was excellent, that won't even reach my ears. But if there was some suggestion that was not good, the toilet was not good, or the doctor, he didn't give me time properly, such things will come to me, and I will call the doctor and say, I said, he has come with great hope to you, and you are the specialist, and he won't do it again, because he also knows that together we have built it together, and that power of convincing the doctors to do the very best for the patient, to live up to his expectation and beyond it. I'll give you during COVID time, one of the singers, great singers, I don't want to give her name. So she called me she insisted that to talk to me. She called me and said, Dr. Reddy, your hospital, your doctors have not given me life back. But your people treated me as though I am their daughter. That was more important for me.
Amazing.
You know, that is a care. That is compassion. So as I said, clinical excellence, care, compassion, and cost benefit. That 4 C's we follow. And I think whatever doctor is doing, he knows. If you tell him, I had a great support from my nurse, great support from the technology, and he recognizes it.
But Dr. Reddy, I'm very concerned about one thing, and we all are in this country. You have set up an excellent practice, and you maybe touched the lives of dozens of millions of people over the years.
Yeah.
You've done incredible work. But isn't it a tragedy that in our country, government hospitals and private hospitals are worlds apart? Even today, sir, the doctors in some of the government hospitals are excellent. You go to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, as you very well know, there's a spirit of service. Some of the best doctors are there in AIIMS Delhi. But I'm not talking about AIIMS Delhi or the other AIIMS. I'm talking about government hospitals where people go for their first point of contact, and it is in the districts, and this is a common fact across India. What can be done to close this gap? After all, can there not be some innovative public-private partnership where we can work together to just change the quality of the hospitals and the healthcare provided to?
And that is a very good thing. First, I must accept the government is trying to do their best. There are so many policies which have come, which is a huge deficit, but they are trying to do their best. I'll give us a thing, when referred saying, how can public and private participate?
Yes.
In my district, Chittor, where I come from, the government we started a medical college, and the Chief Minister, Chandrababu Naidu, was the chief minister at that time. I said, why can't I take the district hospital as my hospital? And that hospital at that time was 300 beds. And outpatient, they used to have about 300 people or 400 people, and about 60, 70 inpatients in 300-bed hospital. Today, it's an 850-bed hospital. An average outpatient is over 2,000 to 3,000 outpatient.
Is it still a government hospital?
It's still a government hospital.
But you are running it.
I'm running it.
Why can't you do the same for many more hospitals across the country?
I think this is same Chandrababu announced a week ago to give at least 10 more district hospitals. And this is where I think good private-public partnership will make a significant impact. For all the see, there are two things solved there. Number one, I have the medical college with a hospital.
Yes.
So I have now made it 850-bed hospital.
Yes.
So I'm training 250 doctors, and now I'll train 300 nurses and all other technology courses. Can I
pause you for a moment?
Yeah.
Will the cost of the service go up for the people who will go to your hospital in Chittor?
There's no cost to him. He doesn't pay.
So who pays?
He was the government.
People say the quality comes at the cost.
Yes.
So Apollo takes over a government hospital.
Yeah.
Natural feeling would be that the OPD would start costing more, that the medicines would start costing more, the consultation fees would be more. Is that the case?
No, I think for the patient is concerned, he gets all the care that is required.
The patient doesn't pay more.
Because when he comes with a chest pain, we do whatever is necessary that could be done. If it comes as a surgical problem, it's true. That's how the occupancy have gone up from 60 beds to 650 beds occupancy average. During COVID, they did the same thing as what we did in other Apollo hospitals and the best hospital in the world did. Their mortality rate was less than 1% during COVID time, because the care they got is the same care that they would get in any Apollo hospital.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
When a company decides to go for something that is seen to be very big, right? Because what I find about the Bharti brothers is that they are thinking very big. They're always thinking of scaling up. They're going to the world. And they're constantly thinking of the next frontier. So, 1992, you got your first mobile license, okay? So, it is a watershed moment for you. You get your first mobile license. You were the one, he was the one, by the way, who carried the Airtel bid to Sanchar Bhavan. He carried the Airtel contract, the bid to Sanchar Bhavan. And I'm told it was so big. It was so big that it needed a tempo full of boxes. So I want you to remember that moment. What was going on? Were you getting heebie-jeebies? Were you getting anxious? Were you thinking sometimes, are we doing something beyond our present capacity? वो सोच क्या होती है? I want you to remember the day, the moment, what led up to it, and when you won. Inside story, Rajan, on this stage, it's not going to be the business interview. We want the inside story of what happened. Yes, will I get it? Yeah.
No, I'll give you the inside story. We were a tiny company. You have to remember 1992, we were a $5 million. And that time, probably dollar could be 50, 60 rupees. That's the revenue of the company. And there were 30 people who were making a bid. Just to kind of go back, we had tied up with Telstra. An MOU was signed, and I went to meet the team to sign the agreement. When I went there, they said, sorry, you're far too small for us and for our liking. We will not sign this agreement. And this is on the 10th, 11th hour, you can say. And we have tied up with one of the Indian companies, which had a big name at that time. And you can't, hold anybody to ransom. Partnership is all about, you have to believe, you have to have trust. And that's where we scurried and got, kind of a renegade team, so to speak. So we were so tiny and competing with all the blue chip companies of India and the global leadership of telecom that we said we had to put a bid. The good part was the bid was very, I would say, an open bid. It was a very clear bid. You have to charge a rental. I would say, now you're looking at hindsight, it was a strange bid. But it was so open that you have to charge the rental to a subscriber from 0 to 1,000 rupees. You'll get 50 marks. You'll get 50 marks on your technical bid. So we didn't know how the commercial side will go. So we said we have to put a technical bid which has to really shock the department. And when I went into the lift, there were another 5 people from all the blue chip companies and carrying kind of 3 envelopes of this size of the paper that I am holding. And they said, where is your bid? I said, my bid is downstairs, people are getting it. They couldn't believe it. There was a tempo load of boxes. So they had just given a bid as to say that they will win this license in any case because that was the India of that time. That we are big boys. It's our right. And of course, when the bid opened, we had put a 100 rupee rental. 2 companies had put 0, and everybody else had put 900,000. So you lost 50% of marks in an exam, which is so very clear, is right up in your face, and you go and charge 1,000 rupees. And our technical bid, when the department saw that, they were absolutely, completely bowled over. It's a mind-boggling bid. And if you remember at that time, it had gone to the court cases, and when the court had asked for all the files and the papers, we had got all
So, but why can't this be done if this is so much within the reach of government, state governments or central government to do? Why is it not happening? I mean, sir, when we get reports from our media group from several parts of the country, we do hear horrible instances of the condition of government hospitals and the neglect and care. We hear stories about patients who are carrying their family members on their shoulders. There aren't any stretchers, leave alone ambulances. We hear of children lying outside. Sir, recently, 4 years back or so, when after launching Republic, when the outbreak of encephalitis happened in Bihar, or encephalitis, I think if not something else. But we went to a hospital where there had been maximum number of deaths, and we found the conditions to be beyond description in terms of how bad things were. So what is holding us back?
I think the most important is the funding.
The government will pay the marginal difference.
As far as when we manage the Chittoor hospital, now the same chief minister has come back. He has offered 10 more medical colleges, when the district hospitals will be given to them. We look after the district hospital, we look after the Taluk and Mandal hospital.
So then, okay. So would big organizations?
I think that
like
transformation should take place.
It should happen.
And when it happens, I think number one, patients will get good care. Number two, the medical college will have, good training for the doctors, and all other technology, everybody training.
Whenever I meet people who are visionaries in the field of medicine, I also know Dr. Devi Shetty well.
Yeah.
They all talk about scale. They talk about reaching every Indian. And I think we need to move this very fast. We can't be a Viksit Bharat without a developed country, without proper healthcare facilities for our children.
I think health needs a priority. Priority for the government. They are doing with their funds that are available. But I think number one, if the private-public partnership comes, it can make a very significant impact. And as I said, we have demonstrated in one district, and the chief minister now, same chief minister, is now doing it 10. Other states should follow that example. Center should follow that example.
I think so. Isn't it? Because I feel that we have so many states and union territories, but during COVID, our toughest of times, it was the direction from the center that pulled our country through.
Yeah. Remarkable work they should do. Remarkable what the government did during COVID.
What do you feel about the Prime Minister and his approach to healthcare?
I think he is one of a dynamic Prime Minister. I give you two examples. Number one, whatever policies that he has done now, what he's doing on his birthday for the women.
Yes.
It coincides with my women's hospital,
yes.
women's cancer hospital, which I'm starting in Deepen colony.
Yes.
But there are two things I told him. There is a huge, India can become a global healthcare destination. It's not just Apollo. There are 74 Apollo hospitals. There are another 300 good hospitals in India. We are attracting over from 160 countries. Last month, on a single day, 2 air ambulances came. One from New South Wales, one came from Sweden.
Okay.
2 people who are told that you have no hope in life.
Huh.
So, but the relatives decided they should bring him to Apollo.
Huh.
One patient had pancreatic rupture, abdomen is completely, he was in shock, unconscious. So they brought to the hospital. The boy, I think he's about 19-year-old. He came to my room 5 days ago in a wheelchair. The mother, previously she came crying one month ago when she was admitted. I'm going to take, then there's no hope. Now after 1 month, she came, hugged me, and he said, this hospital has given life for my son.
Wow.
And the boy is 90% clear. The other person who came from Sweden got discharged, went home. Both were told saying, we have no hope. I said, like that it's happening. It's not just Apollo.
No.
All other hospitals are attracting.
Yes.
So I told the Prime Minister, we should make India the global healthcare destination. Gave 8-9 steps. And then I gave one more suggestion. The WHO said by end of this decade, there will be a 9 million shortage of doctors, nurses, paramedics. I said the only country can give it is India.
Yep.
If you can train more doctors, more nurses, more technologies, you can supply. So 2 suggestions I gave him. So he went through, he called us for a day. I said, I want to come with my 4 daughters, 4 C's. So they said yes. My wife said, 4 daughters are coming, can I also come just to see the Prime Minister? So Raji called, she also came. But he talked to me in English because with the Prime Minister, half Hindi, which if I don't understand, it's not correct. So he spoke to me absolutely 100% English because it's policy making. So he said, I went through all your calls, I agree, but I want to change the name as Heal in India because 750 BC, Susruta did the first medical diagnostic, medical treatment. People from all over the world came to India till 1250 AD. So I want to call it Heal in India. The next one, global workforce, I want to call it Heal by India. But we'll follow it. But both things he has said. Number one, after we left, more than an hour, after we left, various ministries started working. Health Ministry, my DMS went every day.
Immediately?
So every next 12 days, the Health Ministry worked. My daughter Sangeeta used to come twice a week to meet the Health Minister to carry on the first session, Heal by India. And as far as the next global workforce is concerned, phenomenal what they've done. They've opened 40 new medical colleges and now they're going to put more. But I wish they could do what we suggested, what I'm doing in Chittor, what our CM is doing, giving the district hospitals to them.
I think it's a very worthwhile solution.
Let me finish that. The Prime Minister, he announced this. Now, you heard the budget. In this budget, she announced saying, we are given a provision to add 75,000 additional healthcare people training.
Mm-hmm.
So all of this happening. So I think with the dynamism of our Prime Minister, that Heal by India, Heal by. Only one thing is they have not done is to give visa on arrival. This is what Bangkok did. I did that hospital for them. So what Bangkok did was visa on arrival. So it became a tourist destination. They are now doing in Turkey. They are doing in South Korea. So if India, China also was open. If only they do that, first with the friendly countries, 20, 25 countries, people can come on arrival on health visas if they give. That healthcare destination or Heal in India will become very popular. People, as I said, if from New Zealand and Sweden, if they can come, they've already heard about Apollo. They've already heard about India. So they
just want,
they
said make it easier for
they
them
get better care they can get here. So I have no doubt that very short time, in the next few years, you and I will see that a good percentage of Indians, patients in India, hospitals in India, will be treating foreign patients. That's number one is, you are made your country proud, and we are proud that we are treating. People are coming to us instead of our people going abroad, small number. But it will bring them the foreign exchange that is required. Give more employment for people. And the second one, you are giving additional employment for 10 million people by end of this decade. By end of 2040, 37 million is projected. India can do this because we are the only country in the world who have this young population below in 20s. Nearly a third of the population is that age. If you can, like what IT did, healthcare can do much more.
True. No, I think we can do it. I mean, I remember during COVID, there were so many hundreds and thousands of Cuban doctors who went around the world, and then Cuba has always had this reputation of great doctors in Cuba, and I'm sure we can do 10 times more. A personal question to you again. Your biggest success besides all of this, everything your biggest success besides all of this, all the things that we've spoken about, and your achievements are known. And I'm so happy when I hear about stories. I feel that even in our conversation, you're taking particular pride in individual instances of people who have healed, who've come to you, held your hand and said, we got treated here. That gives you your soul happiness.
In my rounds, I talk to them.
Yeah, you talk to them. I know that you take your rounds, and that's amazing. Dr. Reddy, you have a wonderful family. And I think you have the most remarkable wife who has, because I think when I see this, 1969, I read in your book that your father wrote to you. And he wrote to you, and apparently, at that very moment, you turned to your wife, Sucharita. Your father writes, I am so happy, as is your mother, that you and the family are doing well in America. We feel great joy, but keep in mind your duty to your desam and samaj. Just think, if you came back, how many people can benefit from your training abroad? How many people can regain good health? And Dr. Reddy paused after he read his father's words. Then he turned to his wife, Sucharita, and said, well, and she said, without hesitation, we should go home. The daughters were too young to protest.
Preeta, Sunita. Preeta was my first daughter.
Yeah, because they've lived so much of their life abroad then, and you were in Worcester, Massachusetts, Boston, Springfield, Missouri. You had become affluent, your daughters liked living abroad. Sucharita was popular because of her cooking and with the children. Everything was said. But you must have an amazing wife to just look at you and say, I don't need any of this, and to support you. Because maybe even if you had hesitation or thoughts in your mind, she made it clear for you.
She made it very clear, and I think I owe a lot for her, because I was so busy in my practice. My 4 daughters are today super work if they are doing in healthcare. I thank her.
No, but
it is she who
spent. Must be staying in your mind every day. The day you showed your father's letter to her.
Yeah,
it's such a moment.
It's
Everything
a great
changes.
moment. I think
50 years back.
That changed the whole thing in my life.
Yeah.
And I'm happy it transformed in India today. When we make Heal in India, Heal by India. And the third one we're doing is Heal by World. My daughter is today, my youngest daughter is there. She is going to sign with one of the major, she has already signed with 2 major groups in US. We do their background work.
Fantastic.
From Hyderabad. In all of our hospitals will do their backup work. So that heal the world. So that Heal in India, Heal by India. Now she's going to do what's called the heal the world.
What is the common thing that you've taught all your daughters, you and your wife? Because I find them all very similar in their approach, in the way they approach both business, represent the organization, but they must be different in their own way. What is the foundational learning that you have given to your 4 wonderful daughters? And they are very all strong personalities in their own right. And I've heard that in the Reddy home, women are always very strong personalities. So you have 5 strong women who are probably handling you more than you are handling them. So what is the foundational lesson that you've taught to your daughters?
I think number 1 is my wife's training of them.
Yes.
You know, that you must live a good life, you must give credibility and give something back to people and love each other. And that love each other, I think, made it wonderful. So number 1, they've learned to work with each other. Second is they learn to work with people, that is patients and doctors. So today, every one of them is, Preeta is the vice chairman, Sunita, my second daughter, is the MD, Shobana is the vice chairman, and my youngest daughter, she is the JMD. But all of them are doing different things, but they work together. You know, as I said, Preeta now looks after all the hospitals, all the new hospitals, the new projects that are coming up. 7 new hospitals will be built in the next 2-3 years, and a few more will come up. All of this she is looking after. But more importantly, she follows what I did, seeing the patient and talking to the doctors. That is very important. And talking to the other supporting staff. So constantly, especially the new people, every day, I used to, if that 30-40 new people have been taken, I used to talk to them and say, what is it that we expect of you? What does people who come to us with that thing, what can you give it to them? And that care, compassion. All of this Preeta does. Sunita is the MD. She is managing now the entire thing, all of the 74 hospitals. They're working, their finances, their administration, and all of that. Shobana now, she's my another extreme daughter. She thinks differently. She started first the 24/7, and it came right in time before COVID.
Yes, it was.
And it helped over 24 million people could call 24/7, get a doctor online, and he will tell your symptoms, doesn't suggest COVID, or it suggests COVID. I'll send you the diagnostic people. They'll come and take your sample and tell you, and then advise the patient and saying you have COVID, you are COVID positive. What we did was we had 3,000 hospital beds. Out of 8,000 beds at that time, 3,000 beds we reserved for COVID. But more important thing is all hotels were empty. So we took the hotels. So the doctor decided that the patient symptoms doesn't suggest hospitalization. He said, you will go to the hotel, I have a nurse there, I have a home care team there, and a doctor is available on call. So 90% of the people were treated in the hotel and discharged home. And if few of them, if symptoms doesn't improve, then he is transferred to the hospital. But so I think all this, that 24/7 made a significant way. And today, the pharmacies, I started a pharmacy at that time because most of the drugs were spurious. I used to import even IV fluids. I used to import when I started practice. So in the pharmacy, I said we should have a pharmacy which would have genuine drugs. In the last 42 years, I'm happy to say, not one outdated drug or one spurious drug was ever given to any Apollo pharmacy. Today they have over 6,700 pharmacies. That's a big chain. So she is managing all that big chain. But now people get at home, they can call 24/7. The medicine will be delivered to them. And whatever other help that is required, completely. And so now it's become a health tech company. So that's become a big, already one investor invested a valuation of about $2 billion. I'm not bothered about the money, because money, what do we do with money? We can build more facilities. I want to see how can that be used for more development. So this is what she's doing. 3 years from now, it will multiply at least twice.
Yes.
This is what every one of my 4 daughters are doing. This is why I think my wife made that contribution in training them. That was very important. And today each one of them are a super Pratap.
Well, it's tremendous training. And what about you now? From where you sit, what is the milestone that you have still in your mind? I see in your eyes a glimmer of a person who's still looking forward to doing something next. From my limited interaction of meeting with people, you are a person looking forward to achieving what you do next. I find it amazing. You do your rounds, you meet people. You must have something in your mind, which is your next vision, your next game. I feel you have your next game in you. And what would that be?
I think we should make everyone think health is a priority. And they must know that they should look after their health. For that, as I said, there are 2 things in the world today. One is health challenges and health opportunities. We talked about the opportunities, that is, Heal India, Heal by India, all of these opportunities are happening. Health challenges is, number one, bigger problem is non-communicable diseases. And they need not die of non-communicable diseases if they only care for the health as a priority.
Reversible.
I'm trying to bring that thing So this is where my major step, in doing is to concentrate not only on developing more hospitals, but to give that concept of preventive health.
Yes.
Preventive health is very important. So everyone, what do I need? I want them to spend 3 hours once in 10 years. And then whatever doctor finds out, the risk factors, my man will remind him and to follow that so that they can live happily.
Yes.
So my future vision is H at H.
What is that?
Health, happiness at home.
You have a similar habit of that of the Prime Minister, with acronyms. Prime Minister also write acronyms, and you like it as well.
Yeah.
I think that you should surely take your ability to build scale and your passion. I really hope that this message goes across a public-private partnership, because I think with all the experience you've had and your daughters are building and growing the business, at a national level, maybe you should work more on creating a public-private partnership mission for the country with the government, and that can be beyond state governments. It can be a whole national mission, and I hope to see you doing it. I cannot tell you how much I've learned from this conversation. I find you a very, very eager and determined individual who has been through a lot in life, and I think you've not built an institution. Truly, I can say this, that without you, there wouldn't be this level of private healthcare in the country. And you're the sole individual reason for that happening, the genesis of that.
Fortunately, throughout, apart from the first Prime Minister and then the next Prime Minister, I had continuously worked with the health department.
Sure.
And all the Prime Ministers. Whatever changed, like for example, I told the health insurance. Health insurance, I opened the first called Family Health Plan. At that time, Prime Minister said he will come and inaugurate in Madras. Unfortunately, he could not come. He sent the health minister. So the first family health plan, the first insurance company, health insurance that has been brought. Then I told you during when Chidambaram was finance minister, I spoke to the minister and spoke to Vajpayee, the opposition, to support this health insurance.
Yep.
Who is who in the health insurance in the world came to Maurya for their conference. Unfortunately, that bill could not be passed on that day because there was a Congress meeting in Calcutta. Majority of the MPs have gone there. Chidambaram brought up this MP, and then he went to the Vajpayee ji and told him, I believe you promised that you will support this. I said, I promised to support the resolution, not the government. So they called me at 3 o'clock and everybody was disappointed. But in any case, I'm happy. But the next time, they passed the thing, and health insurance has made a very significant. Today, in all of our hospitals, close to 60% of the people are through the insurance. From zero, it's now come to 60%. I wish 100% of them get. So I want them to first, number one, to have preventive health care. And number two, not to think of the cost, but to pay a premium for the health insurance, so you are not bothered what the bill is. You get excellence in care.
Absolutely.
And three, of course, is healthcare professionals also must think that they have greater responsibility.
I know.
In giving back not only health, happiness to the family. True. So that will change. I think Indians have that habit, and I am very happy that many have followed Apollo, and they're equal or better than Apollo. But we'll continue. That race with each other is good because the quality of care will keep on improving.
Of course.
And what is needed is to adapt to the technology. I talked about proton. I had a company from San Francisco. They came to me, a company called Lumitron. So they said they're having a new machine which is 100 times more powerful than the present existing AI. So they wanted me to, and 10% of that usage of that machine is for healthcare. That means proton, I don't have to give 21 days. I can give in 1 day. So all the treatments will work. But they wanted me to buy, for doing a clinical trial, they wanted Apollo to be part of it. But then he wanted me to buy that machine, put that building, which is going to cost me about 3,000 crores. I can buy 3,000 crores, which for to deliver medicine, but not to do clinical trials. We do the largest number of clinical trials in India, but they pay for it. So I don't pay for the expenses of clinical trial. Here he's asked me to do paper. So I said, thank you. I tried through IIT Kanpur and IIT Madras. But they were happy to join, but they were not willing to spend that kind of money for a clinical trial. So otherwise, they'll come back to me.
They'll come back.
They'll come back, and then we are already associated with IIT Madras. We're doing work with them. We are doing with IIT Kanpur, doing some research studies with them. I think we must learn to work with each other.
Yeah.
Ultimately, people must realize that they should prioritize their health. And what am I asking? To spend 3 hours every year to have a checkup. And your health checkup in our Pro Health is good enough for 10 years. And if you are in a risk factor, we'll remove it.
Mitigate.
So the so-called 80% deaths from NCDs can be today. I think 2024 statistics are 60% of the deaths in India are because of NCDs. And it's continuously rising at the rate of 18% cancer. And cancer, as I said, I told her, I lost my mother. I know what it is. But I know previously we said cancer is a death sentence. Then we said cancer is, can be controlled. Today we say cancer is curable.
Yeah.
I told you, in my village I am doing that 40,000 people. There's no cancer for them. We found out we detect.
It's all about detection.
We have cleared it.
All detection.
When in my Apollo family, complete family, we detected so many cancers and treated. So this is where I think people should think, saying, I want to stay well. I want my family to be happy and healthy. So that's why the 3 H's, health, happiness at home.
Fantastic. Well, I would like to conclude by saying that I'm so happy to meet you. I feel that I'm sure your passion for a public-private partnership with the government will happen.
Yeah.
And I most importantly wish you great health.
Thank you.
I hope to keep up with you, and I wish you every luck in the world and for changing the face of Indian healthcare. It's been truly an honor to meet you, sir.
And I'm very happy to meet you. Happy to see you healthy and happy.
Thank you, sir.
And I think others should follow that lead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
God bless.
It's an honor to meet you and to speak to you
It's the
today,
same.
sir.
I think let's all work together to make people healthy and happy.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Arnab.
thank you,
Thank you.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
आज अगर देश में हम अपनी इकोनॉमी की बात करें तो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट लगभग $850 बिलियन पहुंचा है। $850 $850 बिलियन आज हम एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, और आज डिफेंस सेक्टर के अंदर जो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट है वो 30 गुना बढ़ गया। आज ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल जो कि साउंड की गति से भी तेज चलने वाली है, उसको हम एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। INS विक्रांत हम बना रहे हैं। आज फाइटर जेट हम बना रहे हैं। आकाश मिसाइल हम बना रहे हैं। या आपने अभी देखा, जब हम देश की सीमाओं की सुरक्षा की बात करते हैं, तो 2008 में जब मुंबई में कराची से आए हुए आतंकवादियों ने हमला किया था, तो उस समय की सरकार सिर्फ पेपर के ऊपर ट्रीटी कर रही थी और कोई एक्शन नहीं था। लेकिन पुलवामा, उरी, इसका हिसाब किताब सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक से लिया, और पाकिस्तान के अंदर 100 किलोमीटर दूर अंदर जाकर के जो आतंकवादी ठिकाने वहां फल फूल रहे थे, उनको नेस्तो नाबूद किया। और अभी पहलगाम के आतंकवादी कायराना हमले के बाद अगर प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा था कि ना केवल आतंकवादी बल्कि उनके आकाओं को भी हम सबक देंगे, और वैसा सबक देंगे जो वो जीवन भर याद रखेंगे, तो वो सबक ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से किया। और आप देखिए, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का नाम सिंदूर भी इसलिए रखा कि उस बहन को आतंकवादियों ने कहा था उसके पति को मारते हुए जाके अपने मोदी को कह देना। तो उस मां का, उस बहन का सम्मान करते हुए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से जो पाकिस्तान के अंदर घुस के बिना सेना को एंट्री किए वहां के 100 किलोमीटर दूर के जो आतंकवादी ठिकाने थे वो नेस्तो नाबूद किए। तो भारत की सेना, जिसको प्रधानमंत्री जी ने फ्री हैंड दिया, खुली छूट दी कि आप अपना प्लान बनाइए, आपको कोई रोक टोक नहीं है, और अपने प्लान के अकॉर्डिंग एक्शन कीजिए। पूरे विश्व ने देखा भारत की ताकत को। कितने भी ड्रोन्स अटैक हुए, कितने भी मिसाइल्स अटैक हुए, उस समय भारत के ऊपर एक भी अटैक भारत के अंदर घुस के कुछ नहीं कर पाया। तो ये भी हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमारे रक्षा मंत्री जी, उनकी सूझबूझ, हमारे टेक्नीशियंस, हमारे वो इंजीनियर्स जो दिन रात देश की सेवा में लगे हैं, ये सारा श्रेय प्रधानमंत्री जी की विजन के साथ साथ उन सबको भी जाता है, हमारी सेनाओं को जाता है। मेरे पास रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट का काम भी है। लगभग 1.25 साल से मैं इस काम को देखता हूं। 2014 से पहले देश के अंदर
Rajan, Sunil Mittal, what they did in 1992 was with a license. Greenfield sector, they got in and they worked hard, they worked for the consumer. But it's said today, you know, it's Airtel is too big. Airtel, Bharti Airtel is too big. Reliance Jio is too big. No third player can come. They will eat up everyone. I'm just trying to provoke you, Rajan.
No.
Is there space for another? Is there space for a 25 to 30-year-old daring young man or woman from Ludhiana or Gandhinagar or Tiruchirappalli today to say, this is a sector, I will compete with Airtel, I will compete with Reliance. Is it possible in today's India?
I'll be honest here. Global practices today, you see, and that follows, India follows also that global practices. Globally, telecom is getting consolidated.
Consolidated.
Everywhere. You see, US, there were 4 players, today they're left with 3, UK 3. Every actually country today is consolidating on telecom because if you do not have the heft and the consumer base, you can't survive. And I'll be honest here, India has 3 players and BSNL, which
Arsenal host Manchester City at the Emirates in a high-stakes early season Premier League clash. Both sides come in riding the momentum of midweek Champions League wins, setting the stage for an electric atmosphere in North London. For Arsenal, it's a chance to stake their claim as serious title contenders.
Now we move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. Viewers, the mortal remains of the singer Zubeen Garg has now reached his residence, and the fans have gathered outside his residence to pay their last respects. Pictures coming in right now of the Assamese CM, who also will chair a cabinet meeting regarding the decision of Zubeen Garg's funeral. So these are pictures coming in of his funeral, the final journey where singer's mortal remains have begun their final journey home. Thousands, you can see, are waiting in Guwahati to get a final glimpse of Zubeen. Now remember that he was a very popular Assamese singer, and his mortal remains were brought home with thousands of mourners pouring onto the streets to have the last glimpse of their favorite artist. And these pictures are coming in. Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma is also paying homage to the popular singer. I just want to go across to my colleague who's joining us. We have Aniruddha joining us live. Aniruddha, solemn moment in Guwahati, and many have turned up in large numbers to pay their final respects to Zubeen Garg. Aniruddha, can you hear me? All right, we'll just connect to Aniruddha.
Shivangi, unprecedented scenes unfolded today at the LZBI airport today morning when the mortal remains of, Zubeen Garg arrived. And despite being on duty, people flocked towards the aircraft in which the mortal remains of Zubeen Garg were brought, and right now we are just a few hundred meters away from the Arjun Bhukeshwar Barua Sports Complex, where the mortal remains of Zubeen Garg are being kept. And here you can see a sea of people continue to move towards the state sports complex so that they can pay their tributes. We are still waiting for the mortal remains of Zubeen Garg to be brought to the Arjun Bhukeshwar Barua Sports Complex, as now it is at his residence where the family members, his octogenarian father and others will be paying their tributes, and so that the family can spend some quiet moment with the mortal remains. This arrangement has been made, and after that his mortal remains will be brought to the Arjun Bhukeshwar Barua Sports Complex, where people can come and pay their last respects to the legend, the iconic voice of Assam. Zubeen Garg is not only celebrated as a singer in the state, but he had been an icon. He had been one of the very few voices in the state no one could dictate him. He was a free voice. He had openly said it on several accounts, and that is the reason why, right from a Gen Z to a nonagenarian, everyone had immense love and respect for Zubeen. And today, when his mortal remains were being brought from the airport to his residence, this is a 20-kilometer distance, Shivangi, and in that 20-kilometer distance, the motorcade took at least 7 to 8 hours to reach his residence, as at least 5 to 7 lakhs people were on the road. They were walking along with the mortal remains of their beloved singer, and in a very unprecedented way, people came out. All the business establishment, everything has been shut for the last 2 days, and voluntarily people from different parts of the state are heading towards Guwahati, but in a very organized way. in a very organized way, in a disciplined way. Everyone wants to pay their last respects to the greatest voice Assam has ever had. And that is the reason why, people, there is a massive outpour of love which has been witnessed in the state of Assam. Sivangi.
Aniruddha, the Assam government has announced 3-day state mourning, and like you were telling our viewers, this is one of the biggest gatherings that we're seeing in Assam. You were also mentioning that Zubeen Garg was not just a musician, he was also a cultural icon, not just for Assam, but many youngsters, especially when his hit songs had come out, they saw him as a cultural icon. He has really made a mark when it comes to culture, music, and in Bollywood.
Yes, Ivangi, he has been one of the very few voices that never, cowed down in front of the presser or in front of anyone. And today, as there are many people out here, would like to get in some voices. क्या कहेंगे जुबिन गार्ग के बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
बहुत अच्छा व्यक्ति थे वो, और बहुत अच्छा व्यक्ति थे. उनके लिए हम लोग आज 4 घंटा से रुके हुए हैं उनका श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए.
और भी लोग हैं यहाँ पर. हम आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, जुबिंदा हमारे बीच में नहीं रहे, आज इस वक्त आप लोग कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं? सभी लोग रो रहे हैं पूरे.
बहुत सारे लोग दुखी है सर, कि हम लोग भी है, क्योंकि उनको हम लोग बचपन से ही हम लोग देख के हम लोग बड़े हुए हैं. जो गान उन्होंने गाया है, जो भी गान उन्होंने लिखा है, हम लोग का जितना भी एसएमएस मूवी है, कोई भी ऐसा मूवी नहीं है जिसमें जुबिंदा ने अभी तक कोई सॉन्ग डेडिकेटेड नहीं किया हो. आज एसएमएस मूवी अगर पॉपुलर हुआ है बिकॉज ऑफ जुबिंदा, और जितना सारा आप लोग देख रहे हो वो ये से आदमी जुबिंदा के लिए ही आया है. और कोई अगर नेक्स्ट किसी का भी अगर देहांत हो जाए, इतना आदमी किसी भी नहीं होगा, ये 100% श्योर है. ये सब जुबिंदा के लिए आया है.
जुबिंदा का प्यार है और जुबिंदा के लिए हम लोग सब आए हैं.
जुबिंदा অসমৰ আবেগ. জয় জুবিন্দা!
Emotions are high, and the last person, he just said that Zubeen Garg is not just a singer, he is not just a musician, but he is the emotion of Assam. And like I was also mentioning, Zubeen Garg is not just a singer, he is not just a composer, he is not just a music director, but in fact, if we talk about the revival of the Assamese film industry, if we talk about the revival of the musical landscape in the state of Assam, then it was Zubeen Garg who brought back life to the film industry in the state of Assam. He also revived the, movie theaters, because there was a time in Assam when insurgency crippled the state, and as a result of banning Hindi films in the state, the movie theaters lost their business, and many theaters had to shut down their shutters. They had to forcefully shut down because there was not much of Assamese films to be screened, and the insurgents had at that point in time banned Hindi films in the state. So it was Zubeen Garg who, with his films like Mission Saina, Kanchanjunga, and last film which he dedicated to his mentor, that is Munin Barua, one of the legendary filmmaker of Assam. In that film also, they tried to revive the theatre scenario in the state. They revived many movie theatres which had run out of business, and it was only because of the efforts put in by Zubeen Garg that those movie theatres are now back in business again. So yes, his contribution.
Yeah, Aniruddha, thank you for getting those details. So we can see that many people have come in large numbers to pay their final respects to the iconic singer. Just let's be moving ahead right now. We're getting some more updates, some breaking news coming in from Karnataka. A massive outrage in Karnataka's Hassan after miscreants insulted Lord Ganesha. Now, the incident took place in Belur's area of Sri Varasiddhi Vinayak temple premises early this morning. And the incident has sparked widespread outrage. A local staged a protest demanding immediate arrest of those responsible in this particular incident. The Belur police have registered an FIR and launched an investigation in connection with the case. A special team has been formed to nab the culprits. The police is also examining the CCTV footage of that incident. The protest is continuing in Hassan. Pictures coming in. Let's go to Abhishek, who's joining us live. Abhishek, I'm coming across to you right now. If you could just help our viewers understand about the protest which we're seeing in Karnataka. This is after some miscreants insulted Lord Ganesha.
Very quite sure from the intention of the people who have put on a garland of slipper on the idol of Lord Ganesha in Beluru. It is very clear that the intention of these miscreants was to defame Ganesha and also to go against the belief of Hindu. After which this incident took place, a white protest also happened in Beluru. FIR has been registered in Beluru police station and the miscreants are on the run as of now. The Beluru police station, the Hassan police have already informed that a team has been formed to find the miscreants immediately. Clear vision of the CCTV visuals is also visible and that also will be taken into consideration. On the other hand, we've also seen the leader of opposition, R. Ashoka, in the press meet has mentioned that after CM Siddaramaiah took over the government in the state of Karnataka, various other incidents which are harming the beliefs of Hindus are continuing. The people of Karnataka will make sure that CM Siddaramaiah will face the agony and the backlash from the people of Karnataka. Also, the CCTV footage claims that a group of people who were present in the temple had garlanded Lord Ganesha with slippers, and Beluru Sri Varasiddhi Vinayaka temple also has a huge history, and this will not be considered, this incident or the accident by the people will not be taken smoothly is what leader of opposition R. Ashoka has mentioned to the media. So we will have to see how the Department of Police will continue with the search operation, and also will there be miscreants taken into custody, and what will be the punishment that will be levied on them is the point of question which has to be answered by the Karnataka state government as of now.
Yes.
Shivani.
Okay. Thank you for getting those details, Abhishek. I'll be coming back to you for more. It's a landmark naval milestone. The Indian and the Greece navies have concluded their first ever bilateral maritime exercise in the Mediterranean. This is historic collaboration, showcases seamless operational synergy and tactical finesse. Take a look.
The first ever bilateral maritime exercise between India and Greece wrapped up on 18th September in the Mediterranean Sea, marking a new chapter in defense partnership. The exercise was conducted in two phases. A harbour phase for operational familiarization and cultural exchange, followed by a sea phase involving complex tactical drills. Operations included joint anti-submarine warfare, replenishment at sea, coordinated gunfiring and helicopter cross-deck exercises. INS Trikant hosted dignitaries and exchanged cultural traditions with the Hellenic Navy, fostering strong maritime ties. This successful drill underscores the shared commitment of India and Greece to maritime security and freedom of navigation in global waters. After the exercise, INS Trikant set sail for the next stage of its Mediterranean deployment.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से
बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
But then here, this is where I want to bring you to one aspect where, we remember as kids, in fact, Motorola was the phone that we all aspired to have. And then there was a phase wherein we, experienced the Apples coming in, and Nokia, for example, was there. Has there been a loss of market share in between, and how have you, overcome that challenging phase through your existence in India?
No, I think great question, and absolutely yes, right? I mean, for a lot of years, right, back in the day when we invented the mobile phone, and a lot of years after that, for many decades, in fact, after that, Motorola was the world's leading smartphone brand. Our share was #1 across all markets globally, and we were synonymous with the phone, right? At one point of time, it's buy a Motorola, like you say Colgate, right? So that was what we had. But then, yes, over a period of time, we faced challenges with competition coming in. We faced, newer technologies coming in, etc. There was a change in management also. We had to. We were acquired by Google first, and then later on by Lenovo. So change of ownership happened. But I think, there were gaps in which we lost market share. But I think the reason why we've now been able to come back is the fact that we've been committed to innovation. I think that has been at the core. Even though we faced a lot of challenges, the whole strategy and the reason why we are back today. In fact, this is an industry, by the way, this industry, the smartphone industry, is not a very forgiving industry. We all remember many iconic brands that have disappeared, right?
Absolutely.
BlackBerry is one.
Like Nokia.
Nokia is one, HTC is one. So for a brand to come back in this industry, that's a rare phenomena. But I would give a lot of credit to our global leadership. Mr. Sergio Buniac, who's our global president, who's led this charge. But I think the core to our success was that we stuck to our roots. Okay. So we decided when we saw that our products were not competitive enough. Okay. I think the core was to listen to the consumers. When the consumers said your products are not competitive enough and we will not buy it, that was a moment when we decided to step back. Okay. So we decided to stop our marketing investments. We decided to reinvent our business models, right? We wanted to, reduce the costs, bring in efficiencies, optimize our supply chains. And, that was a time when we focused all our investments in R&D, right? Come up with products that are competitive, give more value to the consumers, and are able to compete in some of the most competitive markets.
So do you think now you've got the pulse of Indian consumer?
Yes.
What is it that the Indian consumer is now demanding? What is it that we will see in the years ahead now?
No, I think, the Indian consumer is actually very smart. In fact, if I had to give you an example, one of the, we actually feel that the smartest base of consumers actually globally, right, is in India. Okay. And the reason for that is, I think, the growth of online marketplaces, right, in India. Most of the other markets from a smartphone perspective are either carrier-led, which means operator-led markets, right, where operators sell your phone. So if you look at the US, you buy a phone from a carrier. It's either Verizon or some other carrier. You look at
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Ladies and gentlemen, these brothers, and I have had the unique privilege of knowing them. And for that, I'm very grateful. They are so humble, they are so rooted. But when I first went to the United Kingdom as a student in 1993, 1994, on my first international flight, I landed. And the first signboard I saw, the first board I saw, was that of British Telecom, the biggest British company. And today, the young lad from Ludhiana is the biggest shareholder of British Telecom. And that is the story of India, isn't it? Nobody would have imagined in 1993 that an Indian company, an Indian entrepreneur, Indian businessman from Ludhiana who started with nothing would reach this far. So I want you to start with your first moments that you remember from the world of business in Ludhiana and where you see yourself today. Just a broad sweep to start with before we get the conversation going. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnab, for inviting me here and speaking. This is not my story. This is really the story of so many colleagues of mine, so many people who are attached to this larger game plan, larger family of Bharti. Me, my brothers, people who have been, guiding us at every stage. I come from a small town, as you saw, from Ludhiana. It's up north, and nobody thought, coming from a political family.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, top headlines. Major anticipation builds up. Prime Minister Modi is set to address the nation at 5 p.m. today. Nation-mourned singer Zubeen Garg. Final journey begins in Guwahati. Fans gather in thousands to pay last respects to Zubeen. Break down while bidding adieu. Prime Minister Modi's mother abused at Tejasvi Yadav's rally in Bihar. BJP launches sharp attack. Outrage over broken infra. Protest held in Bengaluru over potholes. And mass shooting in the United States. 1 dead, several injured. Suspect taken into custody. Viewers, with love and breaking, I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Amid the rising frustration with the potholes and the poor roads across Bengaluru, the people have come together and formed a human chain to protest and catch the government's attention. Now, hundreds of residents silently are protesting and demanding that the Bengaluru government repair roads and relieve them from pothole-ridden roads. And the protesters included residents of multiple areas, and pictures are coming in. You can see that the protesters are out uniting. And hundreds of residents are protesting, demanding that Bengaluru government repair roads and relieve them from hole-ridden roads. The protesters are carrying placards. Abhishek is joining us live. Abhishek, they're carrying placards and they are raising their voice for safer roads. But what has the government said about this?
Well, with respect to today's protest, Shivangi, it is not only today, it is from the past 9 years that the people of this area have been protesting against a better road. Also, we've seen various other IT companies who have already threatened the government that they will be moving out of Bengaluru because of the basic infrastructure facility that the government is not being able to cope up with. On the other hand, we've also seen that the protesters demand a very basic necessity, a pothole-free road. CM Siddaramaiah, DCM DK Shivkumar conducted a detailed meeting the previous night and also has mentioned and also has threatened the engineers in the city Bengaluru that if at all they will not be able to close the potholes in a span of 30 to 45 days, they will have to face the consequence of being suspended or probably they will be sent home is what CM Siddaramaiah has conveyed the message to the team of officials whom he conducted the meeting yesterday. On the other hand, the government also took a stand stating that since the rainy season is about to start, there might be certain delays expected in the closure of the potholes. On the other hand, they also mentioned that all the potholes in the major roads will be closed. However, with respect to the primary and the arterial roads, they might take some time to close the potholes. We've also witnessed thousands of accidents and deaths in the last couple of years in the city Bengaluru, where people have actually lost their lives and a couple of them have already lost their limbs and hands in these accidents because of the potholes. We've also seen that the BBMP has been converted to the Greater Bengaluru Authority. This will be the first ever task given to the Greater Bengaluru Authority by the district in charge, the Bengaluru City Development Minister DCM DK Shivkumar. On the other hand, CM Siddaramaiah has also very stringently and strongly mentioned to the officials of the Greater Bengaluru Authority and various other companies or agencies which are related to Bengaluru that all the potholes should be completed, should be filled in a scientific manner, and the CM and the DCM has also ordered that if at all any pothole is found in any part of the city, concerned executive engineer, the zonal commissioner and the commissioner of that particular zone will be taken into action, and they will make sure that these officials will be sent back home and they will not be given any posting in the next couple of months. So we will have to see how this protest will obviously raise the eyebrows of the government. Will also, the government which has already gone into a deep snooze mode, come back to the streets, make sure that the basic amenity of a pothole-free road be given to the civilians. Shivangi.
All right, thank you for those details. I will coming back to you for more on the story. Remove ahead right now, viewers, because the BJP has alleged that the abuses were again hurled at Prime Minister Modi's late mother, this time by some RJD workers during the leader of opposition Tejasvi Yadav's Bihar Adhikar Yatra. The political slugfest has begun, and it's a politically charged environment where elections are due later this year. And recently, this saw a major controversy break out as abuses were allegedly hurled at the Prime Minister Modi's late mother by a man from a stage set for Rahul Gandhi's Voter Adhikar Yatra. We are getting some reactions coming in right now, viewers. Let's go ahead and play them out.
मातृ शक्ति का अपमान, महिला शक्ति का अपमान, नारी शक्ति का अपमान, यही इंडिया अलायंस की पहचान। पहले कांग्रेस पार्टी ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की माताजी को गालियां दी, उसे डिफेंड किया, जस्टिफाई किया, उसका खंडन करने के बदले उस व्यक्ति को बचाने की कोशिश की गई। और फिर बिहार कांग्रेस ने एआई वीडियो बनाया, डीप फेक वीडियो बनाया, जिसको पटना हाईकोर्ट ने आदेश दिया हटाने के लिए। पर अब तेजस्वी यादव जी की पार्टी कैसे पीछे छूट जाती। गाली ही इनकी प्रणाली है, ये इन्होंने आज एक पुख्ता प्रमाण दिया है इसका। आरजेडी के रैली के दौरान जब तेजस्वी यादव मंच पे थे, तो अब एक वीडियो सामने आया है मीडिया के माध्यम से, जिसमें साफ दिखाई दे रहा है कि आरजेडी के सपोर्टर्स प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की माताजी को बहुत गंदे अपशब्द बोल रहे हैं और उन्हें रोकने का कोई प्रयास नहीं किया गया। ये गाली देना संयोग नहीं, ये सोचा समझा प्रयोग और उद्योग बन चुका है, अन्यथा ये रोका जाता। अब देखना, जब चोरी पकड़ी गई है, जब ये गाली गलौज पकड़ी गई है, तो वही करेंगे। पहले बोलेंगे कि ये फेक है, फिर बोलेंगे कि हमने नहीं किया, ये किसी और के एजेंट ने किया है। खंडन नहीं करेंगे, ना जिम्मेदारी उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये सोची समझी रणनीति है। क्योंकि इनके पास प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और बीजेपी के खिलाफ बोलने के लिए कुछ नहीं है, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की दिवंगत माताजी को राजनीति में घसीटकर उनको अभद्र शब्द बोलना, आपत्तिजनक शब्द बोलना, ये कांग्रेस पार्टी आरजेडी की सोची समझी स्ट्रेटेजी लगती है।
All right, let's go straight across to Mr. Tom Varakan, BJP national spokesperson, joining us here on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Varakan. This is an incident, and the BJP is saying that this is not the first time. The BJP is saying it's a pattern of uncultured politics by the opposition. Your reaction?
We condemn it in the first instance. We will not tolerate any such insult to any mother or motherhood or our sisters. Tell me something. Does the RJD leader not have a mother? Does the Congress leader does not have a mother? If it is their sanskar to insult their mothers and sisters, that reflects their culture, their sanskar. And if they think that they're going to multiply their votes by doing this kind of activity and doing it often and more often now, I think they're going to face the wrath of the people of Bihar. And this message is going across the country. What the kind of damage they're doing to themselves is extraordinary. And you will see the results. It's in the people's court, and the people of India will give a fitting reply.
Right, Mr. Varakan, thank you for getting your perspective on that. In fact, the BJP has made many more comments, and they have accused RJD of extremely disrespectful words. Let's play out the reactions.
बिहार के अंदर तेजस्वी यादव के मंच से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को, माता जी को भद्दी भद्दी गालियां निकाली गई। दिख रहा है कि उनको हार दिख रही है और हार की बुखराहट में वह इस प्रकार के काम कर रहे हैं। वह इस प्रकार से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की माता जी को भद्दी भद्दी गालियां निकाल रहे हैं, परंतु वह भूल रहे हैं कि बिहार सीता माता की धरती है और बिहार की जनता इस बार उनको मुंह तोड़ करारा जवाब देगी इन गालियों का। ये हमारे संस्कारों का हनन कर रहे हैं और बिहार की जनता इसको किसी भी कीमत पर कबूल करने वाली नहीं है।
So, viewers, a major political controversy has erupted in Bihar with the BJP alleging that extremely derogatory words were used against PM Modi's mother yet again during a RJD rally. And the BJP has said that this is one more example of the uncultured politics of the opposition. Last month, remember that in a similar incident in Bihar, a man was arrested for allegedly making objectionable remarks against Prime Minister Modi and his mother at a Congress RJD event. And in the latest, a similar incident has come out where we see that the BJP alleged that the abuses were again hurled at Prime Minister Modi's late mother, this time by some RJD workers during the leader of opposition, Tejasvi Yadav's Bihar Adhikar Yatra. So the allegations have sparked a heated debate as well, and the RJD is yet to issue a formal statement in response to the incident. The BJP is hitting out at the RJD and saying that this is one more example of the opposition lacking in decorum and focusing on baseless personal attacks. Mr. Agarwal is joining us right now. Mr. Gopal Krishna Agarwal, BJP national spokesperson, joining us. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Agarwal. And the BJP has trained its guns towards the RJD, and the RJD, though, is yet to issue a statement or even apologize. The BJP is saying, and if you could add to that, that this is uncultured politics and the opposition using these personal attacks instead of talking on policy and issues.
Sure. New law that the opposition has stooped to, undermining Prime Minister himself and his respected mothers, which is no more. This is very uncalled for from the opposition side, and we condemn it. But if it is an isolated incident or one or twice, that's not a different thing. But it is continuing. That means that the frustration in the opposition is so high that they are stooping so low. They are now very clear that the Bihar people are not going to accept them in this coming elections, and therefore they are trying all kind of tricks which are not even conducive to the democratic process of the country. Undermining Prime Minister, calling names to his mother, which is no more, then doing it repeatedly. And their senior leaders are also part of this whole narration that they want to build. This is their utter frustration that is coming out.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Mr. Agarwal, BJP national spokesperson. We move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. It's a landmark naval milestone. The India and the Hellenic navies have concluded their first ever bilateral maritime exercise in the Mediterranean, and this historic collaboration showcases seamless operational synergy and tactical finesse. Take a look.
The first ever bilateral maritime exercise between India and Greece wrapped up on 18th September in the Mediterranean Sea, marking a new chapter in defense partnership. The exercise was conducted in two phases: a harbour phase for operational familiarization and cultural exchange, followed by a sea phase involving complex tactical drills. Operations included joint anti-submarine warfare, replenishment at sea, coordinated gunfiring, and helicopter cross-deck exercises. INS Trikant hosted dignitaries and exchanged cultural traditions with the Hellenic Navy, fostering strong maritime ties. This successful drill underscores the shared commitment of India and Greece to maritime security and freedom of navigation in global waters. After the exercise, INS Trikant set sail for the next stage of its Mediterranean deployment.
And viewers, the mortal remains of singer Zubeen Garg have reached his residence in Guwahati. Fans have gathered outside his residence to pay their last respects. Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma was also present, and a 3-day state mourning has been declared in the state of Assam. The mortal remains of Assam's most popular singer was brought to his hometown. Tens of thousands of grieving fans have turned up, lined the streets to bid a final farewell. The singer died in Singapore, and many fans are breaking down as they pay their last respects. I want to go across to Aniruddha, who's joining. Aniruddha, one of the largest public gatherings for a singer who is not just a singer or a musician. He is being seen by Assam as a cultural icon, and we are seeing people turn up, his fans turn up in large numbers. They're breaking down and they're paying their final respects.
Yes, the mortal remains of Zubeen Garg has been brought to the Arjun Bhugesar Barua Sports Complex, where his fans will be able to offer their tributes to the music legend. And here you can see, as many people are on their way, they are going towards the stadium so that they can offer their last respects, their tribute to their beloved singer. These are fans coming out as Zubeen Da has been brought back to Assam today. He was very, very close to each and every fan of his, and he had a very unique distinction of connecting with the public. He always connected with the public. He always connected with his audience, and whenever there was a concert, whenever there was some program, he used to communicate with each and every one of his fans. And that is the reason why, as I have been telling you since morning, that Zubeen Garg has a fan base which has no specific range, right from a child to a nonagenarian. Everyone has been his fan, and that is the reason why people are coming out in large number to pay tribute to the legend. Actually, today we saw some unprecedented scenes right at the airport too, when Zubeen Garg was brought to his residence. It took more than 7 hours just to cross a distance